Ladies and gentlemen, some time ago an acquaintance of mine in Canada began a philosophical discussion with a young woman. Although he made no reference to Ayn Rand or to Objectivism in the discussion, it was the philosophy of Objectivism that he was in fact expounding. When he met the young woman again a week or so later, she told him of the following incident. It seems that she was undergoing psychotherapy, and, thinking over her conversation with my acquaintance, she walked into her psychiatrist's office and said to him, "Doctor, what do the words objective reality mean to you?" Her psychiatrist answered, "They mean that you've been talking to someone who's an admirer of Ayn Rand." While I should hate to think that Objectivism enjoys a monopoly of this kind, a monopoly in the concern with objective reality, the psychiatrist's remark has rather eloquent implications concerning the present state of our culture, whether he intended them or not. Ours is not an age in which objectivity, realism, or rationality are conspicuous cultural traits. If I were asked to summarize the essentials of the objectivist philosophy in a single sentence, a rather long sentence, I would say that Objectivism holds A, that existence, reality, the external world, is what it is, independent of man's consciousness, independent of anyone's knowledge, judgment, beliefs, hopes, wishes, or fears. That facts are facts, that A is A, that things are what they are. B, that reason, the faculty that perceives, identifies, and integrates the material provided by man's senses, is fully competent to know the facts of reality. C, that man's perception of the facts of reality must constitute the basis of his value judgment. That just as reason is his only guide to knowledge, so it is his only guide to action. D, that man is an end in himself, not a means to the ends of others. He must live for his own sake with the achievement of his rational self-interest as the moral purpose of his life, neither sacrificing himself to others nor sacrificing others to himself. E, that no one has the right to seek values from others by the initiation of physical force. F, that the politico-economic expression of these principles is laissez-faire capitalism. And G, that the absence of these principles from men's minds and actions is responsible for the present state of the world. If I were asked to summarize the philosophy of Objectivism in a shorter sentence, I would say, man must live exclusively by the guidance of reason. But that is a very wide abstraction. What is reason? How does reason operate? What is entailed in the principle that man must live exclusively by reason? What are the practical consequences of living by reason or attempting to act against it? These are the questions this course of lectures will undertake to answer. If, in reading Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, you admired the novel's heroes and their manner of facing existence, if part of the motive that brought you to these lectures is the desire to understand the philosophical and psychological premises that make such men possible, then I want to stress at the outset that the fundamental character trait of the Ayn Rand hero, and the key to all his other virtues, is rationality. Character traits such as ambitiousness, integrity, independence, self-esteem are derivatives and consequences. Rationality is their root. To quote from Who is Ayn Rand, quote, "An unreserved commitment to reason and the acceptance of reality as an absolute are the hallmark of the Ayn Rand hero. He is the man who holds nothing above the rational judgment of his mind, neither wishes nor whims nor the unproved assertions of others. He is not the man without desires, he is the man who has no desires held in defiance of reason. He is not the man without emotions, he is the man who does not substitute his emotions for his mind. He is not the man without passion, he is the man without arbitrary whims. He is not the man without the capacity to feel, he is the man with the highest capacity for feeling, because his feelings are the product of rational, non-contradictory values." Close quote. In Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand has presented the essentials of the objectivist philosophy, most particularly of the objectivist ethics. Our task will be to elaborate and amplify those essentials, to make explicit that which in the book is only implicit, to explore and analyze aspects of Miss Rand's philosophy that are not covered in the book at all, to discuss some of the purely psychological implications and applications of objectivism, and to organize our knowledge of the subject into an integrated structure, so that we can see how the various concepts interrelate, what conclusions proceed from what premises, and what constitutes the proof of our various principles. One does not know a philosophy if one knows merely its conclusions, but not the reasoning that led to them. Even when the ideas one accepts are true, to accept a body of conclusions without understanding the proofs that validate them is to embrace dogma, not to hold a philosophy. To be an objectivist on faith is worse than a contradiction in terms. The purpose of philosophy is to provide man with an integrated view of existence, of his own nature, and of his relationship to the world in which he lives. Philosophy is the science that deals with man's relationship to existence. The 5 basic branches of philosophy are metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics. Metaphysics deals with the fundamental nature of existence. It defines those basic principles which are true of everything that exists, as distinguished from special sciences which study specific particular fields, such as physics, which studies matter and energy, biology, which studies living organisms, mathematics, which studies quantity, and so forth. The principle that that which is what it is, independent of any perceiver, is a metaphysical one. The law of causality, the principle that every event has a cause, is similarly metaphysical. By metaphysical, we mean pertaining to existence, to reality, to the nature of things. Epistemology deals with the nature and means of human knowledge. It is concerned with such questions as, what is the role of sense perception in the acquisition of knowledge? Is certainty possible to man? How does man form and validate his concepts? What is proof? That the material provided by man's senses is the ultimate source of all human knowledge, or that contradictions in one's thinking constitute proof of an error, are epistemological principles. Ethics is concerned with discovering and defining a code of values to guide man's actions and choices. The actions and choices that determine the purpose and course of man's life. Ethics asks such questions as, by what standard should man choose his values? For what purpose should man live? How should men deal with one another? Politics deals with the principles, purposes, and organization of social systems. It is concerned with such questions as, what is the proper relation of government to the individual? Is the power of government limited? Does man possess rights? What issues are properly the subject of legislation? Aesthetics deals with the nature of art. It is concerned with such questions as, what are the criteria of good and bad art? What is the role of art in man's life? One cannot define a code of ethics and answer the question, what actions are right or wrong for man, until one has answered the question, what is the nature of the universe in which man lives, and by what means does he know it? That is, without a metaphysics and an epistemology. Politics is derived from ethics. One cannot answer the question, what social system is proper for man, until one has answered the question, what actions are right or wrong for man. Aesthetics is derived from metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. All 3 are required to answer the question, what is the nature of art and its value to man? To give a simple illustration of the dependence of ethics on metaphysics and epistemology, if the nature of the universe were such that man could obtain anything he wanted or needed merely by wishing for it, productiveness would not be regarded as a virtue as the objectivist ethics holds it to be. And if the nature of man's consciousness were such that any knowledge he required could be obtained merely by consulting his feelings, thinking would not be regarded as a virtue as the objectivist ethics holds it to be. The briefest statement of what metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics encompass, and of how they relate to one another, is contained in 3 short questions. What exists? How do you know? So what? Many people naively believe that philosophy is some vague, abstract, esoteric subject which has nothing to do with their actual life. They believe that philosophy is the province exclusively of academic scholars, requiring years of special study, something on the order of higher mathematics, only less practical. They believe that they don't hold any philosophical convictions and that in fact there is no necessity to hold them. If any of you share any part of this belief, I suggest that you check your premises. Men have no choice about the fact that they do hold a philosophy of life. Their only choice is whether they know it or not, whether their philosophy is held consciously or subconsciously, whether their philosophy is true or false. It is true that most men do not choose their philosophical convictions consciously by a logical process of thought, by gathering evidence, judging it, and drawing rational conclusions. They get their philosophical beliefs, for the most part, from the culture in which they live. That is, from the kind of ideas, values, customs, prejudices, catchphrases, or traditions which are prevalent around them and which they hear most often. They accept their ideas not by thinking but by default, by osmosis from the cultural atmosphere. They do not judge whether these ideas are true or false, right or wrong. They do not ask where these ideas come from. They do not inquire about the origin or the originators of the doctrines to which they surrender the job of directing their lives. I once met a businessman who was rather socialistically inclined, and I became engaged in an argument about free enterprise versus collectivism. The man was semi-illiterate and aggressively anti-intellectual. He declared that he had no interest in philosophy, that all theories were nonsense, and that abstract ideas had nothing to do with actual life. Then he proceeded to tell me that everything I was saying might have been true in the 19th century, but after all, we are living in the 20th century, and what was true yesterday is not true today. Everything changes, nothing stands still, there is no such thing as a fixed permanent reality, there is only constant change. He did not know that he was offering a metaphysical view of reality, first promulgated in Western civilization 2,500 years ago by a philosopher named Heraclitus, who taught it to Hegel, who taught it to John Dewey, who taught it to his students, who taught it to the writers of newspaper editorials, who taught it to the comic strips, who taught it to this gentleman. I should like to suggest that this is not the best way to acquire one's philosophical convictions. To appreciate the manner in which philosophical issues touch our lives daily and inescapably, consider the following example. Suppose that you are having an argument with a person who describes himself as a liberal. Suppose you state that it is improper to attend the performances of the visiting Soviet ballet because one should not give any form of spiritual sanction or financial support to a dictatorship. The liberal answers, "You're wrong. Art has nothing to do with politics." You say, "Art expresses values, and if it's values I'm concerned with, I do not serve them by helping to support a dictatorship." Now you are touching on an issue of aesthetics. The liberal says, "No, art transcends all other values and speaks a language common to all of humanity." You ask, "What language?" He answers, "Besides, I don't see why you call Soviet Russia a dictatorship." You say, "Because it is a country where individual rights are not recognized and men are ruled by brute force." Now you are dealing with an issue of politics. The liberal says, But everybody knows that individual rights have to be sacrificed to the welfare of society as a whole. You ask, why? He answers, man can't live just for himself. The only moral justification of his life is service to others. Now you are dealing with an issue of ethics. You ask, why? He answers, if you do not know that self-sacrifice is the highest moral duty, you are a selfish monster. You say, no, I did not know that. How do you know it? He answers, I feel it. Every decent man feels it. Don't you? You say, no, I don't. And feelings are not knowledge. You are now dealing with an issue of epistemology. The liberal says, knowledge? What is knowledge? Everything is relative. Man can be certain of nothing. You say, reason is man's means of knowledge. He asks, what is reason? You answer, reason is the ability to perceive and understand the facts of reality. He says, that's just your opinion. There are no facts. What is a fact to you may not be a fact to the Russians. And here you end up. You end up with an issue of metaphysics. You end up where properly you should have started. Because metaphysics, one's view of the nature of reality, is the base of every thought, feeling, and action of man, explicitly or implicitly, consciously or subconsciously. You can transpose the pattern of this argument to any argument you have ever entered on any subject. And although the line of debate may not always be so brief and so clear-cut, although there will be many more detours, evasions, and side issues, you will find that every major argument among men, every debate or dissension, will ultimately resolve itself into an issue of ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics. At which point most men will stop arguing and give up, in confusion, in bewilderment, in helpless anger or frustration, and will decide that communication with other men is useless, that thinking is useless, that philosophy is useless. They will decide it on the premise that they are thus escaping from philosophy. But observe that no escape is possible. By giving up, they have implicitly accepted and given into the worst of all philosophical doctrines, that man's mind is impotent, that thinking is futile, that knowledge is impossible, that reality is unknowable. Now let me give you an example of what will happen to the man who has given up or never acquired an interest in philosophy. Suppose that such a man falls deeply in love and one day has a quarrel with his sweetheart. He walks out on her angrily, declaring that he'll never be back, then comes home, then his anger ebbs and vanishes, and then he is left alone with the meaning of what has occurred. He feels desperately unhappy and he does not know what to do. He realizes that he cannot remember the cause, the start, or the progression of the quarrel. He may remember the general subject, but he does not know by what steps the disagreement grew into a break. He does not know whether he had presented his side of it clearly, nor whether he had understood what the girl was saying. He attempts to review the quarrel, but the gray, heavy, hopeless feeling paralyzes his mind. He does not attempt to identify the nature of the feeling. He knows only that it amounts to the words, "What's the use?" He does not ask himself the source of the feeling. He does not know that it comes from a philosophical premise subconsciously accepted long ago. The premise that thinking is futile and that communication with men is impossible. He has never heard the word epistemology. Nevertheless, he has formed a conviction about it. A conviction which he does not know how to correct, but which is now determining his actions. He feels that he ought to try to patch up the quarrel, that he ought to call his sweetheart, talk things over calmly, and reach an understanding. He feels a desperate desire to do so, but another feeling stops him, a dim, ugly feeling that has a tinge of something resembling shame or guilt. He does not attempt to identify the nature of the feeling. He knows only that it amounts to the words, "A man ought to have his pride." He does not ask himself what is pride and whether pride is achieved by refusing to retract or correct one's own irrational statements, and whether pride consists of giving up the happiness of one's lifetime without knowing why or if it had to be given up. All these are moral questions, and he has never been interested in morality nor in forming any conscious moral convictions. He feels a moment's violent despair at the sudden thought that he is giving up his happiness, that he will never find it with any other woman. He leaps to reach for the telephone to call his sweetheart, but then his hand drops, and he shrugs and reaches for a drink instead. He is prompted by a feeling he cannot bear to experience for long. It is a feeling that comes from all the disappointments he had ever encountered and had never tried to analyze. From the time his mother did not buy him the bicycle she had promised, to the teacher who gave him a lower grade than he deserved, to the friend who was afraid to take his side in a quarrel with older schoolmates, to the first girl he had ever kissed, who deserted him for a boy he despised, to the examination which he failed to pass, to the contest which he failed to win, to the employer who refused to give him a job he wanted. All of this summed up somehow in a sentence he had heard or read somewhere and had tried for years not to think about. Happiness is impossible to man on earth. No, he had never heard of metaphysics. No, he did not call the girl. And as to the girl, well, project the identical emotional torture raging and dying in her mind after that quarrel. Identical, but for a few changes of details, such as a girl ought to have her pride, being followed by the addition of no nice girl ever runs after a man. Such is the manner in which these two human beings parted and never saw each other again, and never found any romantic happiness for the rest of their lives. Such is the manner in which countless human tragedies occur, and such is the method of making crucial decisions which wrecks the lives of countless millions of men. Just as an individual man can be destroyed by the lack of a rational philosophy, so can a society or a culture. When one looks at the world today, one sees that it is torn by profound conflicts. Politically, these conflicts center on the clash of capitalism and communism, or more abstractly, of individualism versus collectivism. Ayn Rand has shown in The Fountainhead that the ethical or moral root of this clash is the issue of egoism versus altruism, of the principle that man has the right to exist for his own sake versus the claim that the purpose and justification of man's existence is service to others. She has shown in Atlas Shrugged that beneath the political and the ethical clash is a still more fundamental conflict, reason versus mysticism. To quote once more from Who is Ayn Rand, quote, "In the world of the present, we are told by our leading philosophers and intellectuals that factual certainty is impossible, that the contents of man's mind need bear no necessary relationship to the facts of reality, that the concept of facts of reality is an old-fashioned superstition, that reality is mere appearance, that man can know nothing, that to feel uncertain as one's chronic state is the insignia of enlightened intellectuality. We are told that personal happiness, self-interest, and the profit motive are ignoble, that man must live for others, that the competent must exist for the sake of the incompetent, that those who suffer or are in need have first claim on the lives and energy of all the men around them, that theirs is the right superseding all other rights, that man's mind and effort are the property of the community, of the nation, of the globe. We are told that none of this is demonstrable in reason, but that morality is outside the province and judgment of reason. We are told by theologians and philosophers alike, by Niebuhr and by Ayer, by Tillich and by Russell, by Brunner and by Carnap, by Buber and by Reichenbach, that reason cannot provide man with a code of values. Reason deals only with means, not with ends. Ethics, we are told, is a matter of faith and feelings, and the collective faith of mankind, the consensus of its noblest feelings, has revealed the standard by which good and evil are to be judged. The good is that which is motivated by concern for the interests of others. The evil is that which is motivated by concern for the interests of self. And our political leaders are putting these principles into action by moving toward the society in which self-interest is forbidden, in which profit is impossible, in which no man is permitted to exist for his own sake, and all are sacrificed to all. That is, toward the society of collectivism, toward the totalitarian state." Close quote. It is on metaphysics and epistemology, on their views of reality and of human knowledge, that civilizations stand or fall. To understand in what way this is true, let us review briefly the role of reason in the development of Western civilization. No matter what their complexities and their superficial differences, all philosophical systems fall into one or the other of two categories. Those which hold, in metaphysics, that reality is a stable, objective absolute, and, in epistemology, that man's mind can know it, and those which hold, in metaphysics, that reality as perceived by man is an indeterminate, unknowable illusion, and, in epistemology, that man's mind is impotent. The most illustrious exponent of the first category is Aristotle, of the second, Plato. It has been said that every philosopher and every man is either an Aristotelian or a Platonist. The issue can be stated in another way: reason versus mysticism. In the entire history of Western civilization, there were only three periods when the predominant school of thought, permeating and directing the culture, was a philosophy of reason: ancient Greece, the Renaissance, the 19th century. This is not to say that reason had won a total victory in those periods. Far from it. There were disastrous errors, confusions, and contradictions in the theories of the best advocates of reason in those times. It is to say only that at those times, culture was dominated by the conviction that reality is a stable absolute, that man's mind can know it, and that reason is man's tool of knowledge. Reason, not faith, instinct, intuition, or revelation. Philosophy itself was the product of that first great period in human history, ancient Greece. Philosophy as a science dealing with the nature of reality, as an integrated view of the whole of existence, was born in Greece in the 6th century BC, in an era when political unrest had created a comparative degree of freedom, and the primordial stranglehold of mysticism had relaxed sufficiently to allow men, for the first time, to take an unclouded, unfrightened look at the universe around them. Up to that time, any questions on the nature of the universe and of man's place in it had been the exclusive province, the monopoly, of religion, which meant that such questions were not to be asked. The various religions of the various tribes or nations provided men with collections of legends or mythologies, purporting to explain the nature and origin of the universe, in place of metaphysics, and in place of epistemology demanded of men's consciousness the practice of faith. Faith means acceptance without evidence or proof. When man's reason is placed in the position of a menial servant, permitted to study the problems of digging wells or taming horses, but forbidden to venture into any fundamentals or to direct the course of human life, the result is century after century of stagnation that leaves nothing behind but records of suffering and nightmare brutality. Ancient Greece is like a startling, magnificent flare in the darkness of the ages, a flare whose rays 2,500 years later are still lighting our existence today. That flare was ignited in the city of Miletus by a man who decided to ask, what is the nature of the universe, and to answer it by means of reason. His name was Thales, and he is acknowledged as the father of Western philosophy. The enormous revolutionary significance of his achievement was not in its content, but in its method. What he accomplished was an epistemological revolution. His attempt implied that man's mind was competent to deal with the whole of the universe, with all the problems of man's existence, and that reason was man's key to the solution of all problems. In recorded history, it was the first attempt to proclaim the validity and efficacy of man's consciousness. That the specific metaphysical theories of Thales and of his followers in the Milesian school of philosophy were naive and crudely primitive isn't important. They were the first faltering steps. What is important is that man was learning to walk upright. The result of this epistemological revolution was that brilliant period which is known as the classical period of Greece. You have all heard of the importance of ancient Greece to Western civilization. What is meant by ancient Greece in this context is a very brief period of about 200 years. but that brief period threw mankind forward further than all the preceding centuries had done. While men had been gathering knowledge drop by drop, so that it took generations to discover some improvement in carting stones or building chariots, ancient Greece was like a torrent spreading forth such wealth of knowledge that its consequences were not exhausted to this day. That brief period presented such a burst of creative energy, so many men of genius, so many fundamental achievements in philosophy, in science, in art, in literature, that when one looks at it across the centuries, it seems more fantastic than the Atlantis of Atlas Shrugged, if any of you thought of it as fantastic. When one looks at ancient Greece, it appears as if mankind had been a race of crawling pygmies that turned into giants for 2 centuries, then shrank back into pygmies again. But reason did not win a full victory in ancient Greece. The advocates of mysticism fought it from the start. They fought it, then as now, by means of perversion and subversion, that is, by attempting to use reason against itself. All the tricks, the gimmicks, the sophistries, the evasions, the equivocations which one hears today in university classrooms were heard and originated in ancient Greece. The use of reason to prove that reason is impotent, or that it is limited, or that it leads to contradictions, or that it gives us nothing but probability, etc., etc. There were many variations on the same theme. The most famous variation was devised by the greatest of the philosophical mystics of that period, Plato. In briefest essence, Plato's metaphysics and epistemology are as follows. The material reality which we perceive by means of our senses is semi-unreal. It is only an illusion, an imperfect reflection of another higher reality. Only a few among men, especially elite, can perceive this higher reality, and they can perceive it only by means of a flash of mystical insight or illumination which transcends reason, thus providing them with a superior kind of knowledge. Plato's influence stretches through the centuries down to the present day. All subsequent mystics, big or small, have had little to offer in essence but variations on Plato's system. Plato himself did not originate all of his theories. He was the transmission belt by which Oriental mysticism infiltrated into Western culture. But Plato was the first to build a complete philosophical system, or at least the first whose record has been preserved. The greatest philosopher of ancient Greece, and of all the centuries that followed, was Aristotle. He was the first and only thinker who declared that reality is real and that man's consciousness is conscious, which means that there is only one reality, the one that man perceives, that man's consciousness is valid, that reason is man's exclusive tool of knowledge, and that the task of reason is the perception of reality. It is impossible to present briefly the scope, the magnitude, the originality, and the inexhaustible significance of Aristotle's achievements. If I were to name only one of them, it would be sufficient to say that he was the father of the science of logic. He was the man responsible for the concept of the law of identity, the one basic principle which separates a thinker from a mystic, a civilized man from a savage, a sane man from a schizophrenic, the basic principle without which no thinking, no knowledge, and no culture is possible. I will discuss the law of identity later in detail. For the moment, I will state only that every attack on reason from any quarter, ancient or modern, every attempt to undercut or subvert man's mind, starts with and aims at an escape from the law of identity. By defining the laws of logic, Aristotle laid the foundation for all scientific knowledge. He did fundamental work in almost every science. He is often referred to as the first scientist, and at the base of many of our modern sciences you will find his treatises. Thinking is not an activity that men learn by instinct. Aristotle taught mankind how to think. It is true, of course, that men did think before his time, but they did not know the nature, the rules, the proper methods, or the value of their own mental activity. Aristotle was the first man who undertook to think about thinking, to identify and to make explicit what had been practiced only by implication. That which men do not know consciously is not in their control. Aristotle gave them control over the power of their own mind. If you wish to think symbolically and to project mankind as having a father, then I would say that Aristotle was the father of the human race, as distinguished from the pre-human and pre-rational. Aristotle's philosophical system is far from perfect. I should like to state most emphatically that it contains a great many flaws, errors, and puzzling contradictions. But remember that a philosophy must always be judged by its fundamentals, by its basic view of reality and its basic view of knowledge. These will determine the nature of a philosophy's influence and consequences. From the time of ancient Greece, the intellectual history of the Western world has been in effect a duel between two men, Aristotle and Plato. Some periods were dominated by one, some by the other. You will see the consequences. The immediate consequence of the great age of Greece was the era of Rome, which was like a steady, enlightened, civilized current fed by the motor behind it. Roman culture was only an extension and elaboration of the base created by Greece, and although there were individual men of greatness and noteworthy achievements in Roman history, there were no fundamental epoch-making innovations. Intellectually, Rome was riding on the power of Greece. When Rome collapsed, undermined by two elements which always go together, mysticism and statism, or faith and force, the cultural picture changed. The collapse of Rome in the 5th century AD was the relapse of mankind into savagery. What followed was a period of approximately 10 centuries, eloquently known as the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages. It is not necessary to go into details about the state of human knowledge and human existence during those centuries. If you wish to get a clear sense of it, take a look at some photographs of the objects still preserved in museums, which were instruments of torture, such as the rack or the Iron Maiden. Then remind yourself that these were not the possessions of some criminal sadist, but a legal instrument legally employed by the courts of justice. And then remind yourself that those centuries were the one period in the history of Western civilization ruled fully, totally, and exclusively by mysticism. The ruling power of medieval culture was religion. It controlled every activity and every aspect of human life. Philosophy still existed, but it was regarded as the handmaiden of theology. The philosophical ideas well suited to that position, the ones that exercised the strongest influence on all the thinkers of that period, were Plato's, via the Neoplatonists, such as Plotinus, who constructed the metaphysics consisting not of two, but of four realities. During the greater part of medieval history, during a span of about 8 centuries, the works and ideas of Aristotle were almost entirely lost to Western civilization. They were unknown to the thinkers and scholars of Europe. The originals had been burned in the fire of the great library of Alexandria, and nothing but some fragments had penetrated into the 8 centuries long night of mankind. The intellectual leader and ruling philosopher of the Dark Ages was Augustine, 4th, 5th century AD. Augustine was a Platonist, and as such he split the universe in two and damned this earth altogether. The good, according to him, was to be found in another reality, in heaven. This earth was evil. Man was, quote, crooked and sordid, bespotted and ulcerous, close quote. The pursuit of any happiness on earth was depraved. As to reason and knowledge, well, I will quote a passage from Augustine's Confessions, which sums up his position quite clearly. After denouncing all the pleasures of the flesh, he writes as follows, quote, "To this is added another form of temptation more manifoldly dangerous. For besides the concupiscence of the flesh, which consists in the delight of all senses and pleasures, the soul has, through the same senses of the body, a certain vain and curious desire, veiled under the title of knowledge and learning, the seat whereof being in the appetite of knowledge, and sight being the sense chiefly used for attaining knowledge, it is in divine language called the lust of the eyes." Close quote. If the quest for knowledge is a lust, then no era in history was as chaste as that period. There was no sight to pollute it, or reason, or mind, or science, or progress. Once again, as in the pre-Grecian centuries, men crawled from generation to generation, making tortuously minute improvements in their store of knowledge, while the alleged philosophers were debating such topics as whether a mouse that slips into a church and happens to eat the Eucharistic bread does or does not achieve communion with God, and while the masses of the people were existing in the state now recognized as mass neurosis, mass hysteria. In the 13th century, Europe rediscovered Aristotle. Some of Aristotle's works had been preserved by the Arabs and were made available to European scholars in the wake of the Crusades. Parenthetically, to this day, what we possess is estimated to be only about 1/4 of the total of Aristotle's works. The rest is lost. In the 13th century, a German philosopher, Albertus Magnus, wrote a monumental work containing everything on and by Aristotle that he could find. In the same century, a pupil of Albertus Magnus created the first comprehensive system of philosophy since the great age of Greece, and he created it on a predominantly Aristotelian basis. He was the greatest intellectual giant of the Middle Ages and the man who ended them. His name was Thomas Aquinas. What Aquinas attempted was a synthesis of religion and philosophy. It was not, however, what he achieved. Declaring that faith and reason did not have to clash, he stated in effect that the mind is a gift of God, and therefore it is proper for man to use it to the fullest extent of human capacity. It is permissible even to attempt to prove the tenets of religion by means of reason. And, as the proper rules for the use of reason, Aquinas accepted and brought back Aristotle's epistemology. If Aquinas intended to strengthen religious faith, he achieved the opposite. Aristotle's thinking was the atom bomb that blasted the darkness of the Middle Ages and ended the reign of faith. What lay at the end of the road cleared by that explosion was the Renaissance. Historians are still arguing about the causes of the Renaissance. It is certain that in any major historical upheaval, many factors have to be involved. It is also certain that no movement in history has ever succeeded without a philosophical base, without a system of ideas to give it coherence, direction, and purpose. No individual man and no group of men can sustain any long-range action without some knowledge to guide, justify, and validate their decisions. The history of the Middle Ages is full of mass uprisings, of blind, desperate rebellions against the nightmare conditions of existence that ended in bloody defeats. One does not fight the irrational by means of the irrational. To succeed, the Renaissance had to have an intellectual base. That base was provided by Aristotle via Thomas Aquinas. What millions of warring feudal barons and club-brandishing rioting serfs could not accomplish, Aristotle accomplished 17 centuries after his death. Aristotle, in the form of fragments and remnants at 1/4 of his power, further diluted and distorted by Aquinas' theology. But still, Aristotle. A little reason goes a long way. The full result of the impact did not become apparent till a century later. It is in the late 14th century that the philosophical ideas of the 13th took form in practical reality. Culturally, the late 14th century is the start of the Renaissance, with the 13th serving as an overture. You will observe the same phenomenon throughout history. Just as in the life of a man, an idea must be grasped by his mind before it can be translated into action, so in the history of a nation, a philosophy must be formulated by its thinkers before it can infiltrate the various aspects of a culture and take form in action. Every age is the actualization of the thinking of the preceding period. The Renaissance was another miraculous era in human history. Miraculous in the sudden prodigality of human achievement, in the number and stature of men of genius in every branch of endeavor. Again, as if the human race had turned into a species of giants, again as if an irresistible torrent had broken loose, sweeping away every barrier to human growth. Politically, it broke the feudal system and gave to men a period of comparative freedom, if only by default, if only by virtue of chaos. Religiously, it broke the monopoly of the Catholic Church through the rise of the Protestant churches. Culturally, it broke the stranglehold of mysticism. What was the slogan of the Renaissance? The right to see. The right to that lust of the eyes denounced by Augustine. In philosophy, the right to study the universe and man's place in it. In science, the right to study physical nature, with the rebirth of such forbidden sciences as anatomy and astronomy. In art, the right to study this earth and to depict the full reality of the human body, of nature, of perspective, of three-dimensionality, as perceived by our senses. But while men were rediscovering, reclaiming, and remaking the earth, philosophers were rejecting it. Neoplatonism was again rising. The history of philosophy since the Renaissance is the history of a long retreat from the responsibility of reason. Philosophers were struggling to reconcile reason with many of the tenets of religion, such as the creed of self-sacrifice, which cannot be done. They were struggling to undercut the validity of man's mind and reintroduce mysticism in one form or another. But with the spectacular achievements of science growing before them, the mystics seldom dared to denounce the mind explicitly. And thereafter, the mystics' counter-revolution predominantly took the form of attacking the mind by means of the mind. of claiming to speak in the name of science, of seeking to invalidate reason in the name of reason. What made matters still worse, many of the advocates of science considered themselves anti-Aristotelian, because Aristotle, through Aquinas, had been appropriated by the Catholic Church, and much of his scientific writing was upheld as religious dogma. Aristotle was denounced by philosophers and scientists who saw themselves as champions of reason, yet it was Aristotle who made their revolt against the authority of the Church possible, and his was the intellectual spirit that was carrying them forward. It was he who taught them to recognize that all of the universe is open to man's reason, and that there is no higher authority than man's sovereign intellect. The history of the post-Renaissance world was an intellectual civil war between two trends that clashed and intermingled and contradicted each other, most often in the works of the same individual philosopher. One trend in its basic spirit was Aristotelian. It led to the philosophers of the so-called Age of Reason, the 18th century, to the Industrial Revolution, to the creation of the United States of America. The other trend was Platonist. It led to Kant, to Hegel, to Marx, to Soviet Russia. Neither ancient Greece nor the Renaissance had created a political theory to establish a free, therefore rational society. It was the semi-Aristotelian philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries who formulated the first practicable theories of political freedom. The most prominent among them was the British philosopher John Locke, who became the dominant philosophical influence on the group of men known as the Founding Fathers of America. Reason and freedom are political corollaries. It is mysticism that needs force in order to control a culture. Since mysticism consists of arbitrary doctrines which supersede reality and are to be accepted without proof, mystics have no way to ram such doctrines down the throat of a whole society except through the use of physical force, which means through political enslavement. The philosophical battle of the post-Renaissance world was reflected in a corresponding political battle. At first, the main refuge of mysticism was in theology. The philosophical doctrines of some of the Protestant churches, such as Calvinism, expounded a view of man that would have made Augustine appear as a cheerful, benevolent lover of reason. The union of faith and force led to centuries of religious wars, with such carnage that at one time a third of Europe's population was slaughtered. These wars were made possible by the absolute monarchies that rose to replace the feudal system. But the full climax of the Renaissance came with the triumph of the Aristotelian trend that swept away the monarchies, the religious wars, and mankind's primordial state of semi-starved subsistence, the Industrial Revolution. If you have read Atlas Shrugged, you understand the meaning of the Industrial Revolution. That was as near as mankind had ever come to a full reign of reason on Earth. That was the act of man's liberated mind taking control of man's material existence. Look at the results. New York City is a monument to the non-impotence of the human mind. You all know that the United States of America is a phenomenon unprecedented in the whole of human history. In the brief period of 150 years, the United States created a level of freedom, of progress, of achievement, of wealth, of physical comfort, a standard of living unmatched and unequaled by the total sum of mankind's development up to that time. If life on Earth is the standard, it is not necessary to evaluate for you the Industrial Revolution. I have only to open the window and say, look. The triumph of the Industrial Revolution was the third great era of human history, the 19th century. That was the century of greatest freedom ever known on Earth, the century of capitalism, or as near to capitalism as men have yet come. That was the century that ended the periodic famines which used to sweep Europe every 20 years, killing off the surplus population that pre-capitalist economies could not feed. That was the century that gave mankind the longest period of peace it has ever known, a period without a world war, between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and World War I, approximately from 1815 to 1914. That was the century that abolished slavery and serfdom in the whole of the civilized world. That was the century which you now hear denounced by the neo-savages of our day, who sneer at it as the barbarians of 1500 years ago sneered at the marble remnants of Rome under their bare feet. Where did the new barbarian invasion come from? From the cloisters and the ivory towers of mild, abstract, academic, theoretical philosophers. While reason had taken control of man's material existence, mysticism was taking control of his spiritual or intellectual life. The tragic paradox of the 19th century was that it was Aristotelian in its action and Platonist in its thinking. The Platonist and irrationalist trend kept growing and spreading, while such semi-Aristotelians as did exist were second and third raters, whose systems were so full of compromises, contradictions, and betrayals of reason that any con man of the intellect could and did blast them apart. The major figure of the Platonist counter-revolution was an 18th century German philosopher, Immanuel Kant. Kant's metaphysics has two realities. He calls them the phenomenal and the noumenal world. But while Plato merely considered reason inadequate to a full perception of reality, Kant disqualifies it altogether. Beneath all the complexities of Kant's system, his central epistemological conclusion, the one that influenced most of the philosophers who followed him, is that man's reason cannot know reality as it really is, cannot know things in themselves. Kant's epistemology declares in effect that man's mind is not a tool for perceiving, but for faking reality. That is, Kant asserts that the knowledge which we gain through our mind is produced not by the evidence of reality, but by the mind's own structure, which distorts that evidence, so that we can never have any objectively valid perception of reality. True reality is unknowable. We can never know what things are in themselves, because the nature of our consciousness stands in the way. To perceive, declares Kant, is to distort. Needless to say, Kant presented himself as a champion of pure reason, but observe in what manner he was conceding the basic claim of mysticism, that man's reason is impotent to know the real world, and that the world knowable to reason is not real. All the leading philosophical schools of today, such as the pragmatist, the positivist, the existentialist, are graduates of Kant's epistemology. While the Aristotelian trend was achieving political freedom for men, the Platonists were laying the philosophical foundations for the cult of the state. Remember that Plato in his Republic had created the first blueprint of a totalitarian state, which has served as archetype and inspiration for all of his followers down the ages. The most influential among them was the German philosopher Hegel of the late 18th, early 19th century, a Heraclitean Platonist who proclaimed that material reality is an illusion, that nothing exists except change and motion without any entities to do the changing and the moving. This same Hegel preached that a rigid, absolute totalitarian state is mankind's predestined goal and ultimate ideal. The worship of the state and the pleas for the enslavement of men came in the 19th century, not from the so-called underprivileged masses, nor from the captains of industry, nor from the remnants of feudal aristocracy, but from the philosophers and from such political philosophical riffraff as Karl Marx, Auguste Comte, and sundry apostles of socialism. One of these totalitarian lines, via the German philosopher Fichte, who worshipped the race, led in the 20th century to German Nazism. Another, via Karl Marx, led to Russian communism. Ideas take time to penetrate a culture. Just as the people of the 19th century were enjoying the practical dividends of the philosophies of the 18th, so we today are paying the price for the philosophies of the 19th century. Now let us turn to the state of our modern culture and to objectivism. If you wish to diagnose the state of the culture in which you live, and to get some idea of what you may expect of the future, take a look at the barometer which, throughout history, has foretold whether progress or horror lay ahead. The status of reason in the dominant philosophies of the time. Today, all the current schools of thought are Platonist Kantian. There are no influential representatives of Aristotelianism. Aristotle is almost as lost to our culture as if his works had vanished in another book burning. He has been surrendered to theology and appropriated by the Neo-Thomists, the modern followers of Thomas Aquinas. In their doctrines, there is little left of Aquinas and less of Aristotle. While the father of reason has been kidnapped and is held prisoner by religion, the alleged representatives of science are declaring the following, quote, "One of the most brilliant writers in intellectual history, Carl Becker, claims that the most important event in this field in modern times was a shift in the place of logic in science. The marriage of fact and reason, as Becker puts it, proved to be somewhat irksome in the 19th century and was altogether dissolved in the 20th century. The modern 20th century physicist lives in an atmosphere which is so saturated with the actual that we can easily do with the minimum of the theoretical. We have long since learned not to bother much with reason and logic." Close quote. This is from a book entitled Modern Science and Its Philosophy by Philip Frank, a prominent physicist-philosopher. Here is another voice, quote, "While fully developed mysticism seems to me mistaken, I yet believe that, by sufficient restraint, there is an element of wisdom to be learned from the mystical way of feeling. Even the cautious and patient investigation of truth by science, which seems the very antithesis of the mystic's swift certainty, may be fostered and nourished by that very spirit of reverence in which mysticism lives and moves." Close quote. This is Bertrand Russell, philosopher and mathematician, in an essay entitled Mysticism and Logic. In the 2nd century AD, a philosopher named Tertullian stated his views as follows, quote, "And the Son of God died. It is by all means to be believed, because it is absurd. And he was buried and rose again. The fact is certain, because it is impossible." Close quote. Now you might think that this is the mental attitude of the Dark Ages, safely and distantly behind us. But now listen to this, quote, "Faith is faith, vital and indescribable. He who has it knows what it is, and perhaps also he who is without it has some inkling of what it is, in its absence from a heart that feels itself dry and shriveled. Faith can no more be described to a thoroughly rational mind than the idea of colors can be conveyed to a blind man. Thus, vital and indescribable, faith partakes of the mystery of life itself. The opposition between faith and reason is that between the vital and the rational." Close quote. No, this is not the 2nd century. This is William Barrett, professor of philosophy at New York University, in a book proudly entitled Irrational Man, published in 1958. Another quotation from the same book, quote, "Irrationalism holds that feeling or will or instinct are more valuable and indeed more truthful than reason, as in fact they are." Close quote. Here is another modern voice, quote, "Thinking only begins at the point where we have come to know that reason, glorified for centuries, is the most obstinate adversary of thinking." Close quote. This was said by Martin Heidegger, one of the pillars of existentialism, a philosophy which is the latest fashion among many of today's intellectuals. The International Encyclopedia of Unified Science, published by the University of Chicago Press, contains the following reference to Otto Neurath, one of the founders of another fashionable philosophy, logical positivism, quote, "Neurath even recommended, half-jokingly, that an index of prohibited words should be set up. In a monograph on the foundations of the social sciences, he avoided, as he explicitly states, words like entity, essence, mind, matter, reality, thing." Close quote. Will Durant, whose book The Story of Philosophy was a national bestseller, offered the following intellectual guidance to the general public. After discussing Aristotle's achievements as a logician, Durant wrote, quote, "But no man ever lived who could lift logic to a lofty strain. A guide to correct reasoning is as elevating as a manual of etiquette. We may use it, but it hardly spurs us to nobility. Not even the bravest philosopher would sing to a book of logic underneath the bough. One always feels towards logic as Virgil bade Dante feel towards those who have been damned because of their colorless neutrality. Let us think no more about them, but look once and pass on." Close quote. And while the neo-mystic intellectuals of the 20th century think no more about logic and pass on, in search of a bough to sing under, the collector of their efforts, the conqueror marching triumphantly down the road they have paved, is not long in coming. He announces himself as follows, quote, "We are now at the end of the age of reason. The part played by the bourgeoisie is finished, permanently. A new age of magic interpretation of the world is coming. We must distrust the intelligence and the conscience and must place our trust in our instincts. People set us down as enemies of intelligence. We are. but in a much deeper sense than these conceited dolts of bourgeois scientists ever dream of." Close quote. The author of this statement was Adolf Hitler. Such is the intellectual philosophical state of our age. What are its practical results? That atmosphere of panic and lethargy which permeates our entire culture, an atmosphere of tension and stagnation, of open cynicism and secret terror, a world where men live under the threat of split-second annihilation with an H-bomb suspended over their heads, where 1 out of every 12 persons in this country spends some part of his life in a mental institution, where teenage savages are running amok, murdering their parents or one another for kicks, while their elders gape at a group of dazed bums who utter unintelligible sounds about the glory of communion with another dimension and with narcotics, for which sounds they are acclaimed as a vital new school in literature, particularly for announcing that life on earth is a sewer, while playwrights present mankind in the form of beings who inhabit garbage cans, while actors project the human soul by means of unseeing, unfocused eyes and a voice of hysteria-tinged monotony that breaks in ungrammatical places, while politicians are proclaiming a crusade for freedom by imposing greater and greater controls, and for the right to property by confiscating it, while a blustering anthropoid declares that he will bury us because it has been scientifically proved that communism will win. And he is answered by nervous gentlemen who declare that our ideals of freedom rest on our faith in God. Ladies and gentlemen, this culture is bankrupt. Mysticism and its product, the creed of self-sacrifice, have brought the civilized world to the blind alley of a moral vacuum, where they have nothing further to offer you but nuclear disintegration from a bomb placed into the hands of a homicidal dipsomaniac who acts on his feelings or will or instinct by scientists who had indeed learned not to bother much with reason and logic. But there is no historical determinism, no fate which dooms mankind to perish. The trend of the present can be stopped. The disaster created by ideas can be fought, but only by means of ideas. It is philosophy that brought men to their present state. It is philosophy that will take them out. No, it is not too late. It is never too late, so long as men live and are willing to think. If you wish to fight for a world where human life will once more be possible, you must now understand why that battle has to be fought in the field of philosophy and why it has to begin by understanding and upholding the supremacy of reason. Perhaps it is now clear to you why, when one fights for reason, one is fighting, to quote John Galt, for any achievement, any value, any grandeur, any goodness, any joy that has ever existed on this earth. Close quote. In the effort to formulate a rational view of man's relation to existence, Aristotle did not say the last word in philosophy. His genius is that he said the first. Not only were there flaws and contradictions in his metaphysics, such as his doctrine of teleology, there was one crucial weakness in his system, an omission which was the factor most responsible for his defeats in history, the lack of a fully defined code of ethics or morality. Aristotle's ethics is a vague, generalized, unproved, therefore non-objective set of observations, which at best gives men some decent common-sense rules of behavior. In the field of morality, this is not enough. The tragedy of Western civilization is that while men rejected the theology of mysticism, they did not reject its ethics. They still clung to the creed of sacrifice. What changed was merely the name of the beneficiary. Not God, but society was to be the collector and recipient of men's sacrifices. Morality directs men's actions. So long as it remained the monopoly of mystics, mysticism had to win. In Atlas Shrugged, you have seen the reasons, the causes, and the manner in which the morality of mysticism wins and destroys the achievements of rational men. What Objectivism offers you is that which was lacking in the history of philosophy, a morality of reason, a rational code of values logically demonstrable, based on and derived from a rational view of existence and of man. This is not the only philosophical innovation of Objectivism, but it is one crucially important for the translation of philosophical ideas into action and reality. Metaphysics is the base of philosophy, and it is with the metaphysics of Objectivism that I will now start. I will name two concepts and I will ask you to ask yourself whether you understand them fully. I warn you that you will probably think you do because they are very simple concepts, and that most of you will soon realize you don't, because they are the widest and most fundamental concepts that men possess. These two concepts are something and nothing. Remember that I am asking you to consider them in their fullest meaning and application. The concept of something applies to every concept in your mind, to the entire content of your consciousness, and to the total of your knowledge, regardless of the amount or degree of your knowledge. It is the fundamental concept of consciousness. It marks the start of being conscious. When a baby opens his eyes and receives his first sensation of sight or sound, all that his consciousness can register is that he is aware of something. He does not know what it is, and of course he does not know any concepts. But we know that the concept of something names that first state and stage of his awareness. The blob of light he perceives is something. The sound he hears is something. The blanket he touches is something. To be conscious is to be conscious of something. After this first step of awareness, all the rest of the knowledge he may ever acquire will be a process of discovering more and more about what that something is. But that it is implicit in his first act of awareness. A blob of light is a blob of light. A sound is a sound. To know whether the blob of light is a lamp, a fire, or a sunset, to know whether the sound is made by a human voice, a violin, or an exploding bomb, requires a long process of learning. To know what a something is represents the next steps of knowledge. But that it exists, is the first step, without which no further steps are possible. Implicit in the baby's first awareness is the most crucial concept of philosophy, the concept of existence. It is with the awareness of existence that knowledge and consciousness begin. If the blob of light does not exist, it is nothing. Consider the meaning of nothing. You are accustomed to the use of the concept of nothing to indicate the absence of specific things. For instance, you can say, I have nothing in my pocket, meaning that you have no physical objects in your pocket, or the amount of my fortune is zero, meaning that you have no money. But the metaphysical meaning of nothing is non-existence, the literal void, the blank, the zero. Non-existence does not exist. Nothing is a concept pertaining exclusively to a relation. It has meaning only in relation to something and denotes its absence. Nothing by itself is nothing. If you grasp firmly the meaning and the difference of these two concepts, something and nothing, you have grasped the two broadest fundamentals of philosophy, existence and non-existence. To be nothing means not to exist. To exist means to be something. To be something means to be something specific, as distinguished from the blank of nothing. To be something specific means to be a thing of a certain kind, of a certain nature, of a certain identity. The identity of a thing is that which it is. The law of identity states, that which is what it is. A thing is itself, A is A. Not to possess an identity, not to possess a nature, not to be anything in particular means not to be anything, which means not to exist. To be is to be something. The law of identity is an axiom. It is the abstract statement of a self-evident truth. It is given directly in immediate awareness or immediate perception. It is not inferred or deduced, nor does it need to be. It is known immediately, it is implicit in man's first sensory perceptions, and in all the knowledge man can ever gain. To perceive that a chair and a table exist is to know that the chair is the chair and the table is the table. To learn that an electron exists is to know that the electron is itself. The concept of existence and the concept of identity, therefore, cannot be divorced. To be aware of one is to be aware of the other. They can only enter the mind together. They are indivisible in reality and in consciousness. To know anything is to know that that which is what it is. When a scientist asks, what is it, he is asking, what is its identity? When he asks, why did this event occur, or how can this event be made to occur? He is asking, what is the identity of the factors that cause this event's occurrence? To quote from Galt's speech, existence is identity, consciousness is identification. Whenever you hear the concepts of existence, consciousness, or identity being challenged, remember that these concepts are necessarily and inescapably contained and implied in any statement, in any utterance, in any knowledge any man may claim to possess. They are the irreducible base of all human thinking. Any attempt to deny them necessarily entails their acceptance and use. This leads us to the statement in Galt's speech that constitutes the base or starting point of the philosophy of objectivism. Quote, existence exists, and the act of grasping that statement implies two corollary axioms: that something exists which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness, consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. If nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. If that which you claim to perceive does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. Whatever the degree of your knowledge, these two, existence and consciousness, are axioms you cannot escape. These two are the irreducible primaries implied in any action you undertake, in any part of your knowledge, and in its sum. From the first ray of light you perceive at the start of your life to the widest erudition you might acquire at its end. Whether you know the shape of a pebble or the structure of a solar system, the axioms remain the same: that it exists and that you know it. Close quote. A classical philosophical question is, how do you know that the external world exists? The meaning of that question is, how do you know that anything exists except consciousness? To which Objectivism's answer is, again quoting Galt, quote, if nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. If that which you claim to perceive does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. Close quote. And thus the question, how do you know that the external world exists, translates to the self-contradictory absurdity of the question, how do you know that you are conscious? To deny the existence of an external world is to deny the existence of consciousness. But then who is doing the denying, and by means of what faculty? Or again, mystics and neo-mystics commonly declare, even if an external world does exist, man can never perceive it as it really is. I will discuss this issue in some detail in Lecture 3. For the moment, let me point out that when philosophers declare that man cannot perceive existence as it really is, they are declaring that man cannot perceive existence. Existence as it really is a redundancy. There is no such thing as existence as it really isn't. Man can perceive existence or he cannot. No third alternative is possible. But to declare that man cannot perceive existence is again to declare that man is not conscious, since there is nothing else to perceive except existence. To claim to have arrived by a complex chain of analysis at the conclusion that one is not conscious is scarcely rationally or epistemologically admissible. Remember that how we learn the identities of specific things and what we can regard as knowledge is a different question. It is a question to which we shall devote considerable attention. But that existence exists and that consciousness is conscious are axioms that cannot be escaped. Any attempt to do so collapses in absurd self-contradictions. Now, the metaphysical view I am presenting is one that holds reality to be objective. Reality is that which exists. The objective view holds that that which exists is what it is, that it exists independent of any consciousness, of anyone's knowledge, judgment, beliefs, hopes, wishes, or fears, and that the function of consciousness is to perceive reality. Thus, reality is the object of consciousness, the object which consciousness perceives and must learn to perceive correctly. objective means independent of consciousness. To say that a thing exists objectively is to say that its existence does not depend on being perceived or known by a consciousness. The principle that reality is objective is a corollary of the law of identity. Things are what they are. Neither their existence nor their identity is determined by whether or not they are known, recognized, or believed. A is A. Now, what alternative view of reality is possible? Well, there are a good many philosophers who hold, implicitly rather than explicitly, a view that amounts to subjectivism. They maintain in one form or another that the existence and nature of reality depends on the consciousness that perceives it, which means that reality possesses no independent existence and identity, that its identity is in some manner determined by the perceiver, that that which exists is nothing specific, which means that the function of consciousness is not to perceive, but to create reality. Thus, reality is not the object, but the subject of consciousness. Subjective means dependent on consciousness. Subjectivism is a metaphysical view that scarcely any philosophers are willing to endorse as such. They prefer to repudiate the objective view without committing themselves to the only possible alternative, and without acknowledging that subjectivism is the only possible alternative. Those of you who are acquainted with contemporary philosophical movements will appreciate how prevalent this trend is. For a brief introduction to the subject, I refer you to the title essay of Ayn Rand's For the New Intellectual. To select only one example, when certain philosophers deny the metaphysical status of the law of identity, when they declare that the principle of identity is not true of or applicable to reality, when they declare that to speak of a thing's identity is meaningless, they are declaring, by implication, that things possess no fixed, determinate identity, and that the illusion of a thing's identity is in some sense a projection or creation of our consciousness. This means that reality, the only reality we can know, is not the object, but the subject of our consciousness. Observe that this position, carried to its full logical implications, entails the negation both of existence and of consciousness. To be is to be something. To be something is to be something specific. Not to be something specific, not to be anything in particular, not to possess an identity, is not to be. The denial of identity is thus the denial of existence. But as we have seen, the denial of existence entails the denial of consciousness. There is nothing for consciousness to be conscious of, which means there is no consciousness. Such is the dead end of subjectivism in general, and in particular of the claim that the law of identity does not apply to reality. To endorse subjectivism as one's explicit and avowed view of reality is, of course, to be an undisguised mystic. Unfortunately, many people who would reject subjectivism if they identified the issue consciously hold the view subconsciously, by implication, by default, by lack of knowledge, and quite frequently by evading the issue. Here are a few simple colloquial examples which you have all heard and are hearing constantly. Whenever you encounter them, you are dealing with subjectivism. This may be true for you, but it is not true for me. Everything is a matter of opinion, and one man's opinion is as good as another. You may be right, but I don't feel it. Wishing will make it so. All our differences are a matter of semantics. It will work if people will only want it to work. All these statements mean and imply that there is no firm absolute reality, that things have no identities, and their natures can be altered by the wish, whim, or evasion of the speaker. You would not be as tolerant of such statements as you probably are if you identified their philosophical meaning. You would not accept the metaphysical theory of subjectivism if it were offered to you as such. But then why do you accept such a statement as, "This may be true for you, but not true for me"? That statement comes from the universe of non-A. Truth is the recognition of reality. To be true, a statement must denote facts. It must denote that which exists. If I tell you that mental health requires intellectual independence, and you tell me that it requires uncritical conformity to the beliefs of one's culture, both statements cannot be true. There is no way for both of us to be right. When men disagree, at least one of them has to be wrong. It is not possible for two men to be right when they claim opposite views on the same subject. If reality is real, if existence exists, if things are what they are, then with regard to any specific issue, only one position is true. But if reality is not real, if existence does not exist, if things are not what they are, if one is a subjectivist, why then anything goes, then everybody's truth is true and nobody's, because there is no such thing as truth. And, as Ellsworth Toohey would put it, one plays it deuces wild. But remember, A is A. A scientist cannot make a false theory true by closing his eyes to the data that contradict it. An inventor cannot make a perpetual motion machine possible simply because he wants it to be possible. A man cannot heal a broken arm by choosing to regard the break as only an illusion. A child cannot love a mother he hates merely by insisting that he loves her. A neurotic cannot experience self-esteem by refusing to acknowledge his self-loathing. But those who make such attempts are the conscious or unconscious practitioners of the metaphysics of subjectivism. And this gives us a clue to the psychological appeal of subjectivism. Philosophically, the concept is absurd and cannot be maintained literally or consistently by anyone. The subjectivist universe, a universe without identity, where A is non-A, can neither exist nor be conceived. It exists in the minds of most irrationalists, not as a literal metaphysical conviction, but as a vague, implicit, secret, undefined escape clause. An escape clause that permits them to ignore the law of identity when they find it convenient to do so, when they wish to indulge irrational whims, make irrational demands, pursue an irrational course, and do not wish to be reminded that A is A, that reality is real, and that actions have consequences. The story is told of a geologist who conceived a highly original theory about the rock formation in a certain valley. The evidence he had examined confirmed his theory, and he was exultant over the sensation that his paper would create in scientific circles. He walked up a hill to enjoy his valley, when suddenly his eye fell upon a large boulder, a type of rock which should not have been there if his theory were true. Thereupon, he put his shoulder to the rock and pushed it down the other side of the hill and proceeded about his business. If he didn't see the rock and nobody else saw it, it didn't exist. That is what the metaphysics of subjectivism comes to in practice. That is all it can or does. Another example. A scientist, a name you will all recognize, wrote as follows in regard to scientific research projects, quote, "In order to get a particular result, one must want to get exactly that result. If you want to get that particular result, you will get it." Close quote. The author of this statement is Professor T.D. Lysenko, the famous Soviet biologist. A brother in spirit of Professor Lysenko, also discussing science, wrote as follows, quote, "There is no such thing as truth. Science is a social phenomenon, and like every other social phenomenon, is limited by the benefit or injury it confers on the community." The gentleman who said this was Adolf Hitler. It is logical that subjectivism does and has to lead on the social level to dictatorship. An objective reality leaves no room and no chance for anyone's whims. It serves as an objective arbiter in any dispute among men, an arbiter to whom men can refer, an arbiter impervious to the influence of anyone's wishes or feelings. It is only on the basis of an objective reality that persuasion, communication, and cooperation among men are possible. But if men believe that there is no reality, that there is no truth, that things are whatever any whim decides they are, then the first question to arise will be, whose whim? It is at this point that the man with the club becomes the master and might becomes right. There is no other kind of right. In the language of modern philosophers, a man who does not accept the existence of an objective reality, absolute, determinate, and independent of consciousness, is called a subjective idealist, a pragmatist, or a positivist. In the language of the psychopathologist, such a man is called a schizophrenic. A schizophrenic holds his delusions and hallucinations as real, and evidence from reality to the contrary as unreal. But existence exists, and man achieves power over reality not by blindness but by sight, not by wishes but by thought and action. In defining your philosophical convictions, this is the first alternative you have to face, the first question you have to answer. Do you recognize the fact that existence exists, that reality is an objective absolute, and that your mind can know it? Or do you believe that existence, reality, consciousness, mind are subjective illusions without identity in the non-brain of a non-man? This is the basic issue of metaphysics. All subsequent questions depend on one's answer to this question. Now you know why our philosophy is called Objectivism. Tonight we have established the axioms of existence, identity, and consciousness as the base of the Objectivist philosophy. We have said that reason, as opposed to mysticism, faith, or revelation, is man's exclusive tool of knowledge. How does the faculty of reason function? What is the role of the subconscious? What is the nature and source of emotions, and what is their relation to man's reason? These are the questions we will discuss next week. Ladies and gentlemen, last week I discussed the branch of philosophy called metaphysics, the study of the fundamental nature of reality. I said that the metaphysical base of objectivism is the recognition of the fact that reality exists independently of man's consciousness, that reality is an objective absolute, that it exists independent of whether any consciousness perceives it or not, that everything which exists possesses identity, meaning that that which is what it is, and that consciousness is the faculty of perceiving that which exists. This evening I will discuss the nature of man's consciousness. First, man's cognitive faculty, and then a brief discussion concerning the nature of the subconscious and the nature of emotions and their relation to reason. When I speak of man's cognitive faculty or of cognition, I refer to the faculty and process of understanding, of grasping, of apprehending the facts of reality, of learning that which is true, in a word, of acquiring knowledge. The branch of philosophy that is concerned with the nature and means of human knowledge is epistemology. Epistemology deals with such questions as, how does man acquire knowledge? What are his means of perceiving reality? By what criteria is he to judge the truth or falsehood of his conclusions? To be conscious, man must possess a means of consciousness. That is to say, he must possess some means of perception and awareness. Consciousness is a faculty, and the faculty cannot be exercised without specific means. A consciousness without means of awareness is a metaphysical and logical contradiction. To be is to be something. Consciousness, like everything else that exists, possesses identity. It is a specific faculty that operates by specific means. Let us now turn to a consideration of that means. The source of all human knowledge is the evidence of reality provided by man's senses. Sensation is the state of awareness produced by a physical stimulus transmitted from sensory receptors along nerve cells to the brain. It is the state of awareness, for instance, which is produced by light waves striking the retina of the eye, or sound waves striking the membranes of the ear. Sensations constitute the mind's first contact with reality. A sensation is the primary material out of which all subsequent knowledge is built. But a sensation as such is not knowledge. It is only the material of future knowledge. Discriminated awareness begins on the level of percepts. Percepts constitute the actual starting point of human knowledge in the sense that percepts are man's first fully aware cognitive contact with reality. What is a percept? Well, borrowing Miss Rand's definition, a percept is a group of sensations automatically retained and integrated by the brain of a living organism. Man's knowledge begins when, at the start of his life, he integrates the evidence of his various senses, sight, touch, sound, etc., into the perception of objects, of entities, of things. Perception begins when he is able to perceive and distinguish entities, chairs, tables, trees, people, and so forth. I have said that percepts constitutes the real starting points of man's conscious perception of reality. Percepts are the given, the self-evident. The knowledge that percepts in fact consist of integrated sensations is acquired by man much later. It is a scientific conceptual discovery. Man is not ordinarily, if ever, aware of sensations as such. What he is aware of is the result of the integration of different sensations into perceptions, as we have already seen. For example, when you look at an object in this room, now as an adult, you perceive it instantly and automatically as an object. If you look at a lamp, you perceive it immediately as a lamp. You are not aware of the sensory material, of the separate sensations that your brain had to integrate in order to make you able to perceive this. You would find it extremely difficult and probably impossible to break this percept up or break it down more precisely, into the various separate sensations of which it is composed, the sensations of color, shape, texture, etc. As an adult, you are aware of the fact that you see a lamp, and you know that it is a sense organ, the organ of sight, which makes it possible for you to see. But your eyesight alone does not give you the perception of this lamp. Your eyesight gives you only the visual sensations, which your brain has integrated with other sensations into the percept of a lamp. If you want an example on the adult level of how sensations are integrated into percepts, consider the process by which one becomes familiar with a new piece of music, such as a concerto or a symphony. The number of sensations registered in the brain when you hear the music for the first time or for the 20th time is the same. But observe that on each successive replaying you hear more and more. On the first hearing you can discern perhaps only one or two themes or melodies. But gradually you perceive more. You perceive how one melody grows out of another and how the various themes interconnect. This is accomplished by the gradual integration of separate snatches and strands of sound into more complex patterns, so that given the same sensory stimuli, you end up by perceiving subtleties and interrelationships that escaped you in the beginning. The first act of integration performed by a human consciousness, the integration of sensations into percepts, is performed automatically by man's sense organs, nerves, and brain. We can observe that a similar automatic integration is performed by the brains of the higher animals, and that they too are aware of reality by means of percepts. But the next step of awareness is not an automatic process. It is the step that only a human mind can take, the step that leads to the level of awareness proper to the consciousness of man, the conceptual level of awareness. In a basic introductory course such as this, we can only touch upon some of the broad fundamentals involved in that very complex subject which constitutes the epistemology of concept formation and the nature of concepts and abstractions and so forth. The full objectivist statement of the nature of concept formation is to be found in Miss Rand's monograph entitled Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, which originally appeared in a number of installments in The Objectivist and was subsequently published by The Objectivist in booklet form. In my very brief discussion of the subject which is to follow, I will borrow very heavily from Miss Rand's formulations in this monograph. To begin with, let us begin to clarify the meaning of a concept. A concept, quoting Miss Rand, is a mental integration of two or more concretes, which are isolated according to a specific characteristic and united by a specific definition. Now let us elaborate on the meaning of this formulation. A child, for example, observes that tables have a similar shape, which is different from the shapes of all the other objects around him. He focuses on this distinguishing characteristic. He isolates tables from all the other objects, and he classifies them mentally into one group or class. A little later, he learns to designate this group, this kind of object, by the word table. The mental process required to form a concept is the process of abstraction. To abstract means to take out, to isolate a particular characteristic from all the other characteristics of an object and to consider it separately. In the process of forming concepts, there are two acts which are basic: isolation and integration. Isolation and integration are the essentials of the process of forming concepts. The process consists of observing the similarities and differences among things, of abstracting the similarities as distinguishing characteristics, of isolating similar things from all others, and of integrating them into one group, into one concept. A concept stands for an unlimited number of concretes of a certain kind. For instance, the concept table includes all the tables that now exist, all the tables that ever existed, all the tables that will ever exist. The first concepts a child forms are concepts of entities, such as table, chair, man, etc. He learns subsequently to form concepts of attributes, of action, of relationships, and so forth. For instance, to form the concept of an attribute such as, let's say the color green, the child observes such instances of green as, say, green grass, green curtains, a green dress, a green rug. He abstracts the attribute they have in common, namely their color. He isolates that color from all others and integrates it into the concept green. Let us pause for a moment on the meaning of the word attribute. An attribute is an aspect or characteristic of an object, which can be isolated and identified conceptually, but which in fact cannot be separated from an object and cannot exist by itself. For instance, you can consider the length, the color, and the weight of an object separately. Length, color, and weight being attributes, of course. But length, color, and weight do not exist by themselves. There are no such separately existing things as length. There are only long objects. There is no such separately existing thing as, say, redness. There are only red objects. Thus, the concept red would be defined, in effect, as a color attribute of objects, not as a thing called redness and existing apart from red objects. Starting from the first level of concepts, which identify perceptually observed concretes, man forms higher levels of concepts which represent wider integrations. For instance, he integrates the concepts table, chair, bookcase, bed into the wider concept furniture by observing the characteristics which they have in common and which distinguish them from all other objects. Then he integrates the concepts furniture, dishes, rugs into the still wider concept household goods. Then he integrates the concepts household goods, buildings, transportation vehicles into the still wider concept man-made utilitarian objects. Or he integrates the concepts man, cat, dog, bird into the wider concept animal. Then he integrates the concepts animal and plant into the still wider concept organism, or living entity. The process of abstraction and concept formation works in two directions: to unite concrete objects into wider abstractions and into wider, more general classifications, or to break up abstractions, or break up concepts or classifications into narrower subdivisions, narrower abstractions, narrower concepts, narrower classifications. For example, you might start by forming the concepts of man, animal, and plant, then unite them into the wider category of organisms, that is, living entities. Or one might start by forming two very wide categories or concepts, living things and inanimate things. Then break up the concept of living things into narrower categories such as man, animal, plant. The process of learning, of expanding one's knowledge, uses both methods constantly. For instance, in the early stages of the science of biology, a scientist may integrate certain living entities into the concept animal. Then he subdivides the concept animal into the subcategories of mammal, bird, fish, reptile, etc. With further knowledge and observation, each of these subcategories is divided into many, many more subcategories, which in turn can be subdivided, and so on. To quote from a lecture given by Miss Rand at NBI on the nature of concept formation, quote, "Concepts pertaining to man's consciousness, such as thought, memory, emotion, etc., are derived from the data of introspection. Consciousness is the faculty of awareness, the faculty of perceiving that which exists. Awareness is not a passive state, but an active process. Two fundamental attributes are involved in every state, aspect, or function of man's consciousness: content and action. The content of awareness and the action of consciousness in regard to that content. For instance, when you see a woman, the action of your consciousness is perception. When you observe that she is beautiful, the action of your consciousness is evaluation. When you experience pleasure or approval, the action is emotion. When you draw conclusions about a character, the action is thought, etc. To form concepts of consciousness, one isolates the actual content of a given state of consciousness by a process of abstraction, then integrates it with similar actions experienced on different occasions and different contents. In regard to concepts of consciousness, one must always remember that there is no such thing as a thought or a feeling that exists by itself, independent of the living being who experiences it. There is no such thing as a thought or a feeling without content. The most complex category of concepts represent integrations of existential concepts with concepts of consciousness, and designates combinations of physical and psychological actions, as for instance, marriage, property, justice, law, etc." Close quote. For a more detailed treatment of this subject, I again remind you to read Miss Rand's monograph, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. Okay, now, to continue our discussion, let us turn briefly to the role of language. It is by means of language that man retains and designates his concepts. Language, to quote Miss Rand's definition, is a code of visual, auditory symbols that converts abstractions, that is, concepts, into the mental equivalent of concretes. Language substitutes one symbol, one word, for the enormous sum under a concept. Remember that every word we use, with the exception of proper names, stands for an unlimited number of concretes of a certain kind. Words enable man's mind to deal with such broad, complex phenomena, such as matter, energy, freedom, morality, which no mind could grasp or hold if it had to visualize all the perceptual concretes represented by such concepts. Concepts and language primarily are tools of cognition, not of communication, as many people assume. Communication is a consequence, not the primary purpose of concept formation. The primary purpose of concepts and of language is to provide man with a system of cognition, of classification and organization, which enables him to acquire knowledge on an unlimited scale. This means to keep order in man's mind and enable him to think. However, to fulfill this function, language must be exact. Otherwise, neither thought nor communication is possible. Thought can be no more precise than the precision of the tools it employs. When a man thinks, writes, or speaks, he must know clearly and specifically what his words denote. He must know that the meaning of words is not to be switched from moment to moment at his arbitrary wish or whim. He must know that if a jailer decides to call the process of torture re-education, this will not transform a concentration camp into a university. He must know that words are to be used objectively, that words stand for concepts, and that concepts refer to facts of reality. Now, a child does not start from scratch in discovering the process of concept formation. He starts by learning from his elders, by being taught to speak. But even though a child does not have to perform the feat of inventing language, his mind has to perform independently the feat of grasping the nature of language, the process of symbolizing concepts by means of words. Even though a child does not and need not originate and form every concept on his own, by observing every aspect of reality confronting him, his mind has to perform the process of differentiating and integrating perceptual concretes in order to grasp the meaning of words. If a child's brain is physically damaged, such that he cannot perform this process, he does not learn to speak. Learning to speak does not consist merely of memorizing sounds. Learning to speak consists of grasping meanings, of grasping the reference of words, the kind of things that words denote in reality. When the child learns to speak, he acquires the tools of thought. He rises from the perceptual to the conceptual level of thought, from mere perceiving to thinking. Thinking is not an automatic process. It requires an act of volition, an act of choice, a special mental focus and effort. A child is free to think or to evade. He can seek to understand, or he can substitute imitation for understanding. He can organize and expand and keep on expanding his knowledge, or he can stagnate in a half-conscious stupor by confining himself to whatever half-grasped concretes and undefined words he has learned from others. I will have much to say on the subject of the choice to think or not to think in a subsequent lecture. What I want to stress and stress again is that the base of all of man's concepts, of all of that tremendous cognitive hierarchy which he builds is the perceptual level of awareness, which is the start of man's knowledge, which is the given, the self-evident. All concepts are derived from the perception of concrete specific objects. Concepts or abstractions as such do not exist. They are, as Miss Rand makes clear in her monograph, they are man's method of classifying that which exists, and everything that exists is a concrete. To be valid, a concept must be connected with and reducible to its base and perceptual reality. Now, on the higher level of abstraction, that connection consists of a long chain of concepts formed from earlier concepts, formed from still earlier concepts, and so on. In order to be grasped or used, every concept in that chain requires a precise definition. It is only by means of precise definitions that a higher level concept can be reduced or brought back or connected with its base in perceptual reality. In a subsequent lecture given by Barbara Brandon, there will be a discussion of some of the rules involved in correct definition. The subject is also taken up in considerable detail by Miss Rand in her monograph. In that monograph, I might mention, Miss Rand provides a more technical definition of the meaning of a concept than I am providing here. She defines a concept as, quote, "A concept is a mental integration of two or more units, possessing the same distinguishing characteristic with their particular measurement omitted," unquote. As I have already indicated, I am not here exploring the full meaning of this analysis of concept formation because it is too technical for this level of discussion. But for philosophy majors and those who desire a more advanced philosophical analysis of the problem, again, I refer you to Miss Rand's monograph. Concepts are the means to an unlimited expansion of the range of man's consciousness. Animals are bound by the perceptual concretes that confront them at any immediate moment. The range of their awareness is as wide as the reach of their senses, and no wider. But man, sitting at a desk, can chart on the back of an envelope the motion of planets through the outer reaches of space. Such, in briefest possible essentials, is the function of man's reason, and such is the meaning of the objectivist definition of reason as the faculty that identifies and integrates the material provided by man's senses. Now I want briefly to discuss an important principle pertaining to the proper use of concepts, a principle which men fail to grasp with disastrous consequences. Observe that man's knowledge has a hierarchical structure. A higher concept is derived from earlier concepts which serve as its genetic roots. For example, the concept orphan is derived from and presupposes the concept parent. If you had not grasped the concept parent, you could not form the concept orphan. The concept motion presupposes the concept entity, or that which moves. The concept change presupposes the concept identity. If you had not grasped the fact of identity, you could not grasp or form the concept change. And this leads us to a very important principle. When one uses concepts, one must recognize their genetic roots. One must recognize that which they logically depend on and imply. Failure to observe this principle is what we call the fallacy of the stolen concept. This fallacy consists of using a concept while ignoring, contradicting, or denying the validity of the concepts on which it logically and genetically depends. This fallacy is rampant in modern philosophy. All the devices used by mystics and neo-mystics to convince man that the mind is impotent entail one version or another of the fallacy of the stolen concept. Let me illustrate a little of what I mean as follows. It is rational to ask, how does man achieve knowledge? But it is not rational to ask, can man achieve knowledge? Because the ability to ask that question presupposes a knowledge of man and of the nature of knowledge. It is rational to ask what exists. It is not rational to ask, does anything exist? Because the first thing one would have to evade is the existence of the question and of the being who is there to ask it. It is rational to ask, how do the senses enable man to perceive reality? It is not rational to ask, do the senses enable man to perceive reality? Because if they do not, by what means did the speaker acquire his knowledge of the senses, of perception, of man, and of reality? Several years ago, I wrote an article for the Objectivist newsletter which deals with the issue of the stolen concept in more detail. It's in the January '63 issue of the newsletter, which is still available from the Objectivist, and I think you would find it worthwhile reading for a more fully elaborated discussion of this fallacy. Now let us proceed further. The enemies of reason attack man's consciousness from two sides. They attack the tools of man's knowledge, his concepts, and they also attack the source of man's knowledge, his senses. It is the validity of sensory evidence that all mystics and neo-mystics have invariably challenged in order to seek to undercut the validity of man's mind. I will have more to say about that argument next week. But I want to say here that all the doubts, confusions, and misconceptions about man's consciousness rest in large measure on a misunderstanding of the role played by the senses in the process of acquiring knowledge. The senses do not give us knowledge, they give us only the material of knowledge. Quoting from Atlas Shrugged, the task of man's senses is to give him the evidence of existence, but the task of identifying it belongs to his reason. His senses tell him only that something is, but what it is must be learned by his mind. For example, you have all heard the argument that the senses deceive us or are unreliable because a stick is straight when it is seen out of water but looks bent when it is seen in water. The conclusion drawn from this is that our eyes are not a reliable guide to reality. This argument is an example of the fallacy of the stolen concept in that it uses sensory evidence in order to demonstrate the invalidity of sensory evidence. Further, however, the argument is a total misrepresentation of the role played by man's senses. The senses do not provide out-of-context evidence of reality. They provide the total of that which is sensorially perceivable. The explanation of the phenomenon of the stick in water is as follows. Light waves travel more slowly through water than they travel through air. Consequently, the part of the stick which is submerged in water appears at an angle to the part of the stick which is above water. Our eyes, in this case, are being damned because they provide us with the full context, the comprehensive evidence of everything within their range of perception. They give us not only the sensory evidence of the stick's shape, but also the evidence of the motion and the different speeds of light through two different media. They give us the evidence, not the explanation. It is the task of man's mind to observe the phenomenon, to identify all its factors, and to explain it. Man's knowledge is not gained automatically. Concepts are not formed automatically. Identifications and explanations of this kind can be reached only on the conceptual level of consciousness. Man's mind is not infallible. His thinking is open to the possibility of errors. But man's senses cannot deceive him. They cannot distort the evidence. They cannot act willfully or causelessly. Senses are physical organs and as such are inexorably subject to causal necessity, determined by the nature of the organ and of the stimulus. The message transmitted to the brain obeys an absolute rule of physical causal necessity. It is the task of man's mind to identify and to interpret that message. When errors occur, they are errors of interpretation and are made by the mind, by the reader of the message, not by the messengers. Now you might want to ask, but what if one's eyesight begins to fail? Doesn't it then give a distorted picture of reality? No, it does not. It merely gives you a less efficient, more limited picture, the exact picture it is capable of giving in its weakened physical state. It is then the task of your mind to observe that your eyesight is now less efficient, to discover the cause of it, and to acquire a pair of glasses. A very important epistemological error is the failure to differentiate between the perception of reality and the form in which reality is perceived. Many philosophers claim that man's perception of reality is not valid because it is influenced or determined by the nature of the sense organs. Their argument goes as follows. When you perceive reality, you perceive it by means of physical sense organs. Therefore, what your mind gets is only an interaction between something which you can never see and the particular nature of your sense organs. If a man came from Mars with different sense organs, he would perceive a totally different reality. Now, what our senses do affect is the form in which we perceive reality, not the objectivity of our perception. For instance, when we touch a hot object, we receive a sensation of heat. Heat is caused by the movement of the molecules which compose the object. The slower the molecular motion, the colder the object. The faster the molecular motion, the hotter the object. If instead of the sense of heat, I had a sense which allowed me to feel the molecular motion of an object under my fingertips, and when I touched that object I felt motion instead of heat, I would be perceiving the same reality, the same fact of reality that I had perceived before, but I would be perceiving it in a different form. And it would still be the task of my mind to interpret my sensations, to interpret and to learn the same fact, but now by means of different data. Man has various senses which give him different forms of perceiving reality. And if I were to ask you at dinner, what is the real truth about this roast beef that I am serving you? Is it brown or is it hot? Well, you would say correctly that my question is absurd. Two different sense organs are making you aware of two different attributes of the roast beef. One, the speed of the molecular motion in the roast beef. The other, the manner in which the roast beef absorbs light rays. You are not perceiving two different realities. You are perceiving two different aspects of the same reality. Suppose that a Martian came down to Earth and that he had sense organs totally different from ours. Suppose that instead of eyesight, he was able to feel the vibration of light waves bouncing off objects, to feel it as a physical pressure on his cheeks. Why then he would be perceiving reality in a different form that we do, but he would be perceiving the same reality. That which we have to infer or deduce, he would perceive directly. But having sense organs different from ours, he would have to deduce that which we perceive directly. Certainly reality, the object of perception, would remain the same. Men, animals, and insects have different forms of perceiving reality and different ranges of awareness. But they do not perceive three different realities. They perceive the same reality in three different forms. Now consider the case of a colorblind man. He perceives reality as correctly as we do, only there are certain differences in his form of perception and certain discriminations which he cannot make as sharply as we can. While we experience the sensations of red and green, he experiences two shades of color resembling brown, which are not as sharply differentiated as red and green. But he is reacting to the same vibrations of the same light rays. Only, since the structure of his organ of sight is slightly different from ours, his form of perceiving the same vibrations, the same facts, differ slightly from ours. Man's knowledge, full scientific knowledge, is conceptual, not sensory. Sensations and percepts are the material, the bricks out of which man builds the structure of his knowledge. Man's mind is blank at birth, in that he has no innate ideas. An idea is an identification of some aspect of reality. Man can have no knowledge of reality ahead of any contact with reality. What he has is only the capacity to acquire knowledge, the organs which will make knowledge possible. It was Aristotle who identified the fact that man's mind was blank at birth. In philosophy, this view of man's consciousness is symbolized by the famous expression tabula rasa, which means blank wax tablet. The mind is a blank tablet at birth, and the senses are the means by which man proceeds to write upon that blank tablet, to fill it with percepts, with concepts, with knowledge. The hatred of mystics and neo-mystics for man's mind is motivated by their rebellion against the fact that man's mind is tabula rasa at birth. In a word, that all of man's knowledge has to be acquired. That the responsibility of acquiring knowledge is man's. That knowledge is not granted to him automatically by revelation, without choice or effort on his part. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the tragedy of mankind is not that men are born tabula rasa, but that too many of them die tabula rasa, more or less. The amount of material that man can hold in the focus of his conscious awareness at any given moment is necessarily limited. He cannot think of 10 different subjects at once. He cannot focus upon all of his knowledge while performing any one particular task. Where then is his knowledge? It is stored in his subconscious. The subconscious holds all of his past perceptions, identifications, associations, and conclusions, on which his mind is not presently and actively focused. The storing of material in one's subconscious begins with the brain's integration of sensations into percepts. The ability to perceive objects or three-dimensionality or distance depends on integrations of sight and touch, which, once formed, are filed in the subconscious and function automatically in future acts of perception. The child learns, for instance, to estimate correctly a large object seen at a distance and not to perceive it as 1 inch high. These sensory integrations are not formed volitionally. They are the product of the automatic functions of the brain. Conceptual integrations, however, are the product of a reasoning process which the mind must choose to initiate. But conceptual integrations can become automatic once the mind has made them and has accepted them fully. For instance, a child has to use a conscious effort in order to learn to speak. But once he has learned it, his subconscious connections become automatic and he is able to speak without having to search or grope for words. All learning is a process of first acquiring new information consciously, then establishing automatic integrations and leaving one's conscious mind free to acquire further knowledge. As an individual develops, his subconscious filing system grows immeasurably, expanding the power of his consciousness. For instance, a physicist can grasp, from a simple formula chalked on a blackboard, the widest principles defining the action of matter and energy throughout the universe, without having to recall and retrace all the steps of the knowledge that makes his understanding possible. His subconscious functions in effect like an electronic computer, set and directed by his mind's purpose, providing his mind automatically with the context of knowledge it requires. The goal or purpose that a mind has set in any given instance determines what material will be fed to it from the subconscious out of the total store of its knowledge. Like an electronic computer, the subconscious requires precision of the orders it receives if it is to function efficiently, and if it is given contradictory orders, it will not function at all. The failure to solve a problem is often caused by the absence of a precise, unequivocal definition of the problem one wishes to solve. A mind's purpose acts in relation to the subconscious as a standard of selection, without which no thought is possible. When a mind abandons purpose, it abandons thinking, and what then drifts through it from the subconscious is determined not by logic, but by association. To the extent that a mind is active, that it maintains a state of full focused awareness, the ideas it forms are connected to one another by an act of purposeful integration, and are filed in the subconscious in an orderly manner. To the extent that the mind is passive, that it initiates nothing, but simply absorbs experience, such ideas as it forms are connected by chance associations, or are filed in the subconscious as separate miscellaneous items, like the contents of a grab bag. A well-ordered filing system is the hallmark of an efficacious mind. Man can file his conclusions efficiently, and yet include a premise that is incorrect. But the orderly integration of his knowledge enables him to perceive his errors and correct them, whereas unintegrated beliefs can resist detection much longer. The rational integration of ideas requires full conscious awareness. The establishment of associational connections does not. In the course of his life, a man forms many inconsequential associational connections, associations that arise from the particular experiences of his life, such as the association of a piece of music with the person in whose company he first heard it. But if his thinking is to be efficient, these associations must be labeled as such, and neither confused with the process of reasoning, nor made the emotional basis for spurious generalizations. Associations as such can be harmless, if an absolute distinction is drawn and held between the associationally connected and the logically connected. For instance, a man may be emotionally traumatized by the discovery of his red-haired wife's infidelity. But if years later, when he has long since divorced his wife, he finds himself obsessed with the feeling that any red-haired woman to whom he is attracted will inevitably betray him, he must recognize that this is neurosis, not scientific induction. The failure to think about, to identify, and localize the cause of painful experiences frequently results in the formation of associations that are not harmless but calamitous. Such associations are filed mentally as conclusions and become the source of subsequent subconscious motivation, that is, motivation of which a man is not consciously aware but which influences or dominates his behavior. Another source of subconscious motivation is repression. Repression is not merely the failure to know some content of one's subconscious. It is the automation of a mental block that forbids a certain thought or idea or identification or evaluation to enter one's conscious awareness. If a man holds the implicit or explicit premise that which his mind finds painful or that which clashes with his self-esteem is not to be perceived, then his subconscious will take the order literally, will tend to take the order literally, and no such forbidden thoughts will be allowed into his conscious awareness. Such repression, once instigated, continues to operate automatically and subconsciously. Forbidden ideas will tend not to be verbalized. Forbidden desires will tend not to be recognized. Forbidden emotions will tend not to be identified. They will continue to exist in a man's subconscious and to influence his behavior. A is A, facts are facts, and are not to be wiped out by self-made blindness, but they will be given no acknowledgement. For instance, a woman whose religious beliefs forbid it may not recognize that she desires her best friend's husband. She will not know why she avoids him, nor why she is irritated by her own husband's every action. Or a professional humanitarian may never allow into words the knowledge that what he feels at the sight of those who suffer and depend on him is a sense of pleasure and power. When they develop neurotic symptoms, those who repress may cry that they are the helpless victims of their malevolent subconscious. But the truth is that the subconscious does not have a will of its own. It has no secret diabolical purposes. It is a machine run by the premises with which a man's mind programs it. And if men program their subconscious with contradictions, evasions, and self-destroying injunctions, they pay a psychological price calculated by the most ruthlessly logical of computers. To evade is consciously and volitionally to close one's mind to certain facts, to refuse to initiate a process of thinking in defiance of evidence that thinking is necessary. It is with evasion that most repressions begin. When a man evades, the first thing he represses is his guilt. The second, at least such is his goal, is the truth he believed he could negate by refusing to admit its existence. However, I do not wish to leave the implication that all instances of repression involve evasion or are necessarily motivated by immoral considerations. In other words, I don't want to convey an improperly moralistic approach to repression. You will find in past issues of The Objectivist a two-part article which I wrote entitled Emotions and Repression, which I think you will find valuable for an elaboration in much more detail of my views concerning this subject. I want here simply to put on the record the fact that repression can sometimes be motivated by noble motives, by the desire to be moral or to do right, but it can lead to disastrous consequences nonetheless, and I will talk more about this with you in the final lecture of this course. Mental health does not require total omniscience about the contents and operation of one's subconscious, just as it does not require total omniscience about the external world. It does not require a full and total memory of every event and experience one's consciousness has ever registered, nor of every association and conclusion one's consciousness has ever made. But it does require the total absence on the conscious and subconscious level of any premise forbidding knowledge. It requires that man place no value above awareness, which means no value above the ability to perceive, the ability to be conscious. It requires that as he grows up, man learn to translate into language the subverbal conclusions made in childhood and test them against reality in the light of his adult understanding. And it requires that when man acts, his actions never clash with his conscious convictions. Now, let us turn from the psychology of the subconscious to a related subject, and that is the psychology of emotions. The greatest and the most disastrous source of confusion in epistemology, in psychology, and in the lives of most men is the failure to differentiate between cognition and evaluation, between the object which one perceives and the value which one attaches to that object. Both cognition and evaluation are functions of man's consciousness. It is the failure to grasp the exact nature of their relationship that is the greatest single source of men's tragedy, frustration, and evil. There is a causal relationship between these two functions. One of them is the cause, the other is its effect. If one regards this relationship in its proper order, one sets one's consciousness to the achievement of internal harmony, of self-esteem, self-confidence, mental health, fulfillment, and happiness. But if one attempts to reverse that order, to treat the effect as if it were the cause and the cause as if it were the effect, as most people do, one opens one's consciousness to internal chaos, to guilt, self-doubt, neurosis, frustration, in a word, to a lifetime of misery. These two functions are thought and emotion. Throughout history, with very rare exceptions, most theorists have regarded emotions as an irreducible primary, as the prime mover of man's consciousness, as an active cause, and thinking as a passive effect. The most famous promulgator of this theory in our time is Sigmund Freud. Freud held that man is a creature helplessly, irrevocably pulled on the strings of emotions, drives, instincts, impulses, which are inherent in his nature and essentially impervious to thought, which he cannot resist but must attempt to satisfy in the most socially acceptable manner, and that this is the limit of his mind's power over his feelings. Freud stressed the weakness of the reasoning ego in man. He described a department of human consciousness which he called the id as a vast reservoir that contains all sorts of cravings, impulses, instincts, desires unknown to man, but much more powerful than anything else can ever be within his consciousness. And these desires, Freud claimed, are the actual rulers of man's life. Thomas Hobbes, a philosopher of the 17th century, wrote, quote, "The thoughts are to the desires as scouts and spies, to range abroad and find a way to the things desired," unquote. He stated that the only purpose of thought is to help men to achieve their desires, and he did not specify where those desires come from. Another philosopher, David Hume, wrote, quote, "Reason is and ought only to be the slave of the passions," unquote. Freud, as well as Hobbes, Hume, and all the other advocates of this theory, regard emotions and desires in effect as irreducible, as the given. It's just you and it's just there. How did it get there? They provide no answer. They regard emotions as primaries, as something which you cannot change or question, something to which you must adjust and must not indulge in unnecessarily. The standard of unnecessarily being the possibility of injuring your physical health or of giving offense to your neighbors, but something which will have to be forever the basic ruler of your destiny. Such is the view of the relationship between thought and emotion that is all too prevalent in our culture, a view that regards man's reason as the helpless tool of his emotions, and man as a helpless zombie possessed by unknown, unknowable, unaccountable, causeless, mysterious emotional demons. Now, let us take a look at these mysterious emotions and see how mysterious they really are, or if they are, and let us consider further the relation of emotion to thought. An emotion is a response to values. It is an automatic psychological result of a man's value judgments. An emotion involves both a mental and a physical component. An emotion is the psychosomatic form in which man experiences his estimate of the beneficial or harmful relationship of some aspect of reality to himself. Not all of men's values are held in identified verbal form. Men can hold many things as values without conscious recognition and in defiance of conscious convictions to the contrary. Many of the values men select are clearly self-defeating and contradictory. But whether men hold their values consciously or subconsciously, rationally or irrationally, it is their concept of what is good for them or evil, what is for them or against them, that determines what they will love and what they will fear. Just as love is man's emotional response to that which represents his values, so fear is his response to that which threatens those values. Just as desire is the consequence of love, man's wish to achieve and possess that which he holds as his good, so hatred is the consequence of fear, his wish for the destruction of that which endangers his good. Just as happiness is the consequence of fulfilled desire, the emotion in man which results from the achievement of his values, so suffering is the emotion which results from the frustration or destruction of those values. An emotion is a response to some aspect of existence, to an object or event perceived in reality or perceived within one's consciousness. One can feel the emotion of love in answer to the sight of a person whom one values, or in answer to that person's image within one's mind. One can feel fear at the experience of a physical pain signaling danger, or at the anticipation of that pain within one's thoughts. One can feel guilt over an irrationality actually committed, or over the desire for that irrationality. An emotion is a reaction to a perception, but the specific emotion one experiences is not determined merely by the nature of the object or event perceived. It is determined by one's evaluation of that object or event. For instance, 3 men may look at the same woman. The first man sees in her his own deepest values and feels love. The second man is blind or indifferent to her virtues and feels nothing. The third man regards her virtues as a reproach and feels resentment. Or 3 men may look at a scoundrel. The first man recognizes to what extent this person has betrayed his status as a human being and feels contempt. The second man wonders how he can be safe in a world where such scoundrels can prosper and feels fear. The third man secretly envies the scoundrel's success and feels a sneaking admiration. All 3 men perceived the same objects. The difference in their reactions came from the difference in their appraisals of the significance of what they perceived. An emotional response is always the reflection and product of an estimate, and an estimate is the product of an individual's values as the individual understands them to apply to a given situation. Differences in men's values come from differences in their basic premises, in their fundamental views of themselves, of other men, of existence. Consider the process of emotional reactions on a simple example. Suppose that you work in an office and the news gets around that the company is laying people off. You have not accumulated any savings, jobs are hard to find, and several of your associates have already been laid off. Suddenly you get a note stating that the boss wants to see you at 4 o'clock. Your emotional reaction is one of apprehension, anxiety, fear, at the prospect of losing your job. Then you walk into the boss's office and the boss says, "Jones, I've been watching you for a long time. You're a good man. I'm very pleased with your work. So I'm going to give you a promotion and a raise." Your emotion changes instantly. You feel relieved, pleased, elated. The causes of your emotional reactions in this case are obvious. And if your co-workers knew the circumstances and had seen you look depressed when you went into the boss's office and look happy when you came out, no one among them would say, "I wonder where emotions come from. Emotions are such mysterious things." Consider another example. Suppose that the door of this room suddenly flew open and a man burst in brandishing a machine gun. It is safe to assume that all of us would experience an immediate emotional reaction and that the emotion would be fear. It would happen so fast that one would experience it as if the reaction were automatic and as if no thought, no estimate, no knowledge were involved on one's part. But suppose that a 2-year-old child were present in this room. He would not feel any fear at all. He might even giggle and want to play with the machine gun. Or if a savage were present who had never seen a gun before and did not know what it was, he would not feel the fear. He would have no estimate of the meaning of the gun. He would not know that it represented a threat to him. An emotion as such is involuntary. It follows an estimate automatically as an immediate consequence. Through the filing in the subconscious of past experiences, identifications, and values, a mind is set to register certain kinds of estimates in the face of certain kinds of situations, without requiring the initiation of a fresh, conscious process of thought. It is the speed with which emotions can occur that permits man to fail to grasp that their source is his mind, meaning more specifically his value premises. The process of automatic appraisal is made possible by the mind's accumulated premises that function as an integrated unit and sum up immediate involuntary estimates, until and unless a new thought intervenes to revoke the order in answer to the mind's recognition that its old thinking is not sufficient to evaluate that which now confronts it. For example, a man who is in love with his wife will feel an emotion of love for her when he sees her or thinks of her, and that emotion will be automatic. He will not have to remind himself of his estimate of her character, of the virtues which he had observed and which were the cause of his estimate. But let him discover that she is deceiving him, that she is unfaithful, that she has none of the qualities he admired, and his estimate of her character will change. His new evaluation of her will automatically revoke the evaluation he had given to his subconscious, and his emotion will change. Instead of love, he will now feel hatred, or anger, or contempt, or pity, according to whatever standard of values he uses to judge her actions. At any given moment, a man's emotions are the automatic summation of the thinking he has done or has failed to do in the past. They are the product of the values and estimates he has established in his mind on a conscious and subconscious level. An estimate can be revoked and an emotion can be changed, but only by a new process of thought. It is man's capacity to hold contradictory values and thus to make contradictory estimates that permits him to experience contradictory or ambivalent emotions, to fear that which he desires, to suffer guilt over that which brings him pleasure, to resent that which he loves. But it is still from his values that his every emotion proceeds. It is man's capacity to evade his contradictions and refuse to identify his values that permits him to complain that he possesses feelings and desires for which he cannot account, and to cry that the source of his feelings is not his mind, but his instincts, his primitive urges, his archaic drives, just as centuries ago men sought to explain those impulses which they feared, condemned, but could not understand by the doctrine that human beings are inhabited by demons. For instance, an aesthete finds himself helplessly attracted to a brainless slut he professes to despise, and, evading the knowledge that he is indifferent to or frightened by any woman of mental stature, dreading the admission that what he seeks is proof of his masculinity, and that by his standards only a slut can give it to him, wishing never to know that that slut is the soulmate of his deepest values, of his secret self, he cries that his body is an instinct-ridden machine moved by desires unrelated to the content of his mind, and evades the question of why his instincts made that sexual choice for him and no other. Or a husband finds himself miserably bored by the meek church-going wife whom he has always regarded as the epitome of goodness, and, fearing to confess that the virtues taught to him since childhood, the virtues of humility, resignation, and self-sacrifice, have never brought him joy, and that he can't renounce his desperate sense that life should have come to something more. And so he shrugs off his feeling with some meaningless utterance about human infirmity, with the precept that man by his nature must always fail his noblest ideals, and with the conviction that feelings are not to be explained. Torn by an unconfessed guilt over the emotions they believe they shouldn't experience but do, and over the emotions they believe they should experience but don't, the majority of men seek to evade the causes and to command their feelings in and out of existence by arbitrary injunction. They decide that it is desirable to feel a certain emotion, and they order themselves to feel it. They decide that it is undesirable to feel a certain other emotion, and they order themselves not to feel it. And, since emotions do not obey orders of that kind and cannot be altered by direct control, such men fail and then cry that emotions are impervious to the power of reason. They do not seek to resolve their contradictions. Unfortunately, too often they seek to evade them. They do not seek to revise their irrational premises, nor even to learn if they are truly irrational. They seek to repress the feelings which the premises evoke. They do not seek to understand too often. Instead, they seek to escape the knowledge that there is anything which requires understanding. But the failure or refusal to recognize the source of his emotions does not set a man free of their consequences. It merely surrenders him to their mercy. He finds himself moved by forces which he does not understand, and which, therefore, he is powerless to challenge or to alter. Most men have accepted, explicitly or implicitly, the doctrine that emotions and desires are mysterious, irreducible primaries, impervious to reason, and the consequences of this acceptance are written across their lives in the shape of frustration, helplessness, and suffering. Emotions are the most sensitive of sounding boards, reflecting the meaning of existence to the person who experiences them. If recognized and acknowledged as such, emotions can be an invaluable aid to self-understanding and self-improvement. By analyzing the nature and roots of his feelings, a man can discover ideas he has held without conscious awareness, values he has chosen without verbal identification, concepts he has accepted without thought, beliefs that represent the opposite of his conscious convictions. If he is troubled by emotional conflicts, he can resolve them by resolving the intellectual conflicts from which they stem. His mind and emotions are not antagonists, and what may seem like a struggle between them is only a struggle between two opposite ideas, one of which is not held consciously and manifests itself only in the form of a feeling. He can weigh these ideas, knowing that the task of his reason is to discover which is true and which is false, and when the discovery is fully integrated into the total of his premises, his consciousness will be restored to harmony. For a more detailed study of the psychology of emotions, I refer you to 3 articles which I wrote in The Objectivist. The first, entitled Emotions and Values, is in the May 1966 issues. The second, Emotions and Actions, in the June 66 issue. The third article, Emotions and Repression, appear in 2 parts, August and September 1966. What a man feels, what he desires, what he enjoys, is the result of his values, and his values may be rational or irrational, consonant with reality or contrary to it, healthy or insane. His values may be the product of his conscious rational choice, or they may be the product of his evasions, his repressions, his uncritical acceptance of the doctrines he was taught in childhood, or, for that matter, his blind whim of the moment. What he feels in regard to any fact or any issue is irrelevant to the question of whether his judgment of it is true or false, right or wrong. What he feels proves nothing whatever about the reality confronting him. It proves only that he holds certain premises. Emotions are not tools of cognition. It is not by means of his feelings that man perceives reality. If in any issue you find that your emotions clash with your reason and you are tempted to reject reason, to act against it, identify what this means. Reason is your faculty of perceiving reality. To act against reason is to act against reality. To attempt the irrational is to attempt to make the impossible succeed. When you hear such prevalent bromides as, the heart is superior to the mind, there is something higher than reason, men cannot live by logic, rational analysis kills, remind yourself of what reason is and then translate those bromides into their actual meaning as follows. The heart is superior to reality. There is something higher than reality. Men cannot live in accordance with reality. Knowledge of reality kills. I doubt whether you would accept those precepts in this form, yet this is what they do mean. Emotions are the means of experiencing the enjoyment of life. There need not be and should not be any tragic dichotomy between reason and emotion. There is such a dichotomy predominantly in the minds only of those who believe in one form or another in the substitution of emotions for the task which should be performed by man's mind, by his rational faculty. To a person who recognizes that reason and emotion have separate functions which are not interchangeable, there need be no conflict between mind and emotions. Emotions, as I have said, are the means of experiencing the enjoyment of life, but they offer that experience only to the person who does not seek to substitute his emotions for his mind. It is the laws of logic that guide us in the process of thinking, of drawing conclusions from our observation of the world. Obviously, in order for our reasoning to yield us an actual knowledge of reality, it is necessary not only that our thinking be free of any internal contradictions, but that the premises with which we start be true. The base of our knowledge is, of course, our direct and immediate perceptions. Perceptions are the given, the self-evident. The meaning of self-evident is available to direct, immediate awareness. The law of identity is the abstract statement of a self-evident fact. The fact that things are what they are. The difference between the self-evidence of sensory perceptions and the self-evidence of the conceptual, metaphysical axiom of identity is only this. The axiom is implicit in every perception. Man is aware of it directly with every perception, but he requires an accumulation of perceptions, an accumulation of knowledge, before he can formulate the axiom. A baby, as we have said, is implicitly aware of the law of identity with his first sensory awareness of reality, but he cannot identify it consciously, and he cannot formulate it into a conceptual statement until much later. It is only when man grasps the law of identity that he gains control over his conceptual knowledge. By means of this axiom, he can retrace his knowledge, he can check the validity of any concepts, abstractions, and inferences he has drawn so far, check them by retracing them back to their base in perceptual reality, in his direct, immediate perceptions. He can bring his knowledge, his mental files, into non-contradictory order, and then he can go forward in pursuit of new knowledge, as a fully conscious adult and thinker, now armed with a standard by which he can test the validity of all his conclusions and inferences. Thus, the axiom of identity may be described as a delayed immediate perception. Immediate in the sense that it is perceived directly, delayed in the sense that it has to wait for a conceptual formulation before it can enter man's conscious awareness and change from the implicit to the explicit. The same principle, of course, applies to the other logical axioms, that is, to metaphysical axioms, axioms implicit in the concept of existence or being as such. To quote from Galt's radio speech, quote, "An axiom is a statement that identifies the base of knowledge and of any further statement pertaining to that knowledge. A statement necessarily contained in all others, whether any particular speaker chooses to identify it or not. An axiom is a proposition that defeats its opponents by the fact that they have to accept it and use it in the process of any attempt to deny it." Close quote. This last sentence is an answer to the neo-mystics who claim that there are no self-evident axioms, that philosophical axioms are a matter of faith or arbitrary choice, that anyone can choose anything he pleases as a philosophical axiom, and that any choice is as valid as any other. Which would mean, of course, that man's knowledge rests on thin air, on subjective whim, that faith is as valid as reason and science, that there is no such thing as knowledge. The test to determine what is an objective philosophical axiom is not the number of people who may or may not accept it, but the fact that no statement, proposition, concept, abstraction, claim, knowledge, or pretense at knowledge is possible or definable without it, and that all attempts to deny it contain it implicitly. For instance, if a man chooses to claim as an axiom that the universe was created by green gremlins, one can refute him without using the concept of green gremlins and without having to accept their existence implicitly in one's argument. But if a man claims that he does not choose to accept the law of identity, he has already accepted it implicitly in the fact that he has uttered a specific sentence of a specific meaning, that he intends his sentence to be what it is and to mean what it means, and not the opposite. An axiom does not require proof, it is that on which all proof rests. The laws of logic are axiomatic. They are merely the restatements of the law of identity. They are not inferred or deduced. They are the means which make inference and deduction possible. They require no proof. They are the means of proving. To demand, as the neo-mystics demand, that the axioms of logic be proved is to evade the meaning of the concept of proof. Proof is a process of inference. It consists of establishing that a proposition is true by deriving it from previous knowledge. This implies the existence of previous knowledge, which is axiomatic and self-evident, as distinguished from inferred knowledge, which requires proof. If no self-evident knowledge existed, if all knowledge required proof, if all propositions had to be derived from earlier propositions, there would be an infinite regress in the chain of reasoning. Knowledge would have no starting point. It would have to start out of nothing, out of zero, out of non-knowledge. This means that there could be no such thing as knowledge and no such concept as proof. One proves a proposition by demonstrating that it is logically necessitated, that its denial would contradict facts already known to exist. If no facts are or can be known directly and self-evidently, there can be no proof and no such concept as logical necessity. Since logic is the standard of proof, since it sets the principles of proof, by what means and by what standard is logic to be proved? Until one has grasped that A is A and that contradictions cannot exist, there can be neither proof nor even the concept of proof. Those who demand proof for axioms and for the laws of logic are guilty of the fallacy of ignoring the genetic roots of concepts, the fallacy of the stolen concept which we discussed last week. It is only the concept of logical axioms that makes the concept of proof possible. The law of identity is a genetic root of the concept of proof. Those who claim that they do not accept the law of identity can no longer claim any meaning for the concept of proof and cannot ask that anything be proved. Strictly speaking, the neo-mystics of today do not literally demand that the axioms of logic be proved, or rather, the demand is implicit rather than explicit. It is contained in their assertion that since the laws of logic cannot be proved, they cannot be known to be true, they cannot be known to apply to reality. Today it is fashionable among modern philosophers to assert that the axioms of logic are arbitrary. But this is to confess that one has forgotten how such a concept as the arbitrary was originated. An arbitrary idea is one accepted by chance, caprice, or whim. It stands in contradiction to an idea accepted for logical reasons, from which it is intended to be distinguished. The existence of such a concept as an arbitrary idea is made possible only by the existence of logically necessary ideas. The former is not a primary, it is genetically dependent upon the latter. To maintain that logic is arbitrary is to empty the concept arbitrary of meaning. To declare that the axioms of logic are hypotheses or merely probable is to be guilty of the same contradiction. The concept of the hypothetical or of the probable acquires meaning only in contradistinction to the known, the certain, the logically established. It is not a primary. Only when one has grasped something which is certain can one arrive at the idea of that which is not, and only logic can separate the latter from the former. Many neo-mystics contend that the axioms of logic are accepted, not because they are known to be true, but because they work, because they are practical. To contend this is to evade the question of how one decides what is or is not practical before one has grasped that that which is, before one has acknowledged that A is A. Many neo-mystics assert that the axioms of logic do not pertain to existence and do not reflect the nature of reality, that they pertain only to language, that they merely express the manner in which men have agreed to use words and connect propositions, and that men could have chosen otherwise. To assert this is to make the use of language a matter of arbitrary whim, to make thought a matter of arbitrary whim, and to place oneself in the category of a schizophrenic. It is the schizophrenic who does not believe that his statements or method of inference need bear any necessary correspondence to the facts of objective reality. Those who contest the self-evident certainty of the law of identity are unable to escape its implicit acceptance and use. They seek to prove their claims by means of the very logic they deny. They use concepts such as infer, demonstrate, arbitrary, hypothetical, probable, which only the axiom of identity makes possible. They attempt to adduce evidence for their position, assuming that their evidence is something, that it is what it is. They argue, implying that if their theory is true, it is not simultaneously false. They cannot escape that which they seek to reject, because existence is identity. Just as man cannot without contradiction contest that A is A, so he cannot contest that he is able to know it. Just as it is an axiom that existence exists, so it is an axiom that consciousness is conscious. In principle, it is a single error to demand that the axioms of logic be proven and thus to imply that there can be proof prior to logic, or to demand that existence and consciousness be proven and thus to imply that there can be proof prior to existence and consciousness. The error consists of ignoring the hierarchical structure of knowledge, of ignoring the genetic roots of concepts, of treating complex ideas as primaries and using them to attack the more fundamental concepts from which they were derived and without which they would not be possible. Philosophers have recognized the fallacy of question begging, the fallacy of assuming as true that which one wishes to prove and using it as part of the proof. But it is equally a fallacy to assume and to use that which one wishes to disprove. Existence, consciousness, and identity are the presuppositions of any demand for knowledge and any claim to knowledge. They are the irreducible base of all human thinking. Logic, like all of philosophy, is a science that applies to all specialized sciences and makes all specialized sciences possible. Logic does not teach us the content of any specific knowledge, it teaches us the process of acquiring any and all knowledge. Logic is the tool of reason. Logic is based on facts, on the fact that that which is, but it is not a science of facts, it is a science of method. It is imperative always to remember what we have established about the hierarchical nature of man's knowledge. Man's concepts, inferences, and conclusions rest on earlier concepts, inferences, and conclusions, which ultimately rest on direct, immediate percepts and on the law of identity. Man's knowledge is a long, integrated chain, no part of which is valid out of context without the genetically antecedent parts. It is like a skyscraper in which no story can stand without the lower stories, and these cannot stand without the foundation. There can be no such thing as out-of-context knowledge. All knowledge is acquired on the base of previous knowledge and can be no better than that base. All knowledge is contextual, which means has to be integrated, has to form a logical, consistent, non-contradictory whole. All thinking, states Galt, is a process of identification and integration. All logic is a process then of context keeping. No conclusion of a formally logical argument can be considered true out of context. Only a full context can determine its truth or falsehood. And in a full context, the logically true is the factually or existentially true. It is utterly indefensible to speak of logical truth as opposed to or apart from factual truth or existential truth. If a statement is true at all, it can be true only of reality. There is nothing else for a statement to be true of, nothing else to which the concept of truth can meaningfully or validly be said to pertain. People often reveal an excessively narrow view of what it means to be logical when they maintain that a bank robber is logical because he devises an ingenious, complicated scheme for robbing a bank. It is true that the bank robber does employ logic in his calculations, but this does not mean that his action, in the total context of his knowledge, was a logical one to undertake. Enormous irrationalities, evasions, and breaches of logic were necessary to bring him to the decision of becoming a bank robber. Everyone uses logic at some time or another in his life, on some subject or another. But these occasions often may be logical only in the formalistic, out-of-context sense of the word. An illustration of this would be a neurotic parasite who lives by mooching off his friends and saves his logic for playing chess. If you understand that the principles of logic are based on the metaphysical nature of reality, you will understand the grotesque irrationality of any doctrine of polylogism. Polylogism means many logics. Polylogism claims that there is no one universal logic, but there are many different logics. The salient exponents of this idea are the Russian communists, who claim they have a special proletarian logic as opposed to our bourgeois logic, and the German Nazis, who claimed that they had a special Aryan logic as opposed to the non-Aryan logic of the rest of the world. The motive of such claims is of course obvious. They make it possible for any criticism to be refuted by the simple expedient of declaring that it is based on bourgeois or non-Aryan logic and is thus invalid. This is blatant subjectivism. Subjectivism applied to epistemology in the same manner as they apply it to metaphysics. This is mysticism, as any subjectivist doctrine necessarily is. Just as there can be no such thing as two or more different realities, so there can be no such thing as two or more different logics. Reality is that which exists. Logic is the art of non-contradictory identification of that which exists. To possess a different kind of logic would mean to possess the art of contradictory identification, which in fact is what the advocates of polylogism do possess and practice. Whatever you may wish to call it, it is not logic. Sometimes you may hear references to the logics of different sciences, such as mathematical logic. This is an unfortunate misnomer. A set of methodological rules that apply to a special science are not a special logic. They are only the application of a philosophical logic to the specific problems of the specific science. Before concluding our discussion of logic, there is one final issue to which I should like to turn. I want you to understand a very important methodological principle, namely, that it is impossible to prove a negative and irrational to attempt it. By a negative in this context, I mean a negative for which no positive exists, such as the attempt to prove that one is not guilty when no positive proof of one's guilt has been offered, or the attempt to negate something for which there is no positive evidence. In colloquial terms, this fallacy would consist of some arbitrary assertion, followed by the challenge, prove that it isn't so. Proof, logic, reason, thinking, knowledge pertain to and deal only with that which exists. They cannot be applied to that which does not exist. Nothing can be relevant to or be applied to the non-existent. The non-existent is nothing. And here I will ask you to remember what was said about the literal meaning of nothing in the first lecture. Any human statement and any claim to knowledge must refer to something that exists or be derived from something that exists or be based on something that exists. But an arbitrary statement based on nothing can be said to exist only in the sense that it is a series of sounds uttered by a human being. As far as its content is concerned, it refers, epistemologically speaking, to nothing. A positive statement derived from some erroneous evidence can be refuted by means of proving the errors of the alleged evidence. Such refutation would be the disproving of a positive. This is not the same thing as proving a negative. That is, proving an error or falsehood of a statement for which no evidence of any kind exists. For instance, if I said that the side of the moon which we see consists of mountains and dead volcanic craters, I would have to offer you scientific evidence to prove it. But if I said that the other side of the moon consists of rose gardens and Coca-Cola factories, and you asked me for proof, and I answered, my proof is the fact that you can disprove it, no one could blame you if you decided not to pursue the conversation any further, and thereafter not to hold any serious conversations with me at all. But much as my method of thinking would be reprehensible in such a case, there is a mental attitude more reprehensible still. This is the attitude of some third person who, after hearing our conversation, would shrug and draw the following conclusion. Well, maybe the other side of the moon does consist of rose gardens and Coca-Cola factories, and maybe it doesn't. Who am I to know? If I, in this example, acted like a mystic openly at war with reality, then he, the neutral observer, was guilty of something worse. He granted equal status to mysticism and reality, refusing to differentiate or take sides between them. In the realm of knowledge, reason, and logic, there is no place for whims. A zero is not given the same status as an entity, the non-existent is not considered on a par with the existence, and nothing is not taken as equal to a something. Every claim, statement, or proposition has to be based on reality. Nothing may be claimed causelessly, groundlessly, arbitrarily, by whim. Even a hypothesis has to have some factual basis, some rational evidence indicating that it might be true. A hypothesis based on nothing but a blind guess is not admissible into rational consideration. Reason deals only with that which exists. Any hypothesis or supposition that some hitherto unknown fact may exist has to be based on the evidence of the facts known to exist. The absence of knowledge in any subject does not constitute a basis for inventing arbitrary theories and groundless explanations. An absence cannot be a basis for anything. The fact that something is unknown does not give you license to substitute invention for inquiry, and will not transform the products of your invention into knowledge. Nor can you invert logic to the point of claiming that that which has not been proven to be impossible is therefore possible. One must be able to prove that something is possible. It is not an accident that under the British and American code of law, a man is presumed to be innocent until he is proved guilty, but under the Soviet code of law, a man is considered guilty until he has proved himself innocent. Try to imagine what it would be like to live under the constant threat of being found guilty of undefined crimes on unspecified charges, and of having to prove your innocence where no standard of truth or innocence exists. To understand fully the irrationality of the demand for proof of a negative, concretize what this principle would mean if applied consistently in a court of justice. Suppose that you are suddenly arrested and brought to trial. The prosecutor asserts, without any further details, that you have committed a murder and demands that you prove you have not. You ask, what murder? He does not answer. He does not have to prove your guilt. You have to prove your innocence. You ask, who was killed? He does not have to answer nor to produce any corpus delicti. Why do you suspect me? He does not have to have any reasons. Well, how will you proceed to prove anything? You cannot produce witnesses to prove that you were at home with your family. You do not know when the murder was committed. You cannot prove that you were miles away from the scene of the crime. You do not know where the murder was committed. You cannot prove that you never owned a lethal weapon. You do not know how the murder was committed. You cannot prove that you had no motive for the crime. You do not know what sort of motive the circumstances of the murder implied. And not knowing the identity of the victim, you cannot prove the nature of your relationship to every human being on earth, known to you or unknown. You can prove nothing because nothing can be derived from nothing. In a rational society and among rational men, the burden of proof for any assertion rests on the man who makes the assertion. But among mystics, the burden of proof against any assertion rests on the listeners or the victims, and then anything goes, particularly human lives. Now it must be clear to you that logic, as well as the whole structure of man's knowledge, rests on the axiom of the law of identity. The process of acquiring knowledge is a process of discovering the identities of things in greater and greater detail, and of discovering the causal principles that govern their actions. This brings me to what may be called the first theorem of our philosophy, the first metaphysical principle to be derived from its basic axiom, the law of causality. To quote Galt's speech, quote, "The law of causality is the law of identity applied to action. All actions are caused by entities. The nature of an action is caused and determined by the nature of the entities that act. A thing cannot act in contradiction to its nature." Close quote. All actions in the universe are actions of entities, and the actions possible to an entity are determined by its nature. What a thing can do depends on what it is. It is not chance, it is not the whim of demons or of mysterious gods. It is in the nature of the entities involved, that a seed can grow into a flower, but that a stone cannot, that a bird can fly, but that a building cannot, that electricity can run a motor, but that tears, screams, and prayers cannot, that actions consistent with their natures are possible to entities, but contradictions are not. Just as what a thing can do depends on what it is, so in any specific situation, what a thing will do depends on what it is. Every action is caused by the nature of the entities that act. If iron is exposed to a certain temperature, it expands. If water is exposed to the same temperature, it boils. If wood is exposed to the same temperature, it burns. The differences in their actions are caused by the differences in their properties. If an automobile collides with the bicycle, it is not chance that the bicycle is hurled into the air rather than the automobile. If an automobile collides with a train, it is not chance that the automobile is hurled into the air rather than the train. Causality proceeds from identity. To maintain that there could be action without entities that act is to commit the fallacy of the stolen concept. It is to forget that the concept of action logically requires and presupposes that which acts and would not be possible without it. The universe consists of entities that act, move, and change, not of disembodied actions, motions, and changes. To deny that actions are caused by entities, to deny that what a thing does is determined by what it is to imply that any entity can perform any action, which means that an electron can write a symphony, a building can grow wings, a leaf can turn into a lion, a man can simultaneously depart in two different directions, which means that an entity can do that for which its nature contains no potentiality, which means contradictions are possible. Such was the view of reality held by primordial savages who regarded every event in the universe as an inexplicable miracle bound by nothing save the unknowable whim of unknowable demons. And when today prominent scientists who find themselves unable to ascertain the causal principles exhibited in the behavior of subatomic particles decide that the solution lies in declaring that causality is invalid and that the particles act as they do for no cause whatever, it is to the metaphysics of those primordial savages that their contention would reduce mankind. The conviction of order in the universe is an act neither of faith nor of hope. Its sanction and proof is the axiom that existence exists. The law of causality is implied and necessitated by the law of identity. Together they constitute the basis of all knowledge. Only because everything that exists is something specific, only because it possesses a nature and must act in accordance with that nature, are abstraction, induction, and prediction possible to man. To explain an event is to define its cause, to specify the conditions that necessitated its occurrence, to identify those attributes of the acting entities that caused them to act as they did. Science was born only when primitive man abandoned the practice of explaining events in terms of gods and demons, only when he saw that he accounted for nothing by saying that fire flashed in the sky, that rivers overflowed and the flowers blossomed because the god of fire, of water, or of the field so decreed. Only when he recognized that this merely was saying that a mysterious something caused these phenomena, but not what or how. Only when he began to seek causal principles to account for the action of things, with reason, not faith in a mystic unknowable, as his means of understanding. But one form of the primitive man's pre-rational method of explanation has never fully been rejected, but has been perpetuated by philosophers and theologians down the ages. The belief in a God, not of fire or water or of the fields, but of the universe, whose wishes and actions explain the fact that existence exists. The postulate of a creator of the universe has less excuse than that of gods of wind and rain. The existence of wind and rain does require a causal explanation. The existence of the universe does not. The universe is the total of that which exists. Within the universe, the emergence of new entities can be explained in terms of the actions of entities that already exist. The cause of a tree is the seed of the parent tree. The cause of a machine is the purposeful reshaping of matter by men. All actions presuppose the existence of entities, and all emergences of new entities presuppose the existence of entities that caused their emergence. All causality presupposes the existence of something that acts as a cause. To demand a cause for all of existence is to demand a contradiction. If the cause exists, it is part of existence. If it does not exist, it cannot be a cause. Nothing cannot be the cause of something. Nothing does not exist. Causality presupposes existence. Existence does not presuppose causality. There can be no cause outside of existence or anterior to it. The forms of existence may change and evolve, but just as the irreducible primary on which all subsequent knowledge rests is the axiom that existence exists, so the fact of existence is the irreducible primary at the base of all causal chains. Existence, not God, is the first cause. Just as the concept of causality applies to events and entities within the universe, but not to the universe as a whole, so the concept of time applies to events and entities within the universe, but not to the universe as a whole. The universe did not begin. It did not at some point in time spring into being. Time is a measurement of motion. Motion presupposes entities that move. If nothing existed, there would be no time. Time is in the universe. The universe is not in time. This is the full meaning of the concept of existence as an irreducible primary. That every attempt to go outside existence or beyond it, every attempt to place it in time, to ascribe to it an antecedent cause, to demand that it be proved, leads inexorably to logical contradictions. Epistemologically, all such attempts represent the fallacy of the stolen concept. Metaphysically, all such attempts demand that one step into non-existence, that one enter a nothing in order temporally, causally, or logically to explain a something. That non-existence does not exist, nothing is nothing, existence exists, and only existence exists. One of the characteristics of a rational man is his respect for the law of causality, his concern with knowing what causes are needed to achieve his goals and what will be the effect of achieving them. One of the chief characteristics of irrationalists is their attempt to escape the law of causality, their desire to obtain effects without having to enact the causes, and their desire to get away with certain actions without any responsibility for the effects. As examples of the first, that is, of the desire for effects without causes, the man who wants to be famous as a writer but does not want to learn the difficult skill of writing. The woman who wants to be loved but gives no thought to acquiring any virtues, any traits of character that would make her worthy of being loved. As examples of the second, of the desire to escape the effects of one's own actions, the crooked businessman who wants to be regarded as a pillar of society, the woman chaser who wants his wife to provide him with a happy home, the neurotic who, in any conflict between his wishes and reality, considers reality expendable and then cries that reality is set against him. All these and countless other examples are instances of men's rebellion against the law of causality. The law of causality permits them no miracles. It does not permit them the irrational. It does not permit their wish, divine supremacy over the universe. A psychiatric textbook tells the story of Frederick William of Prussia, who had the neurosis of sadism and simultaneously a passionate neurotic preoccupation with being loved by his subjects. It is reported that Frederick William dragged his subjects into a torture chamber and had them beaten while screaming at them, "I don't want you to fear me, I want you to love me." Well, you can observe that there are three ways in which Frederick William was violating the law of causality. First, his desire to create causes but to avoid their effects. Second, his desire to achieve effects without supplying their necessary causes. Third, his desire to reverse cause and effect. First, he wanted to inflict torture but to avoid its necessary consequence, its effect, the emotion of fear in his victims. Second, he wanted the love of his subjects but gave them no cause whatever to feel any love for him, and in fact gave them cause to feel hatred. Third, having no self-esteem, he felt that if somehow he could command the love and admiration of his subjects, this would give him a sense of his own value, so that admiration, the effect, would give him the virtue that should have been its cause. Now you might think that this is an extreme, unusual case of neurotic irrationality. But now is it so very different from the behavior of the kind of mother whom one encounters every day, The mother who, when her child is disobedient, slaps him back and forth across the face, saying, "I'm your mother. I'll teach you to love and respect me." In Atlas Shrugged, there are many examples of the revolt against causality. The looters, the collectivists, want to destroy the cause of production, a mind free to act, but want to keep somehow the effects of production: food, shelter, clothing, wealth. They want to enslave the producers, to expropriate their wealth, and yet to have them continue to work happily, willingly, and creatively. It is the nature of causal connections that gives man control over physical nature, the power to reshape matter to his purposes. Of all the living species, man is the only one who does not have to adjust to his background, but can adjust his background to himself. He can do so only by means of asking the question why about any phenomenon of nature that he observes. To ask why is to ask what causes this. The law of causality is the ally, the tool, the best servant of the thinker, the inventor, the creator, the producer. And by the same token, the law of causality is the enemy hated by all mystics, by anyone who seeks escape from reason and from the obsoletism of reality. One of the most eloquent expressions of the mystics' antagonism toward the law of causality may be observed in their attacks on the faculty of reason in general and on man's senses in particular. At the start of last week's lecture, I pointed out that, in order for man to be conscious, in order for man to perceive reality, he must possess a means of consciousness, a means of perception. If you examine the mystics' arguments against the senses, you will see that the clear implication of their position is a desire for a consciousness that would be independent of means, a form of perception not bound by the law of causality. Last week I mentioned the standard example of the mystics' attack upon the validity of man's senses, the stick that looks bent when seen in water. I will now give you another similar example which you hear very often. Our senses deceive us, claim the mystics, because we know in fact that the rails of a railroad track are parallel, yet when we look off into the distance, the rails seem to converge to a single point. This proves that the senses are not to be trusted, that they give us a distorted and unreliable view of reality. First, observe that this argument contains the fallacy of the stolen concept, the use of sensory evidence to demonstrate the invalidity of sensory evidence. By what means did the mystics discover that the rails were parallel after all? Second, they are damning their eyes for giving them the full contextual evidence of everything within the range of visual perception. The rails appear to converge in the distance because the farther an object is from us, the smaller the image it casts upon the retina of our eyes. Thus, the rails and the space in between them would appear progressively smaller as they go off into the distance. If impossibly our eyes could contradict their own nature, if they could defy the law of causality and willfully ignore the context in which the rails were perceived, so that the rails did not seem to converge, that would be sensory deception. Our eyes in this example give us not merely the view of the rails, but also the evidence of distance. It is by learning to understand this evidence that man learns to grasp perspective and to estimate distances. Project what our eyesight would be like if the mystics had the power to alter reality, and if a mountain 2,000 feet high, 3 miles away from us, seemed as high as if it was stood straight against our nose. Then we would be trapped within the narrowest range of vision. A long range requires integration. The grasp of perspective, the discovery of causes, requires a very long process of thought and integration. That is what the mystic resents. Why, he cries like a nasty child stamping his foot at reality, why don't my senses give me automatic omniscience at any and every isolated moment? Another favorite argument of the mystics against the validity of the senses consists of declaring that the senses are limited and therefore untrustworthy because they cannot do two things at once or be in two different places at the same time. For instance, if I am looking at the front of you, I am unable simultaneously to see the back of you. That I am able to walk around you, see all the various aspects, and integrate them is apparently too much of an effort for the mystics. While he protests that he wants to see more than his limited senses permit him, while he protests that he is ambitious, the epistemological truth is that he is lazy. Here again you can observe his desire for instantaneous omniscience and his revolt against the laws of identity and causality. Whenever a mystic denounces limits, it announces identity and causality. Since our senses have a specific identity, the actions possible to them are limited by that identity. A thing capable of unlimited actions would possess an unlimited identity, which means would not be anything specific, which means would not exist. Another and similar argument of the mystics against the limitations of sensory perception is the complaint that our eyesight is no good because we cannot see microbes or molecules or atoms or electrons. Well, again, observe the fallacy of the stolen concept and the demand for automatic omniscience. By what means did the mystic learn of the existence of microbes, molecules, atoms, or electrons? What human faculty devised the instruments that were necessary to perceive or to infer their existence? Furthermore, if we were able to see microbes, if that were the size and the range of our eyes, an apple would be hopelessly too large for us to see, and we would have to infer rather than perceive its existence. Another argument which the mystics raise against the senses, and which is totally irrelevant, is the argument from hallucinations. It is irrelevant because hallucinations are not even caused by the senses. If a man gets drunk and begins to perceive pink elephants, or if a person is mentally ill and sees figures or hears voices which do not exist, it is not a deception perpetrated by his eyes or ears, it is an internal projection of his malfunctioning brain. When the mystic argues that what man perceives is not reality, but only an illusion or a hallucination, then the mystic is again guilty of the fallacy of the stolen concept. Where did he get and what does he mean by such concepts as illusion or hallucination, without the existence of any valid perception of reality, from which illusions and hallucinations can then be distinguished? It is clear from all these examples that the mystic's basic motive is the desire for a causeless consciousness, a consciousness without any specific means of awareness. Their position, in essence, is as follows. Since man perceives reality by some finite, specific, identifiable means that function in a specific manner, this proves that he can never know reality. If somehow he could be aware of reality directly, without any means whatever, then and then alone could he be certain that his awareness of reality was valid and correct. Observe the ultimate paradox of this argument. The mystics regard man's sense organs not as the means, but rather as the obstacle to knowledge. If only you would destroy your eyes, your ears, and the rest of your senses, they tell you, you would achieve perfect knowledge. And that precisely is what they struggle to make you do by philosophical means. Now, finally, let us consider what precisely a mystic is. Mysticism is the claim to a non-sensory, non-rational form of knowledge. When an individual rejects reason as a standard of judgment, only one alternative standard and only one alternative psychological category remain to him, whether he chooses to acknowledge it or not: his feelings. A mystic is a man who treats his feelings as tools of cognition. He knows he's right, he declares in justification of any assertion because he feels he's right. He describes this process of acquiring knowledge as revelation or intuition or transcendental awareness, none of which concepts he is able objectively to define or communicate, which proves their superiority, he claims, to the kind of concepts that can be defined and communicated, since he contends the rationally intelligible is inferior to the rationally unintelligible. Scorning the senses and the intellect as limited, deceptive, and unreliable, he answers the request for an explanation of how he knows what he claims to know with the assertion that he just knows it, which means he just feels it. The basic formula of his credo, the formula to be repeated in answer to all questions or objections, is: one either feels it or one doesn't, more classically expressed as: to those who understand, no explanation is necessary. To those who do not, none is possible. But the rejection of reason is the rejection of reality. And just as the mystics claim to perceive by a means other and higher than reason, so they claim to perceive a reality other and higher than the reality perceived by reason. A special non-describable dimension known only to the elite who share their special non-describable powers. It is worth observing in how many crucial respects the attitude of a mystic is paralleled by the attitude of a schizophrenic. A mystic refuses to be constricted by the laws of identity or causality. So does a schizophrenic. A mystic believes in the possibility of contradictions and miracles. So does a schizophrenic. A mystic claims to hear inner voices that provide him with absolutely reliable, not to be questioned information. So does a schizophrenic. A mystic feels that his feelings are an infallible guide to truth. So does a schizophrenic. But a schizophrenic's feelings are not valid, insist the mystics, whereas the mystics are. He can be certain of this, he assures us, because he feels it. When a mystic declares that he possesses a sixth sense which reveals information denied to men's other five, when he declares that his relation to ordinary men is like their relation to a man who is blind, the facts he evades are these: that the faculty of sight is the property of a specific material organ whose existence is objectively demonstrable, but the mystic's alleged faculty is not; that the knowledge provided by man's sight does not contradict and undercut the knowledge perceived by his other senses, but the knowledge a mystic claims to perceive does. One can communicate one's knowledge to a blind man by translating it into terms his senses can grasp. One does not demand that he sacrifice his senses, ignore their evidence, and walk through a wall declared to be non-existent by those who are able to see. One does not demand of a blind man that he violate his reason and accept the logically contradictory as true. One does not demand of a blind man that he substitute his feelings for his brain. A feeling is not a tool of cognition, and it is not a standard of truth. A man can feel that anything is true. He can feel that his wife does not love him. He can feel that he deserves a raise in wages. He can feel that the world is persecuting him. He can feel that Martians are controlling his behavior by electric currents from outer space. He can feel that he is the personal agent of a supernatural power, and he can feel that his favorite horse is going to win in tomorrow's race. The fact that he feels these things does not make them true. If feelings were the standard of truth, two men whose feelings led them to opposite beliefs about the same fact could both be right. Contradictions could exist, but A is A, and just as reality is not determined by what one believes, so it is not determined by what one feels. The mind, not the heart, is man's only tool of cognition, and reason, not feeling, is his only standard of truth. In a consciousness that is free of conflict and of any desire for the irrational, that which a man knows is true and right, he will also feel to be true and right. But it is not his feelings that provide the sanction of his convictions, it is reality. Faith is the acceptance of an idea as true in the absence of objective reasons or in defiance of objective reasons to the contrary. Faith is the equation of feeling with knowledge. It is not the acceptance of an idea on the basis of incorrect reasons, it is the belief that reasons are unnecessary. In defense of assertions not defensible in logic, the mystic Tertullian writes, quote, "It is believable because it is absurd, it is certain because it is impossible." Close quote. Faith is the willful invalidation of one's consciousness, the willful surrender of one's reason, and it is faith, not judgment, that every mystic demands. It is beliefs, not convictions, that he offers. One must first believe in order that one may then know, writes Augustine. It is blindness, not sight, that a mystic upholds as the precondition of understanding. Whatever the circumstances or conditions, whoever accepts the validity of faith, whoever allows the possibility of a single issue in which the judgment of the intellect may be subordinated to other claims, is committed to the basic premise of mysticism, which means to the anti-mind, which means to the destruction of the human tool of survival. The full extent to which the mystics' views are shared fundamentally by the neo-mystics of modern philosophy, who profess to be his opponents, is revealed in the belief of both that the acceptance of the absolutism of reason ultimately rests on an act of faith. Both schools agree that the validity of reason cannot be proven, and they differ only in that the neo-mystics claim to have faith in reason, whereas the self-admitted mystics do not. To demand that the validity of reason be proven is to be guilty of the same contradiction as to demand that existence or the axioms of logic be proven, the fallacy of the stolen concept. Proof and validity presuppose reason. Reason is that which makes proof possible and demonstrates validity. Faith and reason is a contradiction in terms. Faith is a concept that acquires and can possess meaning only in contradistinction to reason. Faith cannot antecede reason, it cannot provide the grounds for the acceptance of reason, it is the revolt against reason. Faith means belief in the absence of reasons. The mystic's question, why should I accept reason, has only one intelligible meaning. Why should I accept reality? Why should I accept existence? The first contradiction in such a question is that any demand for a why concedes the premise of reason. One is demanding a rational explanation. The second contradiction is that the only alternative to existence is non-existence, and non-existence does not exist. It is not a something that competes with existence, it is nothing. And one cannot accept a nothing, one can merely blind oneself to a something. One cannot reject existence, one can merely cease to exist. This side of the grave, there is but one ultimate form of rejecting existence and refusing to be constrained by it: psychosis. One can destroy one's life or one's consciousness, but one cannot escape the fact that existence exists. Because reason is man's basic tool of survival, because reality is objective, because a process of thought can tell man how to grow food or build a dam, but a mystical intuition cannot. It can only leave him to starve or to survive as a parasite on those who choose to think. Because the rejection of reason is the rejection of existence, the conflict between rationality and mysticism is the issue of life or death. Ladies and gentlemen, in approaching the subject of this evening's lecture, the question of the existence of God, I must confess to a certain feeling of embarrassment. It seems rather incongruous to have to debate in the 20th century in an air-conditioned, electrically illuminated room through a microphone a belief which, at least since the time that he emerged from the cave, has been singularly unbecoming to man. But the belief in God has not disappeared along with the belief in witches and demons, as it should have centuries ago. And the disastrous consequences of this belief are such as to necessitate our discussing the issue tonight. In a crucial sense, this lecture differs from all the lectures that precede and follow it. It is concerned primarily with the analysis of an error, with the analysis of a belief which is not true. The other lectures are all primarily positive, in that they are concerned with establishing that which is true. They are concerned with affirming, not with negating. But this concern with the negative is necessary in the name of and in the defense of the highest of positives. It is necessary in the name of and in the defense of man's mind. For I shall demonstrate that faith in God implies and necessitates the invalidation and the undercutting of man's consciousness. In the 3 preceding lectures, I have discussed the fact that reason and faith are irreconcilable opposites. I have stated that reason is the means by which man acquires knowledge of reality, that man's knowledge has a hierarchical structure, that wider and more complex concepts rest and depend on earlier, simpler concepts, and that the total has to be integrated into a non-contradictory whole if it is to represent a true and valid knowledge of reality. And that this can be done only if all of man's knowledge, everything that he accepts as true, is derived from the observation of reality. In order for an idea or concept to be integrated into man's consciousness and the sum of his knowledge, certain conditions are necessary. First, the concept must be clearly grasped and firmly defined. Second, one must know the reasons for holding that concept, the reasons that validate it. third, the concept must never be closed to further scrutiny or examination. It must never be held exempt from rational judgment, meaning it must never be held exempt from the facts of reality. But if one introduces an arbitrary element into one's consciousness, if one introduces into one's knowledge and convictions an idea that one holds without rational justification, an idea which is not derived from reality and which is not subject to rational examination, that is, an idea accepted on faith, why then no further integration is possible. Such an idea cannot be placed within a logical hierarchy or structure of concepts. It acts to paralyze the thinking process by setting up irreconcilable conflicts. Faith is the acceptance of an idea without evidence or proof, without sensory evidence or logical demonstration. Because no idea taken on faith can be rationally integrated but can only leave the total of one's premises in a state of unresolved contradiction, the introduction of any idea taken on faith results in the total undercutting of man's knowledge. Because man's power of integration has been sabotaged, man in effect loses the capacity to be certain of anything. And further, man is forced to feel that reason and thinking are superfluous. If reason is not the only means of perceiving reality, if one can gain knowledge by some other method, then man has no cause to maintain the rigorous, exacting discipline of rational thought, since some other means of information may contradict and negate these results at any time and in any issue. This is what Galt meant when he said that the alleged shortcut to knowledge, which is faith, is only a short circuit destroying the mind. Now, these considerations apply to any act of faith, regardless of the specific content of the idea that a man might decide to accept on faith. The efficacy of his consciousness would be impaired even if it were a true idea that a man accepted on faith. That is, accepted without understanding, without the necessary chain of proof, without first-hand knowledge or logical conviction. But the damage to his consciousness becomes multiplied many times when he accepts ideas on faith that contradict reality and therefore contradict and undercut the rest of his knowledge, any rational knowledge he may possess or ever acquire. By attempting to grasp, to hold, to deal with the rationally unintegratable, the contradictory, the unintelligible, man's consciousness is forced to turn against itself, to invalidate its own power of sight, to pronounce itself impotent, impotent by nature. A more terrifying conflict cannot be projected or imagined, yet that is the conflict to which men condemn themselves when they accept faith in God, or any form of faith in the supernatural. Let us examine the concept of God and observe some of its striking implications for man's consciousness. To begin with, those who profess to believe in God are unable to identify or communicate intelligibly what it is that they believe in. What is the nature, the identity of God? What is the meaning of the concept? God is something, they say, only I don't know what it is. They claim to believe in it, nevertheless. No philosophy, theology, or religion has ever given a rationally intelligible definition or even description of the nature of God, or any intelligible content to the concept God. Observe that I said intelligible. A great many descriptions have been offered, and a great many attributes have been ascribed to God, but they are of a kind that represents a negation and a mockery of man's consciousness, as well as of everything known to him in reason about the nature of reality. For instance, God, claim the mystics, is infinite. What does it mean to be infinite? It means to possess no limits, to possess no specific, determinate, finite number of attributes, no specific, particular, identifiable qualities. It means to be nothing in particular. But to be nothing in particular is not to be. Existence is identity. To assert that an infinite being exists is to assert that something can exist that possesses no identity, that is nothing in particular. To accept the existence of a being who possesses no identity, one has to reject the law of identity. But to reject the law of identity is to reject the total of one's grasp of reality. Thus, the concept of an infinite God is the destruction of man's concept of existence, of being. God, claim the mystics, is pure spirit or pure consciousness. What do they mean by spirit? Well, in rational terms, the concept spirit is intelligible and simply means man's consciousness. Consciousness in rational terms means the faculty of awareness possessed by a specific material living entity. But this is not what the mystics mean. By pure spirit, they mean a non-material entity, and by pure consciousness, they mean a faculty without any entity to which it belongs. What is a non-material entity? The mystics have no identification for it and no definition, no concept except the negation of man's concept. Non-material means simply non-anything you know. Spirit, in the mystics' terms, is not something specific or identifiable. Its nature is precisely that it cannot be identified. It is not to be grasped by man. It is not merely different from matter, it is the metaphysical opposite of matter. It is that which matter is not. To grasp it, you must reject everything which you do grasp and replace it with the concept of that which is not what I grasp. In terms of man's consciousness, to grasp means to understand, to identify. The definition of spirit offered by the mystics is, in effect, that which is not to be identified by man. The same epistemological devastation is performed by the mystics' concept of pure consciousness. Man's concept of consciousness is a faculty belonging to a specific being who possesses specific means of awareness, such as sense organs, nerves, a brain, which make it possible for him to be aware of reality in the form of sensations, perceptions, conceptions. But the mystic's concept of pure consciousness is a faculty without an entity, a faculty that exists by itself and is conscious without any specific means of awareness. An action without an entity that acts. The action of an unlimited entity, unlimited by any specific means. This is not only the destruction of the law of identity, but also the acceptance of the one epistemological method which destroys a rational consciousness, the dropping of context. Logic, man's means of cognition, requires the preservation of the full context of every concept man forms. To accept the idea of a pure consciousness, man must drop the context, the meaning, the root of consciousness as he knows it, and replace it with the idea of a consciousness which is not what I know or mean or grasp. Thus, the doctrine of God is pure consciousness is the destruction of the concept of consciousness. God, claim the mystics, is omnipotent. What does omnipotent mean? It means that God can do anything. Since the actions possible to an entity are determined by the nature of the entity that acts, for God to be unrestricted in action, he would have to be unrestricted in identity. and this would mean that he possesses no identity. If God is omnipotent, not only does he possess no identity, but neither does anything else possess identity. Think about that. God can do anything to any entity, and he can make any entity do anything, regardless of the entity's nature, which is tantamount to saying that the entity has no nature. Anything goes. Anything is possible. If miracles can happen, reality is fluid, arbitrary, unpredictable, unknowable. A miracle is the rationally impossible. If God is omnipotent, contradictions have to be possible. This raises a number of questions, the sole meaning of which is a mockery of man's reason. For example, it has been asked, can God tie a knot that he cannot untie? Or can God create a mountain that he cannot climb over? The answer given by the mystics is, you must not try to understand, you must believe. You must believe that that which is inconceivable to you is possible, and that that which you do conceive of, such as specific identifiable entities, can be negated and dissolved by miracle at any moment. Thus, the concept that God is omnipotent destroys the law of identity and the law of causality. God, claim the mystics, is omniscient. To be omniscient means to know everything, past, present, and future. Observe that the attribute of omniscience is necessitated by the attribute of omnipotence. In order for God to be able to do anything, he would have to know everything. But observe also that the attributes of omnipotence and omniscience contradict each other. In order for God to know everything, everything would have to be fated and predetermined. But if everything were fated and predetermined, it could not be changed. And if it could not be changed, this is a limitation on God's potency, and he is not omnipotent. Here again, the mystic will tell you, don't think, don't examine, don't wonder, don't question, believe. The concept of omniscience is the secret wish fulfillment of every mystic. To acquire one's knowledge by a process of struggle and effort is abhorrent to the mystic. But to know everything, to know it instantaneously and without effort, to know it causelessly without any specific means of knowing it, or acquiring one's knowledge, or holding one's knowledge, this is the mystic's passionate dream. The concept of omniscience is a psychological monument to the mystic's hatred of effort. Finally, the mystics claim that God is all good. This means that he is incapable of evil. This poses a number of problems. The first is, if he is incapable of evil, how can he be omnipotent? Or consider another problem. Consider what is meant by the concept good. The concept of good or evil can pertain only to a being who has the power of choice. Morality applies only to entities who have a choice of action. If a robot were constructed for a certain job which it executed flawlessly because it was so designed by a scientist, you would not call it a virtuous robot. You would know that the robot has no power of choice and that it does only what it has to do. But if God is incapable of choosing evil, then he is as amoral as that robot. If God has no power to choose evil, if by nature he must always and automatically choose the good, then he is outside the concept of morality, and his actions cannot be described as either good or evil. The doctrine of God is all good creates an enormous problem which the mystics have never been able to solve. It is known as the problem of evil, and it consists of the question, if God is omnipotent and all good, why does he allow evil to exist in the world? The philosopher Epicurus expressed this problem thus: either God would remove evil out of this world and cannot, or he can and will not, or he has not the power nor will, or lastly, he has both the power and will. If he has the will and not the power, this shows weakness, which is contrary to the nature of God. If he has the power and not the will, it is malignity, and this is no less contrary to his nature. And if he is neither able nor willing, he is both impotent and malignant, and consequently cannot be God. And if he is both willing and able, which alone is consonant with the nature of God, whence comes evil, or why does he not prevent it? Theologians have been painfully aware of this problem, and they have offered a number of answers. The most common answer is that man's limited intellect cannot grasp the mystery. That God, in fact, works for good purposes, but the purposes are of a kind which man's reason cannot grasp. So, if we see innocents slaughtered by the millions and the seemingly evil prosper, and if it seems to us that we are witnessing something evil, why, it is only an illusion. It is not evil. By God's standard, it is good. If you see your loved ones being tortured and murdered, do not dare consider it evil. Do not dare pass any moral judgment. It merely seems evil from your limited viewpoint. It serves a good end from God's viewpoint, which you cannot grasp and must not question. If God willed it to be so, who are you to call it evil or to protest? Thus, the doctrine of God is all good is, ladies and gentlemen, the destruction of morality. Observe that the mystic's answer to all the problems and contradictions involved in the concept of God is, your mind cannot conceive of it. If your mind cannot conceive of the irrational, the contradictory, the senseless, the impossible, it is your mind that must take the blame. The ultimate brain killer is the mystic's claim that God is unknowable. Do not confuse the concept of unknowable with the concept of unknown. Unknown merely means something not known at present or not known to you. But unknowable means that which can never be known, that which by its nature cannot be known. The most consistent theory of the mystics pertaining to God as the unknowable is that of a theological school known as negative theology. The negative theologians insisted that one cannot possibly say what God is, because to ascribe any attributes to him is to limit him, and this amounts to an impertinence. One must not say that God is finite, that would limit him. One must not say that God is infinite, that would limit him also, since it forbids him to be finite. One must not say that he is all good, because that implies that he cannot be bad. One must not say that he is good and bad, because that forbids the possibility of his being exclusively one. One must not say that he is omniscient, because that forbids the possibility of his being fallible. One must not say that he is fallible, because that forbids the possibility of his being omniscient. Well, here in this theory you can observe the full, open, explicit meaning and purpose of the mystic's advocacy of faith in God. The hatred of man's mind and the desire to destroy it, to destroy all the cardinal concepts of man's reason, to destroy the base of man's consciousness, the law of identity, and to leave man on his belly as an abject idiot, staring in terror at a nightmare apparition which he dares not identify as either finite or infinite. The irrationality of those who profess a belief in God is not merely that they cannot adduce any evidence to support their belief, but that they cannot even specify what it is in which they claim to believe. The man who claims to have faith that he will win at cards can at least define what it is in which he has faith, in that sense that he knows what he means by winning at cards. But if he claims that he has faith in God, he cannot in any like sense specify what he means. He can identify God in effect only as a feeling. He has faith in a feeling. But since faith itself is only the worship of feelings, the man who declares to have faith in God is declaring that he has a feeling about a feeling, the feeling that his feeling is true. Thus, faith in God is mysticism 2 times over. It is an act of faith twice compounded. Let us now turn to an examination of the kind of facts of reality that, according to the mystics, justify or necessitate a belief in such a being as God. Perhaps the most well-known of such arguments goes as follows. Since everything in the universe requires a cause, must not the universe itself have a cause, which is God? This is best known as the first cause argument. Let us consider it. Since everything in the universe requires a cause, this argument goes, must not the universe itself have a cause, which is God? There are 2 fallacies in this argument. The first is the assumption that if the universe required a causal explanation, the positing of a God would provide it. To posit God as the creator of the universe is only to push the problem back 1 step farther. Who then created God? Was there a still earlier God who created the God in question? We are thus led to an infinite regress, the very dilemma that the positing of a God was intended to solve. But if it is argued that no one created God, that God does not require a cause, that God has existed eternally, then on what grounds is it denied that the universe has existed eternally? In other words, once one grasps the concept and necessity of something that always existed but that was not brought into existence, one has overthrown the need for the concept of God and can recognize that the universe has existed eternally. However, there is a second and more fundamental fallacy in this argument, and that is the assumption that the universe as a whole requires a causal explanation. It does not. What is the universe? The universe is the total of that which exists. Within the universe, the emergence of new entities can be explained in terms of the actions of entities that already exist. For example, the cause of a tree is the seed of the parent tree. The cause of a machine is the purposeful reshaping of matter by men. All actions presuppose the existence of entities, and all emergences of new entities presuppose the existence of entities that caused their emergence. All causality presupposes the existence of something that acts as a cause. To demand a cause for all of existence is to demand a contradiction. If the cause exists, it is part of existence. If it does not exist, it cannot be a cause. Nothing cannot be the cause of something. Nothing does not exist. Causality presupposes existence. Existence does not presuppose causality. There can be no cause outside of existence or anterior to it. The forms of existence may change and evolve, but the fact of existence is the irreducible primary at the base of all causal chains. Just as the concept of causality applies to events and entities within the universe, but not to the universe as a whole, so the concept of time applies to events and entities within the universe, but not to the universe as a whole. In other words, the universe did not begin. It did not at some point in time spring into being. Time is a measurement of motion. Motion presupposes entities that move. If nothing existed, there could be no time. Time is in the universe. The universe is not in time. The person who asks, "Where did existence come from?" or "What caused it?" is the man who has never grasped that existence exists. This is the mentality of a savage or a mystic who regards existence as some sort of incomprehensible miracle, and who seeks to explain it by reference to non-existence. Existence is all that exists. The non-existent does not exist. There is nothing for existence to have come out of, and nothing means nothing. If you are tempted to ask what's outside the universe, recognize that you are asking what's outside of existence, and that the idea of something outside of existence is a contradiction in terms. Nothing is outside of existence, and nothing is not just another kind of something, it is nothing. Existence exists. You cannot go outside it, you cannot get under it, on top of it, or behind it. Existence exists, and only existence exists. There is nowhere else to go. Now, turning to another well-known argument that claims to justify the belief in a God, let us consider the so-called argument from design. This argument goes as follows. Observe the perfect order in the universe. Observe the clock-like regularity of the motion of the planets. Observe the progression of the seasons. Observe how conveniently man is made. He requires oxygen for his survival, and he has lungs. Surely there has to exist a master designer who arranged and planned all this. How else can such an order be explained? Well, let us analyze what it means to state that the universe has order. Observe that this is merely declaring, if one thinks about it, that A is A, though such is scarcely the mystic's intention. What alternative to an ordered universe would a mystic envision? Everything that exists is something, after all. It is what it is, and it can only do that which it can do. An acorn is an acorn, and under appropriate conditions will always grow into an oak. An oak, however, will never shrink back into an acorn. Is this the mysterious regularity that the mystic needs God to explain? The laws of identity and causality make it fully intelligible. We don't need reference to a supernatural entity. The alternative to an ordered universe would be a chaotic universe, meaning a universe where oaks did shrink back into acorns, and then into college professors, and then into cloud formations. A chaotic universe is a universe without identity or causality. Such a universe is impossible, except to the mind of a mystic who has never grasped that A is A, and who looks with wonder on the fact that winter always comes after fall and before spring, rather than sometimes coming after spring and before summer. As for the argument about how wonderfully and conveniently man is made, it is only necessary to observe that he wouldn't be here if he weren't. There were species, after all, whose bodily structure was not so convenient and who consequently died out. Would a mystic explain them as a slip-up on God's part? Obviously, the only species we are familiar with are those whose structure is such as to permit them to survive. Those whose structure is not such are not here for us to study. Still, a third argument, closely related to the argument from design, is the argument from life. According to this argument, the proof of God's existence is said to be found in the fact of the existence of life. In mathematical terms, claim the mystics, the possibility that life could have arisen by accident, by chance, is so inconceivably remote as to be virtually impossible. Therefore, the mystics conclude life must have arisen by design, therefore God. This argument rests on offering man two alternatives, both of which are equally irrational and untenable. The two alternatives being that either life came into being by chance or by design. In the metaphysical sense, there is no such thing as chance. In a universe of identity and causality, there are no literal accidents. Chance is a concept pertaining not to reality but to human knowledge, and in a manner of speaking, to a state of ignorance. Men say that an event happens by chance only because they do not know why in fact the event did happen. To give a simple illustration, if I throw a coin in the air, we may say that it is only a matter of chance whether it lands heads or tails. But actually, there are very strict scientific laws that will determine on which side the coin does land, depending upon a number of factors, such as the angle which it is thrown, the velocity, etc., etc. It's not a matter of chance, strictly speaking. It's only chance from the point of view of human knowledge. Another sense in which men sometimes speak of chance is that we say two men met by chance, meaning an event that took place not by someone's conscious intention. But that really is irrelevant to the concept of chance as discussed here. What I want to repeat is that in the metaphysical sense, chance is really a senseless concept. To realize, however, that neither life nor anything else happens by chance is not to conclude that things happen by design. Here again, mystics reveal their failure to understand the laws of identity and causality. That which happens in the universe happens by necessity, by the intrinsic natures of the entities involved. Whether life is some primary element that has always existed, or whether it arose out of a combination of other elements in a manner yet unknown, is a question really quite irrelevant to our purpose here. What is relevant is our understanding that the concept of chance has no metaphysical validity whatever, and that the rational alternative is a recognition of the full meaning and implications of the law of identity, not the positing of some mystical supernatural designer. Now, the attempt to explain events in the universe by means of a God is very, very old. It doubtless goes back far, far into prehistory. Many years ago, while still in college, Leonard Peikoff wrote a rather interesting paper on this subject, from which I would like to quote. Quote, "In what manner was the concept of the divine first formed? Its first appearance was in primitive societies and civilizations. The first form of the concept of the divine was polytheism. Primitive man, living thousands of years before modern science, could not explain why the Nile overflowed at the same time each year. He accepted as an explanation that there was a god of the Nile who directed and controlled its activities. He could not explain why lightning occurred when it did. He accepted the existence of a god of lightning as an explanation. He could not understand why he sometimes won his battles and sometimes lost them. There was, he concluded, a god of war who controls and determines the outcome of battles. Firmly entrenched in the methodology of the primitive man was the following premise. If one does not understand the cause of an event, if one cannot account for it, attribute the cause to a being who controls this kind of phenomenon, and call such a being the god of this phenomenon. By this process, the earth was soon populated with hundreds of separate gods, and the population grew as each separate country began to establish its own particular gods. There were Egyptian gods of war, Hebrew gods of war, Babylonian gods of war, and so on for lightning, vegetation, the sun, the moon, the oceans, etc., etc. Although these gods were anthropomorphically conceived in that they had material bodies, could be good and evil, and were finite, They nevertheless were thought to surpass man in two respects. They had more knowledge than man, and they had more power than he. Man did not know about lightning, but the god of lightning did know. Man could not make the Nile overflow, but the god of the Nile had that power. And so developed two characteristics which were to remain associated with the concept of God until the present day. Gods have knowledge of and power over the aspects of nature which are theirs. It is perhaps unnecessary to comment at this point upon the invalidity of the methodology of the primitive man. My only reason for doing so is that many people today believe in a God of life for the same reasons. They believe that, since man cannot yet account for the process by which life was born on earth, it is necessary to explain life to believe in a God who created it. But this methodology, whether employed by primitive man or by moderns, is irrational. When one asks for the explanation of an event, one asks, what is the cause and how does it produce the effect in question? Thus, if one asks for the explanation of lightning, it is an answer to the question to state that certain subatomic particles in the atmosphere, having a certain amount of energy, are made under certain conditions of temperature and pressure to release some of their energy, which released energy then appears to the human eye as a flash of light in the sky. It is not an explanation to state that God caused lightning. Such a response leaves the question unanswered. It merely states that something caused lightning by some means, but it does not state what is the cause nor how it operated. That something causes an event is known in advance. To ask for an explanation is to ask what in particular caused the event and by what means did it do so. Explanation via gods is not explanation. But this primitive methodology over the course of centuries became very firmly entrenched in the minds of men. It became indeed so firmly entrenched that the abstract philosopher, when he appeared on the scene of history, employed it in the identical manner that the primitive Egyptian had. The province of the abstract philosopher is existence as a whole. He is not concerned merely with lightning, oceans, or human psychology. His object of thought is the universe. The primitive man asked, what created lightning? The abstract philosopher asks, what created the universe? The primitive man asked, what is the explanation of lightning? The abstract philosopher asked, what is the explanation of the universe? The primitive man asked, what runs lightning? The abstract philosopher asked, what runs the universe? The primitive man answered all of his questions with the word God. So did the abstract philosopher. The belief that God explains the universe is in the identical epistemological category with the belief that God explains lightning. Both reflect the epistemology of the primitive man of thousands of years ago. The arguments traditionally offered for the existence of God all are reflections on a cosmic scale of the methodology employed by ancient Mesopotamians when they explained floods by attributing them to the god Enlil. This was the approach that led ultimately to the specific characteristics attributed to God by philosophers and theologians. The god of lightning was conceived anthropomorphically as possessing a material body. But the god of the universe could not be thought of as merely another object in the universe. It was necessary for him to be crucially different from anything in the universe, to be non-material, in a word, to be spiritual. The god of lightning needed to possess only limited knowledge, the knowledge of lightning. But the god of everything needed to know everything, in a word, to be omniscient. The god of lightning needed to have only limited power over lightning. But the God of all existence needed to have power over all existence, to be omnipotent. The God of lightning could be thought of as limited and finite, for he needed only limited knowledge and power. But the God of the universe was omnipotent and omniscient, and so must be conceived as unlimited and infinite. It was not uncomfortable to conceive of the God of lightning as being capable of evil, for he could be held in check by the gods of thunder and rain. But it is terrifying if the omnipotent, omniscient God of the universe can behave as a monster, and so he was conceived of as all good. It is in this manner, in essence, that the concept of God was formed, a concept which has profoundly influenced over 20 centuries of Western civilization. Close quote. Now I want to take up the question of agnosticism. What is the objectivist view of this position concerning the question of God? Perhaps I will startle some of you by saying at the outset that of any position one might take concerning the question of the existence of God, agnosticism is epistemologically the least tenable. Agnosticism is the refusal to commit oneself one way or the other concerning the existence of God. Now, in judging this policy, it is necessary to remember that no theist has ever been able to adduce evidence in support of his belief in God. That all of the theists' alleged proofs, such as the argument from a first cause, the argument from design, the ontological argument, etc., have been refuted by philosophers many times. That no theist has ever succeeded even in providing an intelligible and non-contradictory definition of what he means by God, and that, as a consequence, one can believe in God only as an act of faith. Faith is the acceptance of ideas without sensory evidence or rational proof. A man of reason does not accept ideas on faith. He knows that all of one's conclusions must be based on and derived from the facts of reality. He is, therefore, an atheist. His position is this: I accept or consider only that for which there is rational evidence. If a theist wishes to assert the existence of God, the burden of proof is on him. But I do not regard his feeling that God exists as relevant or admissible to a rational discussion. The position of the theist and the atheist, then, is unequivocal and clear-cut. The theist, in the absence of rational grounds for believing in God, believes in God on faith. The atheist, in the absence of rational grounds for believing in God, does not believe in God. In logic, these two positions exhaust the possibilities. Agnosticism is not a third position, it is the evasion of a position. To understand the nature and motive of this evasion, consider the argument that the agnostic offers in self-justification. He states in effect, granted that the existence of God cannot be proved, neither can it be disproved. One cannot prove that God does not exist. All we can say is that we do not know whether or not God exists, and perhaps we can never know. Atheism is as much an act of faith as theism. Observe this, then. An agnostic does not distinguish between, but rather he treats as equally valid an atheist's demand for reasons and a theist's assertion of his feelings. An atheist's refusal to believe that for which no evidence exists is classified by the agnostic as an act of faith. What the agnostic demands of the atheist is proof of a negative, proof of the non-existence of God. But it is impossible to prove a negative and irrational to demand it. Proving a negative means proving the non-existence of that for which no evidence of any kind exists. Proof, logic, reason, thinking, knowledge pertain to and deal only with that which exists. They cannot be applied to that which does not exist. Nothing can be relevant or applicable to the non-existent. The non-existent is nothing. A positive statement based on facts that have been erroneously interpreted can be refuted, by means of exposing the errors in the interpretation of the facts. Such refutation is the disproving of a positive, not the proving of a negative. As an example of the irrationality of the demand for proof of a negative, project the following situation. Suppose that you attend a gathering with a friend. At this gathering, a stranger suddenly confronts you and charges you with having committed a murder. You indignantly deny it, but the stranger insistently repeats his charge. What murder? You demand. Your accuser does not answer. Who was killed? You demand. Your accuser does not answer. Why do you suspect me? You demand. Your accuser smiles slyly and answers, I believe that you have committed a murder. Can you prove that you didn't? You turn away and see that the friend with whom you came in is looking at you tensely. You cry to him, You don't believe I'm a murderer, do you? Your friend answers nervously, No, of course not. Of course I don't. I mean, he hasn't given any evidence that you're a murderer, he's just asserted it. But, on the other hand, you haven't proved you're not a murderer, have you? I guess I'd have to say I don't know whether you're a murderer or not. Thereafter, your friend is very fair and conscientious. He makes it clear to everyone that he does not believe that you are a murderer. He is, he explains, an agnostic in the matter. If you were the victim of such a nightmare, you would feel that some monstrous injustice, specifically an epistemological injustice, had been perpetrated against you, and you would be right. That is the evil of uttering an arbitrary claim and offering as its sole defense the challenge, prove that it isn't so. In the pursuit of knowledge, there is no place for whims. Every claim, statement, or proposition has to be based on the facts of reality. Nothing may be claimed causelessly, groundlessly, arbitrarily. Even a hypothesis has to have some factual basis, some factual evidence indicating that it might be true. A hypothesis based on nothing but a blind guess is not admissible into rational consideration. Reason deals only with that which exists. Any hypothesis or supposition that some hitherto unknown fact may exist has to be based on the evidence of facts known to exist. Rational demonstration and appeal to facts is necessary to support even the claim that a thing is possible. It is a breach of logic to assert that that which has not been proven to be impossible is therefore possible. An absence does not constitute proof of anything. Nothing can be derived from nothing. The theist believes in the existence of God without reason. The agnostic believes in the possibility of God's existence without reason. But the theist, who openly bases his belief on faith, is closer to reality in one respect. He does not pretend to be rational. The motive of the agnostic is not difficult to discern. It consists of the following premise. If anyone asserts anything, regardless of whether or not he offers reasons, who am I to judge the truth or falsehood of his claim, particularly if it is a claim voiced by a great many people? Why do I have to take a stand? I'll only antagonize them. Better play it safe and commit myself to nothing. The agnostic grants respectful consideration to the assertion of God's existence, not because he has any rational grounds for doing so, but usually because millions of people profess theism, and he dreads to assume the responsibility of judging them as entirely wrong. When a person makes an assertion for which no rational grounds are given, his statement is, epistemologically speaking, without cognitive content. It is as though nothing had been said. This is equally true if the assertion is made by 2 billion people. Now I want to turn to a consideration of some of the motives behind the mystics' views. The nature of the mystics' values and ideals is most obviously explicitly clear, perhaps, in their projection of heaven. I think that dream of theirs tells one a great deal about them psychologically. Heaven, as their dream of a perfect existence, is a place where men will live in total passivity, where no choice, no action, no thought will be necessary, where everything will be provided for them and everything will be taken care of, where they will experience automatic happiness without lifting a finger or stirring a single brain cell, which they no longer will have to have. It is the same kind of ideal as the Garden of Eden, which the mystics project as the utopia man has lost in punishment for the sin of disobedience, for acting on his own judgment. Heaven is the projection of a state of existence that would be unbearable to any human being, to the exact extent to which he was human, meaning rational. It is a state of total stagnation where no choices and therefore no purposes and therefore no achievements would be possible. Only a confirmed parasite could desire such a state as an ideal fulfillment, a parasite who does not mind seeing himself as a contented cow, an ethereal contented cow. Heaven is the dream universe of non-effort. Faith in the supernatural is the desire to defy the natural. The supernatural does not mean that which exists in nature but is still unknown. It means that which contradicts the laws of nature, that which is impossible by those laws and defies them. Do not be misled by some mystics who, when cornered in an argument, will claim that their alleged sixth sense consists merely of a special vision which somehow perceives perfectly natural, rationally explicable phenomena ahead of the scientists. Some mystics will argue that there was a time when men did not perceive electricity and did not know it existed, but they know it now. So in the same way, you are not yet able to perceive the existence of God, but someday it will be proved. That day, ladies and gentlemen, if it ever could come, which it couldn't, is what the mystic would dread most. It is not proofs that mystics seek, but an escape from the necessity of proving anything, meaning an escape from reason. If the mystic's sixth sense were merely a form of advanced perception of a natural reality, they would work to translate their visions into natural rational terms that would be intelligible to their less fortunate non-mystical brothers. They would work to integrate their visions without contradictions into our objective concepts of a natural reality, which conspicuously is not what they do. And more, they would not denounce reason with such virulent, passionate hatred. They would not pounce upon every opportunity manufactured by themselves to gloat over the alleged impotence of man's mind. Rational men do not gloat over the infirmity of a blind man, over his lack of the sense of sight. And of course, no sixth or seventh or eighth sense could ever give anyone any evidence that would contradict the total of the evidence of the rest of his senses, as the mystic's alleged faculty does in relation to the evidence of reason. If God existed, if it were possible for some kind of super being of the universe to exist, and if the day came when his existence were rationally, scientifically proved, so that he would become an intelligible natural part of an intelligible natural reality, that day would see the end of all present religions and mystic cults. Not that they would then turn into happy rationalists. No, they would then desert their God and invent a new super-God who would be unintelligible, unknowable, and supernatural. It is not understanding, knowledge, and nature. It is not reason and reality that the mystic seeks or aspires to. In his book entitled Irrational Man, Professor William S. Barrett an arch advocate of mysticism of the existentialist variety, writes as follows, quote, "In any case, God as the object of a rigorous demonstration, even supposing such a demonstration was forthcoming, would have nothing to do with the living needs of religion. He would become as neutral an entity as the abstract circle or triangle about which geometricians reason." It is here that Pascal raises his famous outcry, "Not the God of the philosophers, but the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob," unquote. In his book, Systematic Theology, Paul Tillich, one of the most prominent of modern theologians, writes, quote, "It is as atheistic to affirm the existence of God as to deny it. God is being itself, not a being," unquote. Now, I don't want to imply that all men who believe in God are as irrational as the foregoing. The kind of motives I have been indicating here belong to avowed philosophical mystics, this profound animosity toward reason. As to average men, they may believe in God without so profound and total a commitment to anti-reason. But whatever a man's degree of knowledge, confusion, or evasion, some part of the anti-reason motive, some part of an anti-reality premise, seems to be inescapably present at the root of the belief in God, consciously or subconsciously. For instance, a simple everyday example of escape from reality, which one encounters frequently among people who have never heard of philosophy, is the men who turn to a belief in God because they are afraid of life, afraid to stand on their own feet and face the universe with nothing but the judgment of their own mind to direct their actions and their effort. Such men find solace, comfort, and support in the belief that an omnipotent supernatural being is looking after them, watching their progress and perhaps lending a helping hand. This is obviously the emotional projection of a person who had enjoyed and never outgrown the state of childhood dependence, who dreads adult responsibility and longs for the protection of a wise, benevolent father. Another example of a widespread form of escape from reality is the people who turn to a belief in God because of a profound personal unhappiness. In the world of today, and in the world that has existed throughout most of human history, I'm afraid, there are many reasons why a person might become convinced that life on earth is unbearable and hopeless and that he can never achieve any happiness, that he is doomed to nothing but pain and frustration. Although such a conviction is mistaken, certainly not all the people who reach it are motivated by evil considerations, evil motives, etc. Some people might be the cause of their own unhappiness, others might be victims, the majority undoubtedly are part each. But whatever their reasons, many unhappy people seek consolation in a belief in God, in order to feel that some form of happiness may still be possible to them somewhere, in order to hope that something better may exist beyond the gray hopelessness of their own lives. People who are lonely may find emotional support in the idea that God is their friend, in the same way as a lonely child invents an imaginary playmate to talk to. People who feel bewildered by others and misunderstood find emotional support in the idea that God understands them. People who have been hurt and have suffered injustices find emotional relief in the idea that they are not alone to know their own innocence, that a wise, omniscient God of justice knows it too. People who are worn out by disgust and contempt for the men they see around them may find inspiration in the mere projection of God as a wise, rational, just, and benevolent being, thus granting to a supernatural entity the place and the emotional meaning which belong to a moral ideal, to the image of an ideal man. Perhaps the most vicious and the most cruel fraud of mysticism is perpetrated against such people. Such people are not evil. They are the most tragic victims of mysticism. They do not realize that to relieve their pain, they are taking the very poison that had caused it. And by doing so, they are making any relief, any solution of their problems impossible. The advocates of mysticism do their best to convince men that life on earth is hopeless, that man is depraved, and that nothing but misery can be expected by anyone. The essence of the mystic's view of man's metaphysical position, that is to say, of man's position in the universe by the very nature of things, is very powerfully conveyed in the following quotation from St. Augustine. Quote, "That the whole human race has been condemned in its first origin, this life itself, if life it is to be called, bears witness by the host of cruel ills with which it is filled. Is not this proved by the profound and dreadful ignorance which produces all the errors that enfold the children of Adam, and from which no man can be delivered without toil, pain, and fear? Is it not proved by his love of so many vain and hurtful things, which produces gnawing cares, disquiet, griefs, fears, wild joys, quarrels, lawsuits, wars, treasons, angers, hatreds, deceit, flattery, fraud, theft, robbery, perfidy, pride, ambition, envy, murders, parricides, cruelty, ferocity, wickedness, luxury, insolence, impudence, shamelessness, fornications, adulteries, incests, and the numberless uncleanlinesses and unnatural acts of both sexes, which it is shameful so much as to mention. Sacrileges, heresies, blasphemies, perjuries, oppressions of the innocent, calumnies, plots, falsehoods, false witnessings, unrighteous judgments, violent deeds, plunderings, and whatever similar wickedness has found its way into the lives of men, though it cannot find its way into the conception of pure minds. These are indeed the crimes of wicked men, yet they spring from that root of error and misplaced love which is born with every son of Adam. Who can describe, who can conceive the number and severity of the punishments which afflict the human race? Pains which are not only the accompaniment of the wickedness of godless men, but are a part of the human condition and the human misery. What fear and what grief are caused by bereavement and mourning, by losses and condemnations, by fraud and falsehood, by false suspicions and all the crimes and wicked deeds of other men. For at their hands we suffer robbery, captivity, chains, imprisonment, exile, torture, mutilation, loss of sight, the violation of chastity to satisfy the lust of the oppressor, and many other dreadful evils. What numberless casualties threaten our bodies from without, extremes of heat and cold, storms, floods, inundations, lightning, thunder, hail, earthquakes, houses falling, or from the stumbling or shying or vice of horses, from countless poisons in fruits, water, air, animals, from the painful or even deadly bites of wild animals, from the madness which a mad dog communicates, so that even the animal which of all others is most gentle and friendly to its own master becomes an object of intenser fear than a lion or dragon. What disasters are suffered by those who travel by land or sea? What man can go out of his own house without being exposed on all hands to unforeseen accidents? Returning home sound in limb, he slips on his own doorstep, breaks his leg, and never recovers. Is innocence a sufficient protection against the various assaults of demons? That no man might think so, even baptized infants, who are certainly unsurpassed in innocence, are sometimes so tormented that God, who permits it, teaches us hereby to bewail the calamities of this life and to desire the felicity of the life to come. As to bodily diseases, they are so numerous that they cannot all be contained even in medical books. And in very many or almost all of them, the curses and remedies are themselves tortures, so that men are delivered from a pain that destroys by a cure that pains. From this hell upon earth there is no escape, through the grace of the Savior Christ, our God and Lord." Unquote. The misery of the human situation seemed to Augustine the cardinal and most overwhelming fact of life on earth. Again quoting briefly, quote, "Let everyone then who thinks with pain on all these great evils, so horrible, so ruthless, acknowledge that this is misery. And if anyone either endures or thinks of them without mental pain, this is a more miserable plight still, for he thinks himself happy because he has lost human feeling." Unquote. It takes an unusually independent and philosophical mind to withstand the influence and pressures of a culture based, to any extent, on this kind of view of man's life and man's nature. Therefore, it is not so astonishing if, in the face of personal frustrations, troubles, problems, or sorrows, many people break down, concluding that life is hopeless as they had always heard it was, and give up, giving in to despair. At which point the mystics pounce upon them with offers of consolation, and the consolation consists of the advice not to struggle or hope, because nothing better is possible, at least not on earth. The mystics, quoting Galt, exist by running a protection racket, by making life on earth unbearable, then charging you for consolation and relief. The association or partnership or unholy alliance, if you will, between mysticism and suffering is too well known to need much proof. You have all heard such statements as, "Men need faith for consolation in their sorrows," or "Only faith can help you in your hour of need," or "There are no atheists in foxholes." And not many people have thought of inquiring whether the kindly gentlemen who offer you protection in such emergencies were the same ones who created the sorrows, the need, and the foxhole. Of all the arguments advocating faith in God, this last, the one pertaining to the foxhole, is perhaps the most disgraceful. That argument alone would be sufficient to make one reject such faith. It implies that terror is the normal metaphysical condition of man's existence and that he should choose his philosophical convictions accordingly. That he should prepare himself not for the achievement of happiness, but for the position of being helplessly delivered to destruction. That the symbol of his existence is not a skyscraper or an industrial plant, but a shell-torn battlefield. And that he should be motivated not by any love for values, not by any desire to achieve them, but by fear of destruction and by the desire to escape it. Now, you might want to ask, but disasters can and do happen in a man's life over which he has no control. What attitude should he take? The answer, first of all, is that he should not live his life in chronic expectation of unexpected disasters. A rational man will take every measure possible to him to avert any disaster that he can foresee and avert, but he does not spend his life hedging against disasters. And if he finds himself in some desperate situation beyond his power or control, where no action is possible to him, such as in a foxhole or in a sinking lifeboat or in the path of an avalanche, if he judges himself to be helpless, he will know that faking reality will not help. And this very refusal to indulge in any mystic pretense at hope will help to keep him fighting in any crisis or emergency, so long as any chance to succeed still exists. It will help to keep him from giving up too easily. It will make his mind exhaust every possibility before pronouncing a situation hopeless. When a man has done everything rationally possible to him, he can take with equanimity that which is outside his power. He does not expect to be omnipotent. Disasters are the exception, not the rule, in man's existence. Most of them are man-made and man-caused. And as to the purely physical dangers and calamities, Well, if it were true that physical nature was basically set against man, that the chances of catastrophe were greater than those of success, insurance companies would go broke instead of making the fortunes which they do make. Incidentally, I want to remind you that the same mystics who profess concern with man's suffering and sympathy for what they call the human predicament on earth, the same mystics who rush to help you in foxholes and hospitals, have done everything in their power to prevent man's mind from discovering ways to relieve human suffering, to cure illness, to save lives. The advance of medicine was fought by the mystics on the ground that it represented an interference with God's will. Perhaps the most savagely sadistic example of it is the fact that as recently as the 19th century, the mystics denounced the discovery of anesthesia and tried to forbid its use, on the grounds that since God intended man to feel pain, it is disobedience of God's will. It is disobedience of God's will to try to prevent man from feeling it. So much for the mystics' love of humanity and sympathy with human suffering. It is often claimed that a belief in God helps men in the greatest tragedy they can ever encounter, the death of a loved one. In the nature of reality, that is probably the worst suffering that man can experience. But in what manner would a belief in the supernatural help at such a time? It is precisely at such a time that man needs all the resources of his mind and values to help him hang on to existence, to his sense of the value of existence, help him find some goal to pursue, some value to achieve, in order to fill the terrible void, at least in part, in order to resist the despair that would make him feel that life is not worth living any longer. But a belief in the supernatural, in a life after death, would make him feel justified in renouncing any further interest in his life on earth, to the extent to which he actually believes it, would make him long for death in order to be reunited with the loved one. If this is called consolation, what could the sadist do that would be more cruel? Now, it is sometimes asked, what is wrong with believing in God if a man holds the belief as a purely subjective matter and always acts on the basis of reason? The answer is that it cannot be done. It is not possible psychologically. It would mean that a man attempts to hold two diametrically opposed views, two irreconcilable premises, and to sincerely believe them both, which means that he will not believe either and that he will be certain of nothing, that all of his convictions will be reduced to the state of the approximate, the relative, the questionable, the maybe. Any attempt to combine reason and faith will damage a man's thinking processes and his self-esteem. At best, only his self-esteem will suffer. He will know that he is a hypocrite who does not practice or take seriously that which he professes to believe. At worst, it will have a hampering, shrinking effect on his mind. The mere fact of accepting something on faith, without evidence, without proof, undercuts the absolutism of a man's mind and his confidence in his own judgment. How can he trust his judgment if he knows that he was willing to suspend it and may do so again? Ladies and gentlemen, let there be no misunderstanding about it. The belief in God and the philosophy of objectivism are opposites that cannot be reconciled in anyone's mind. No intellectual meeting ground, no compromise, and no middle of the road is possible between the belief in God and objectivism. Or putting the issue more broadly and fundamentally, no middle of the road is possible between mysticism and reason. You cannot combine them. In a free society, men must be left free to believe whatever sort of ideas they wish, however irrational. Therefore, there can be no question of forbidding religious belief. That's not the point. The context in which I am speaking here is philosophical, not social or political. In philosophical terms, no intellectual meeting ground, no compromise, no middle of the road is possible
between a belief in God and objectivism, or more widely, between a belief in God and a philosophy of reason, or more widely still, between any form of mysticism on the one hand and reason on the other. You cannot combine them. The belief in God is the rejection of the foremost premise of objectivism, namely the supremacy of reason as man's sole means of understanding and grasping reality. It is one or the other. You can have faith in God, or you can have man, reason, and this earth. But ladies and gentlemen, you can't have both. Don't deceive yourselves. The choice is yours to make, but know that a choice is involved here.
This evening's discussion, as you know, will center on the objectivist theory of volition. It will be concerned with elaborating the principle that man is a being of volitional consciousness. This theory is central and basic both to objectivist philosophy and to objectivist psychology. What is meant by the statement that man is a being of volitional consciousness? Well, I will ask you first of all to consider the following. In a previous lecture, I have discussed the fact that there are three basic cognitive units or forms of awareness that characterize man's consciousness: sensations, perceptions, conceptions. And I have discussed the fact that the process of integrating individual disparate sensations into percepts is done automatically by the nervous system and the brain. That is, sensations flow into the organism. These are automatically integrated and related, enabling man to be aware of reality perceptually. That is, to be aware of objects, of entities. I then discussed how man moves from the perceptual level of consciousness to the uniquely and distinctively human level, the conceptual level, by integrating his percepts into concepts, then integrating his concepts into still wider abstractions, and so forth. Now, the first level of abstractions or concepts, the awareness of such phenomena, let's say, as green or hard or soft, these also take place automatically and universally in any normal brain. That is, these most primitive of concepts, which are the building blocks of all subsequent thinking, these too appear to be integrated automatically by the brain. By that I mean, there's no way that a normal person could escape forming such fundamental primitive concepts as green, brown, red, hard, soft, etc. The category, in a word, of attributes which can only be defined ostensively. In other words, that level of concepts which constitute, as it were, generalizations of direct sensory experiences, which are one step away from percepts. For example, if one looks at three different green objects and forms the concept green, well, here we deal with a very easy, very elementary, and just about inescapable kind of concept that no normal brain could escape forming. Beyond this level, however, the brain no longer produces concepts automatically. That is, As soon as you rise above this most primitive level of concepts into the genuine sphere of the conceptual faculty, in a word, as soon as the infant is functioning on the level where thinking can said to have begun, we are no longer dealing with a cognitive process that functions automatically. Whether or not the infant, the young man, the adult, will think or not to think, this is an act of choice which he has to make. It is not a function which is forced upon him or determined or necessitated by his nature in the sense in which the integration of his sensations into percepts is automatic. Putting it another way, you have only to open your eyes and you cannot escape seeing objects and entities. That is automatic. But in order to think, you have to do something. You have to generate effort. You have to focus your minds. You have to choose to set the machinery in motion. You have to choose to seek to understand that which is not immediately given, that which is not self-evident, that which is not inescapably there in your immediate sensory experience, but rather that which you must reach by a process of conceptual reasoning. To quote from Galt's speech, quote, "Man is a being of volitional consciousness. Reason does not work automatically. Thinking is not a mechanical process. The connections of logic are not made by instinct. The function of your stomach, lungs, or heart is automatic. The function of your mind is not. In any hour and issue of your life, you are free to think or to evade that effort. But you are not free to escape from your nature, from the fact that reason is your means of survival, so that for you, who are a human being, the question to be or not to be is the question to think or not to think." Close quote. In this choice to think or not to think, to focus one's mind or not to focus it, to assume the responsibility of the conceptual level of consciousness or to evade it, and in this choice alone is man psychologically free. That choice, once made, does not continue to direct man's mind unceasingly thereafter, with no further effort required. Just as the state of full mental focus must be initiated volitionally, so it must be maintained volitionally. The choice to think must be reaffirmed in the face of every new issue and problem. The decision to be in focus yesterday will not compel man to be in focus today. The decision to be in focus about one question will not compel man to be in focus about another. The decision to pursue a certain value does not guarantee that man will exert the mental effort needed to achieve it. In any hour of his life, then, man is free to suspend the function of his consciousness, to abandon effort, and to let his mind drift in will-less passivity. Or he is free to maintain only a partial focus, grasping that which comes easily to his understanding and declining to struggle for that which does not. Now consider this concept of focusing the mind. It is a state and an operation which each one of you is able very easily to discern introspectively. You all know what it means to be in a state of kind of vague, floating, or dreaming, thinking about nothing, and then suddenly to attend to some particular issue, mentally to attend, to focus, to aim your cognitive faculty, as it were, in a certain direction. To say to yourself now, grasp this, make this intelligible, understand this. A simple example is one that you encounter every morning when you're waking up. You wake up and you're a bit drowsy and you feel as though your consciousness is rather splintered, perhaps for a few seconds or minutes or hours. And at some point, presumably, you say, in effect, well, now, what do I have to do today? And you begin to think over what is ahead of you this day and what you have to attend to. That's an act that you can catch, a very easy kind of act of focusing your mind, of making yourself fully conscious. There are many other examples which I shall discuss reflecting the same basic choice, to think or not to think, to focus or not to focus. But in order to appreciate in a biological context this distinct human faculty, before proceeding with a further description of what the volitional faculty is and how it functions, I want to give it the following brief biological context. A basic characteristic of the actions of living organisms, of all living organisms, as distinguished from inanimate matter, is that the actions of living entities are goal-directed. That is, they are self-regulated action moving towards a certain end or goal. Now, obviously, when we deal with unconscious, or more precisely non-conscious organisms like plants, we don't speak of the goal as something which the plant holds since it has no mind, but that we, looking at the outside, can see that there is a logic governing all of the actions of the plant or the tree or the shrub. One can see a unifying principle at work, and we see that the principle of life is always an integrated series of complex actions taken in that direction which will promote the growth and the survival of the organism. For example, you all have seen the perhaps instance of a plant beginning to grow in the direction of the sunlight, and then perhaps a boulder rolls over part of it, and it begins to grow around the boulder, as though there is a clear principle directing it, and it has a certain highly limited ability to vary its motion or its direction to end up in the same place, that is, in a place where it will be at reach of the sun. Or we know of many experiments where scientists interfere with the normal processes of the growth of a tree, and within certain limits we see that the living organism has a certain flexibility to vary certain of its actions in order to end up with the same result. This is well known in biology, of course. You can observe it internally on the vegetative level of your own bodies. That is, a very complex series of actions go on constantly within your own bodies, all organized in an immensely complex way to add up to one result, namely the preservation of the life of the organism. The action is not random. It's highly structured, it's highly organized, and what you observe is that the life principle, whatever we may yet have to discover about it, the life principle possesses as its key characteristic this aspect of goal-directed, self-regulating action. All living organisms, however simple or however complex, exhibit it universally. That's entailed in the very nature of what it means to be alive. Now, observe the transition from a plant to an animal. What you observe as an increasing complexity in the type of self-regulation which becomes possible. On the vegetative level or the plant level, you get an internal chemical, internal structural kind of regulatory activity. But you see a more complex expression of the principle of self-regulated action as soon as you enter the realm of conscious animals. Why? Because we observe that consciousness is the regulator of the action of the organism viewed as a total entity. What would be a simple example of this? Well, something very easy. Your cat or dog is walking across the room, and there's a carton in the middle of the living room. It sees it, and it walks around it. That's the simplest example of where consciousness is regulating and guiding the action which the animal is taking. The animal, of course, depends for its survival upon its sense of smell, and of course its sense of smell is one aspect of its consciousness. So we see animals guided by their sensations, which obviously carries implicitly in it our recognition that an animal is guided by its form of consciousness. Now, an animal's consciousness is passive in that it can react to external stimuli, and according to how it reacts, being the passive recipient of messages coming in from the outside, it will, within limits, regulate the action which the animal will take accordingly. Animals are distinguished from plants, of course, by virtue of the fact that they can move, that they're not anchored to one spot, and their consciousness guides them in this process of motion. And so here, when you enter the animal realm, you observe a higher, more complex type of life organization and a more complex kind of self-regulated action. Now, when you deal with man, you deal not only with consciousness, but with a particular form or kind of consciousness to which we give the name mind. Man possesses a mind, a reasoning faculty, a capacity to think, to abstract, to conceptualize. And now you observe, with a corresponding increased complexity of life organization, a new kind, a new advance, a still more complex form of self-regulatory action, namely, a being who is able to regulate the action of his own consciousness. That is what it means to say that man is a being of volitional consciousness. Man can direct his consciousness. What do I mean when I say that? Well, most of you, or many of you, probably own pets, and that will help you to give a concrete sense of what I'm talking about. A pet hears a sound and it jerks its head in that direction. Animals are entirely dependent upon and tied to the cues in their sensory fields. They don't think up problems to solve. They don't say, what will I think about today? And they certainly don't say, I'd rather not think about that today. It's too upsetting. Their consciousnesses are passive reactors to the stimuli which they receive. But one of the important distinctive attributes of man's consciousness is that man has the power to regulate his own consciousness, to regulate its action, to in effect decide in what direction it will go. Putting it differently, to decide whether or not it will think, whether or not it will turn the conceptual level or focus on at all. The basic act of self-regulation possible to a human consciousness is to direct that consciousness aimed in the direction of being aware, of being optimally conscious, of seeking to understand that with which it is dealing, or to suspend conscious focus, to go out of focus, to induce an inner fog. That is the basic self-regulatory option which a man has over his own consciousness. Putting it differently, what man controls is the primary goal. What he directly and volitionally controls is the primary goal or end which his consciousness is to pursue. And there's only one basic choice. Either, in any given issue, a consciousness seeks to know, to grasp something, or it fails to, or evades the effort or evades the responsibility of seeking to grasp. And this is another way of saying that man's basic choice is to think or not to think. Now let me concretize further what specifically this choice is and means. There are three fundamental expressions of the choice to think or not to think. Three different cardinal forms in which that issue presents itself to man. The first and the most general I have already indicated, namely, to focus, to seek to understand, or to remain in an internal state of fog, or to induce the state of inner fog. That is the basic fundamental choice, to focus or not to focus, to seek always to understand, to seek always to widen the range of one's awareness, to seek mentally to grow, to expand the reach of one's consciousness, or not to bother, or to say it's too much work, or it's too painful, or I don't want to know, it will be inconvenient, or whatever the case may be. Another form in which this choice, this same choice, presents itself to man occurs any time he experiences a conflict or a clash between his mind and his emotions, or his reason and his feelings. That is, any time he finds that he should do something because it makes sense but he doesn't want to, or he wants to do something, or desires something, or fears something, even though he knows it is wrong or irrational to do so. Then the question is, does he remain in mental focus? Does he preserve his conscious knowledge and consequently be guided by that? Or does he suspend his conscious knowledge? Does he render his conscious knowledge inoperative in order to drift under the passive sway of his feeling, emotion, or desire? And that again is the choice to think or not to think. If a man wants to do something which is irrational, he has to turn off his mind, turn off his critical faculty, suspend his consciousness, and shrink his awareness down to the fact that he wants it, period. And make himself blind to and unconscious of anything else, which means he has to go out of focus. He has to cease to think. The third basic form in which the choice to think or not to think presents itself to man is the issue between his consciousness and the consciousness of others, the issue between intellectual sovereignty or dependence. That is, will he seek with his own mind to understand that which is true, and when he has formed judgments, remain loyal to the best of his own honest understanding until and unless he has reason to revise his judgments? Or will he abdicate the responsibility of independent thinking, of independent judgment, and accept passively and uncritically the views and the judgments of other people instead? These then are the three fundamental forms in which man comes up against the question to think or not to think. This is the nature of the self-regulatory action which man performs with regard to his own consciousness. This is the nature of the control which one has over one's own consciousness. You see, in a certain sense, one's consciousness or mind is always doing something, even if only little random thoughts or feelings are flicking through it. Something is happening at all times. Life is always action in some sense. Now, the option or the choice then consists of determining or controlling or directing the goal which the action is to take. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you come into this classroom tonight and you're sitting and your mind is just floating and popping around from subject to subject, and let's say that it's not thinking about anything in particular. And then you look up and you see that the lecture's about to begin. And you tell yourself, in effect, well, now it's time to concentrate and pay attention if I'm to understand this lecture. Well, now, in that moment, a choice has to be made. You have to, in effect, decide, now I am going to set my intellectual machinery in a certain direction aimed at a certain goal, namely, the goal being to understand what Mr. Brandon has to say and to judge it. Now, for most of you, that process occurs so naturally that you're not even aware of it when it happens. And yet there was a moment for each one of you when you had to, in effect, aim your consciousness in the direction of the words I'm now saying, and implicitly give yourself the order, grasp what he is saying. Now let's take an imaginary example which will illustrate the three variants of the choice to think or not to think. Suppose I begin to speak, and you at a certain point find that in order to understand, you have to maintain a very clear mental focus, and you cannot doze off and just float for a minute, because if you do, you're going to lose the train of thought. And suppose you then say, well, it's just too hard, it's too much trouble, it's too much bother, thinking is such a chore, and you let yourself go out of focus. Well, that's one variant of the choice to think or not to think. Let's pick another example. Suppose that you are focused and you are thinking along with me, but at a certain point a certain connection falls into place in your mind. Suppose you're intelligent and you're thinking ahead of me, and at a certain point you realize, well, if I get the direction of where Brandon is going, or what one of the implications of what he's saying would be, if indeed the choice to think or not to think is volitional, then that means that on those times when I acted irresponsibly, like a drunken driver without knowing what I was doing, it was my fault. A volitional irresponsibility is involved. Oh God, that's an unpleasant thought. I don't like the implications of that line of thinking he's developing. I better get out of here. Well, you don't physically leave, you just put your mind out of focus. That is an example of the principle of reason versus feelings. What is it that matters most? To grasp whether it's true or false, or to be driven by how you happen to feel about what might be the results of it being true or false, respectively? Suppose that you pass both hurdles. You remain in focus, you're not afraid of using your mind, and you're not afraid of the consequences. But at a certain point, you remember that in college you were told by your sociology teacher that everybody agrees today that man is responsible for nothing and can help nothing. But Brandon up there, it suddenly occurs to you, is saying, that isn't true. It's not true that man is a helpless pawn of fate or circumstances. But everybody says he is. Why the devil should I have to decide? I better get out of here. And so you go out of focus and cease to hear me. That would be three examples, all dramatizations of the choice to think or not to think. Now, it is very important in understanding the principle of volition and how it works to distinguish this basic choice to focus one's mind and to think from the question of what sort of things one will choose to think about. Because obviously the sort of things one will choose to think about in any day or week or month will depend upon a wide variety of factors, one's interests, one's values, one's context, one's problems, etc., and so forth. They are not chosen as primary acts of free choice, meaning that if on any given day you wake up and you decide to be in full focus, that is what volition directly pertains to, the decision to be in full focus.
But assuming you are in full focus, you don't decide in that primary same way, in a vacuum, so to speak, what you will think about, because obviously in any given day you have a context, you have continuous problems, you have a life, you have interests, you have values, etc. and so forth, and they will obviously be relevant to what you will choose to think about. Let's give an example. I wake up early this morning and I focus, and I habitually ask myself, well, what's the program or the agenda for today? What am I going to be concerned with today? And within a second, what comes into my mind is that I am writing an article for the Objectivist newsletter, and that I must finish it by a certain date. And I remember that there are certain tricky problems, and when I stopped working yesterday, I was stuck on something. And there are problems I have to solve today and get on with the job. And as I'm getting up and shaving and brushing my teeth, my mind is going to the article when I'll be at my desk in a few minutes and remembering where I left off yesterday, and perhaps I'm imagining different ways I could try to express such and such a thought. Well, once I am in focus, it's very natural that I find my mind going specifically to the subject of that article, since that right now is my immediate concern. I don't say to myself in a vacuum, well, today now then, what shall I think about? My article, or deep sea diving, or polo perhaps, or crab fishing? Well, that would be absurd, wouldn't it? All of those other choices are not primary choices. They're not direct, free choices. They obviously depend upon a great many antecedent factors to repeat: your values, your problems, your context, etc. and so forth. Now, there is a question which I am often asked about this choice to think or not to think, and which I would like to discuss with you. Students will often ask me some variant of this question. Doesn't a man have to be thinking already in order to choose to think? If you're not thinking already, how do you choose to think? And there's a certain confusion in that question which I want to clarify, and in clarifying it I think will throw more light on this whole concept of volition. As I have said, the primary choice to think, that is, to focus one's mind, to set it to the purpose of active cognitive integration, must be distinguished from any other category of choice. It must be distinguished from the decision to think about a particular subject, which depends on one's values, interests, knowledge, and context. And again, it must be distinguished from the decision to perform a particular physical action, which again depends on one's values, interests, knowledge, and context. These decisions obviously involve complex causal antecedents, of a kind which the choice to focus does not. A man's choice to focus is a primary. It's a psychological primary, a first cause within man's consciousness. The principle that man is a being of volitional consciousness has reference specifically, of course, as I have indicated, to the human form of consciousness, that is, to the conceptual level of awareness. The perceptual level which man shares with animals is automatic. To be aware of the physical concretes of his immediate sensory field, man merely has to be awake, assuming, of course, a normal brain state. But to engage in an active process of cognitive integration, to abstract, conceptualize, relate, infer, to reason, man must focus his mind. He must set it to the task of active integrating. This level of awareness must be achieved and maintained volitionally. Now here is a very important thought. The act of focusing pertains to the operation of the faculty of consciousness, to its method of functioning, not to its content. I want to repeat that statement. The act of focusing pertains to the operation of the faculty of consciousness, to its method of functioning, not to its content. To understand the process of focusing, I must discuss briefly with you the concept of levels of awareness. A consciousness can function on different levels of awareness. This concept refers to the degree of active cognitive integration in which a mind is engaged. How actively is the mind seeking to grasp everything within its range, to assimilate it, to identify it? What sort of factors will reflect varying levels of consciousness or degrees of clarity or awareness? First of all, 1, the clarity or the vagueness of the mind's contents. The higher the level of awareness, the clearer the mental contents. The lower the level of awareness, the vaguer, the more dim, unclear the mental contents. 2, the degree to which the mind's activity involves abstractions or principles versus the degree to which it's concrete bound and is tied only to immediately present concretes. It's a higher level of awareness to think in terms of abstractions and principles than to see only that which is staring you directly in front of your nose. And 3, the level of awareness is reflected in the degree to which the relevant wider context is present or absent in the process of thinking. That is, when you are thinking about a given problem, do you hold the full context in which this problem exists? Do you seek to recall and to apply everything relevant that could possibly help you to know how to deal with this? Or do you look at the problem as though you were born 1 minute before and knew nothing? And you forget all of your past knowledge and all of your past experience and try to deal with the problem as though your brain literally had begun to work only 1 minute ago. That, again, will determine the level of awareness, the level of mental advancement on which one functions. Thus, you see, there are degrees of awareness, degrees of consciousness. The alternative is not simply absolute unconsciousness or optimal consciousness. The choice to focus or to think does not consist of moving from a state of literal unconsciousness to a state of consciousness. This clearly would be impossible. When one is asleep, one cannot suddenly choose to start thinking. To focus is to move from a lower level of consciousness to a higher level. To move from mental passivity to purposeful mental activity. To initiate a process of directed cognitive integration. In a state of passive or relatively passive awareness, a man can apprehend the need to be in full mental focus. His choice is then to evade that knowledge or to exert the effort of raising the level of his awareness. Just as focusing involves expanding the range of one's awareness, so evasion consists of the reverse process, of shrinking the range of one's awareness. Evasion, meaning the blind refusal to think, the rejection of that which you know or could know. Evasion takes the form of refusing to raise the level of one's awareness when one knows, clearly or dimly, that one should, or of lowering the level of one's awareness when one knows that one shouldn't. I want to repeat that very important statement. Evasion takes the form of refusing to raise the level of one's awareness when one knows, clearly or dimly, that one should, or of lowering the level of one's awareness when one knows that one shouldn't. When a man acts and functions with his mind unfocused, We may, in certain contexts, refer to him as unconscious. This is a means of indicating that such a man is existing on a level of awareness inadequate to the requirements of human survival. That is, he is attempting to exist in a state inadequate to the cognition of reality which human survival requires. He is attempting, in effect, to exist on the passive, perceptual level that is appropriate to a lower animal. But this is a specialized use of the term unconscious. For example, if you see a person acting without thinking, you might say to him, "For heaven's sake, be conscious." Well, you don't mean literally that he's unconscious. What you mean is he's not conscious enough. He's existing on a very vague, diffuse, low level of consciousness, utterly inadequate to the task in which he is engaged. Speaking literally, of course, when a man is awake and his brain and nervous system are structurally normal, he is conscious, if only passively. This basic level of consciousness is given to him by nature, as it were. Volition pertains to the responsibility of raising this basic level to the active conceptual level which is appropriate to man. This, then, in very general outline, is what the principle that man is a being of volitional consciousness means. Man is a being who must direct his consciousness to an appropriate level, that is, appropriate to the tasks required of reality. That does not happen automatically. Man must control that mental process. Now, when we say that man normally has the power to think or not to think, to exercise this basic choice, this basic type of self-regulatory action, I must emphasize that one always speaks in the context of a normal brain. One always speaks in the context of a normal being. Now, one very small point of clarification that might otherwise, if I omitted this, be a question for some of you. You might ask 2 points, but isn't it sometimes harder to think than other times, as for example when you're tired? Yes, indeed it is. And here we deal with a partly physical factor. Obviously, if you've been up all night, it's harder to concentrate at 7 o'clock in the morning if you haven't been to sleep yet than if you had been to sleep for 10 preceding hours. But this is obviously a physical factor, and one assumes normal conditions. What you do have the power to know, if you have been up for 24 hours, is that you are awfully tired, that you are finding it excruciatingly difficult to think clearly, and therefore that this is not the time to make any crucial decisions. That is the form in which you still remain adequately conscious. You remain conscious enough to know what your own state is and that you had best go to bed. Or again, suppose it happens that a person is immensely upset over something very painful or distressing or agitating which has happened. Well, here again, his responsibility consists of knowing that he is in that state. I am not saying that he necessarily has to or will always be able to think as clearly. Some people can to a remarkable extent, however, but I am not saying that he must always or be expected to think as clearly when he is upset as when he is not upset. But he has to be aware of the fact that he is upset. And if he feels himself that agitated and distraught, then in fact he has to say to himself and or to anybody with whom he is dealing, give me a chance to quiet down a little bit and pull myself together, and then I will begin to think about this subject or answer you or do whatever is appropriate. He still has to remain aware and can remain aware volitionally of what his own internal state is. And in that sense, that is a form of choosing to think, of recognizing in this case what your own state is, and again, of not speaking when one should remain silent and possibly say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, to continue our discussion of volition. You will appreciate, of course, that the principle that man is a being of volitional consciousness is a form of free will theory. This, in effect, is a very brief summary of what objectivism means by the concept of free will. And those of you who are familiar with the many different historical interpretations which have been given to the concept of free will appreciate how radically this differs from traditional understandings of what free will means. In the January 1964 issue of the Objectivist newsletter, I did an article specifically distinguishing the objectivist theory of free will from traditional historical theories. Man's basic choice to repeat lies in this basic self-regulatory power over the function of his consciousness, the choice to focus, to think, or not to think. Man does not have the power as a primary first cause to choose his emotions or desires or to change them at will. His emotions and desires are, of course, the product of his values, and these can be altered only indirectly by rethinking his values and premises and, as a consequence, altering his desires or emotions. Now, this type of psychological freedom does not mean that man is omniscient. It does not mean that man is infallible. It does not mean that man can never make mistakes. It does not mean that man is impervious to any and all external circumstances, which is obviously absurd. There are many factors which can affect our lives, such as wars, economic collapses, which can crucially affect our lives, over which we as individuals may have no power whatsoever. Therefore, I talk specifically about a sphere of psychological freedom, which of course is crucial, because given the external circumstances and given the knowledge available to man, it is specifically the degree of his thinking which is going to determine his character and the course which his life will take. Now, this view of man's nature stands in sharp opposition to the view that dominates our culture in general and the social sciences in particular, namely the doctrine of psychological determinism. Psychological determinism denies the existence of any element of freedom or volition in man's consciousness. It holds that every action, desire, and thought of man is determined by forces beyond his control. It holds that, in relation to his actions, decisions, values, and conclusions, man is ultimately and essentially passive. That man is merely a reactor to internal and external pressures. That those pressures determine the course of man's actions and the content of his convictions, just as physical forces determine the course of every particle of dust in the universe. It holds that, in any given situation or moment, only one choice, in quotes, is psychologically possible to man, the inevitable result of all the antecedent determining forces impinging upon him, just as only one action is possible to the speck of dust. Determinism holds that man has no actual power of choice, no actual freedom or self-responsibility. Man, according to this view, has no more actual volition than a stone. He is merely confronted with more complex alternatives and is manipulated by more complex forces. The determinist concept of mind entails a crucial contradiction, specifically an epistemological contradiction. It is, or rather can be shown to be, upon analysis, a self-refuting or self-invalidating theory. And I want now to direct your attention to the nature of this central and insuperable contradiction in the determinist position. A contradiction implicit in any variety of determinism, whether the alleged determining forces be physical, psychological, environmental, or divine. It wouldn't matter whether you hold that man is controlled and determined by the gods, or his genes, or his toilet training, or a socioeconomic environment, or background, or position. This contradiction is common to all of them. Consider the following. The determinist concept of mind maintains that whether a man thinks or not, whether he takes cognizance of the facts of reality or not, whether he holds facts above his feelings or his feelings above facts, all are determined by forces outside his control. In any given moment or situation, his method of mental functioning is the inevitable product of an endless chain of antecedent forces. He has no choice in the matter. That which a man does, declare the advocates of determinism, he had to do. That which he believes, he had to believe. If he focuses his mind, he had to. If he evades the effort of focusing, he had to. If he is guided solely by reason, he had to be. If he is ruled instead by feeling or whim, he had to be. He couldn't help it. No one can help anything. Such is the determinist thesis. But if this were true, no knowledge would be possible to man, as I shall show. No theory could claim greater plausibility than any other, including the theory of psychological determinism. Why? It is most essential to understand this issue. First of all, remember that man is neither omniscient nor infallible. This means, A, that he must work to achieve his knowledge, and B, that the mere presence of an idea inside his mind does not prove that the idea is true. Many ideas may enter a man's mind which are false. But if a man believes what he has to believe, if he is not free to test his beliefs against reality and to validate or reject them, if the actions and content of his mind are determined by factors that may or may not have anything to do with reason, logic, and reality, then he can never know if his conclusions are true or false. Knowledge is the correct identification of the facts of reality. And in order for man to know that the contents of his mind do constitute knowledge, in order for him to know that he has identified the facts of reality correctly, he requires a means of testing his conclusions. The means is the process of reasoning, of testing his conclusions against reality and checking for contradictions. It is thus that he validates his conclusions. But this validation is possible only if his capacity to judge is free. That is, non-conditional, given a normal brain state. But if his capacity to judge is not free, there is no way for a man to discriminate between his beliefs and those of a raving lunatic. But then how do the advocates of determinism acquire their knowledge? What is its validation? Determinists are conspicuously silent on this point. If the advocates of determinism insist that their choice to think and their acceptance of reason is conditional, dependent on factors outside their control, which means that they are not free to test their beliefs against the facts of reality, then they cannot claim to know that their theory is true. They can only report that they feel helpless to believe otherwise. Nor can they claim that their theory is highly probable. They can only acknowledge the inner compulsion that forbids them to doubt that it is highly probable. Some advocates of determinism, evidently sensing this epistemological dilemma, have sought to escape it by asserting that, although they are determined to believe what they believe, the factor determining them is logic. But by what means do they know this? Their beliefs are no more subject to their control than a lunatic's. They and the lunatic are equally the pawn of deterministic forces. Both are incapable of judging their judgments. One of the defining characteristics of psychosis is loss of volitional control over rational judgment. But according to determinism, that is man's normal metaphysical state. There is no escape from determinism's epistemological dilemma. A mind that is not free to test and validate its conclusions, a mind whose judgment is not free, can have no way to tell the logical from the illogical, no way to ascertain that which compels and motivates it, no right to claim knowledge of any kind. Such a mind is disqualified for such appraisals by its very nature. The very concept of logic is possible only to a volitional consciousness. An automatic consciousness could have no need of it and could not conceive of it. The concepts of logic, thought, and knowledge are not applicable to machines. A machine does not reason. It performs the actions its builder sets it to perform, and those actions alone. If it is set to register that 2 + 2 = 4, it does so. If it is set to register that 2 + 2 = 5, it does so. It has no power to correct the orders and information given it. If self-correctors are built into it, it performs the prescribed acts of self-correction and no others. If the self-correctors are set incorrectly, it cannot correct itself. It cannot make any independent, self-generated contribution to its own performance. If man, who is clearly not set invariably to be right, were merely a super-complex machine engineered by his heredity and operated by his environment, pushed, pulled, shaped, and molded by his genes, his toilet training, his parental upbringing, and his cultural history, then no premise reached by him could claim objectivity or truth, including the premise that man is a machine. If, as staunch determinist such as Baron Holbach states in his work System of Nature, man's, quote, ideas come to him involuntarily, close quote, if man is, quote, wise or foolish, reasonable or irrational, without his will being for anything in these various states, close quote, then by what right does he or any other determinist claim his involuntary ideas as knowledge? A determinist can only announce, destiny forces me to believe, etc. He cannot claim to know anything. Those who expound determinism must either assert that they arrived at their theory by mystical revelation, and thus exclude themselves from the realm of reason, or they must assert that they are an exception to the theory they propound, and thus exclude their theory from the realm of truth. That knowledge is possible to man cannot be contested without self-contradiction. It is a truth that must be accepted even in the act of seeking to dispute it. Any theory that necessitates the conclusion that man can know nothing is self-invalidating and self-refuting by that very fact. Yet such is the conclusion to which the theory of determinism inescapably leads. Thus, a rationally espoused determinism is a contradiction in terms. In appraising any theory of the nature of man's mind and its operations, it is necessary to consider this. Since the theory is itself a product of man's mind, its claim to truth must be compatible with its own existence and content. Otherwise, the theory is contradictory and nonsensical. For example, if a man were to declare as an alleged fact of reality, man is incapable of knowing any facts, the logical absurdity of his statement would be obvious. The epistemological contradiction of determinism is, in a subtler and more complex way, of the identical order. Determinism is a theory whose claim to truth is incompatible with its own contents. It exhibits what may be termed the fallacy of self-exclusion. It does not matter whether man's mind is alleged to be passively under the sway of the laws of association, or of conditioned reflexes, or of environmental pressures, or of original sin. Any theory of mind that denies man's volitional control over his faculty of judgment collapses under the weight of the same inescapable and insuperable contradiction. Only because man is a being of volitional consciousness, only because he is free to initiate and sustain a reasoning process, is knowledge, in contradistinction to irresistible, unchosen beliefs, possible to him. Now, there is one common confusion which, in the minds of many people, allows them to grant some validity to the thesis of psychological determinism. And that is the confused and entirely mistaken notion that the law of causality requires commitment to psychological determinism. It does not. I recall to your memory our discussion of causality in Lecture 3. The actions of an entity are determined by the nature of the entity that acts. It is the nature of the entity that determines the actions possible to it, and in any given context or situation, it is the nature of the entity which determines what the entity will do. Man's unique biological character, or one of the unique characteristics biologically of man, is precisely this self-regulatory power over his own consciousness, which was discussed earlier. This capacity to generate a certain kind of mental action. When we say that man is a being of volitional consciousness, we are recognizing this particular self-regulatory capacity which man possesses, and that is one of the crucial characteristics of the kind of entity man is. Man's nature is such that it confronts him with a choice which he cannot escape, which only he can make. It is not made for him by his environment or his destiny, or by any external force, past or present. That is the unique responsibility which nature poses to this one species. A responsibility regarding directing the action of his consciousness. And what I want to draw to your attention, as I discussed in the earlier section of tonight's lecture, what I want you to see in this self-regulatory power of man over his consciousness is an extension of a biological principle which, on lower levels, we can see running through all forms of life, namely, in what respect life always entails self-regulated action. Here we get a regulation concerning the action of consciousness itself, a regulation which is volitional in nature. Now, many people still think, when they think of causality, in terms of a highly limited model of causality, and that is the Newtonian mechanistic model. And that is a central cause of confusion in attempting to think about human psychology. Meaning by that the following: they think of the universe as a vast billiard table, as it were, as though everything is only moved by being knocked by something else. Now, this concept is utterly inadequate to account for living phenomena in general, let alone for man. Implicit in this notion of causality is a radically different notion of causality than the Greeks advocated or that we discussed in Lecture 3. The Greeks, such as Aristotle in particular, when they conceived causality, correctly understood it in terms of a relationship between entities and actions. A disastrous confusion in the conceiving of causality emerged in the post-Renaissance period when men began to conceive of causal relations not in terms of relationships between entities and actions, but in terms of relationships between actions and other actions. They saw every action as being only a reaction to something else. They assumed implicitly, to begin with, that the normal or natural state of entities, left to their own devices as it were, is rest, is stillness, that motion always reflects the impingement of some outside force upon an object or entity which otherwise would be still, and hence later on this became known as the billiard ball view of the universe. And when we attempt to use this kind of a model to life in general and to human beings in particular, of course it is grossly inadequate to explain the facts that we see. You can't even explain the action of a plant with a billiard ball model, let alone the actions of a living consciousness. Aristotle correctly observed that one of the distinguishing characteristics of living organisms as separate from non-living organisms is, as he said, that in living organisms the source or origin of their motion lies within themselves. If a plant grows, it's not because something outside pushed it. Its principle of motion lies within itself. And here again we recognize that even before we come to the question of free will or volition or man, that one has to recognize that the mechanistic billiard ball approach to causal explanation is very limited. It has relevance to many aspects of life, but it's by no means synonymous with what is meant by the concept of causality in the abstract or in general. When you say, or as you will almost certainly say to me in the question period tonight, yes, Mr. Brandon, this is all very well, but just the same, what makes one person focus his mind and another person not focus? What you are implicitly thinking of is what sort of force pushed man's mind in the direction of thinking or of evading. In other words, you will be thinking that every action is only a reaction, and you want to know a reaction to what? To what force, you will be asking me, is thinking a reaction? And that's where you have to check your premises. That is the premise that you have to check. I'm glad to see so many heads nodding, because this is a very important point of confusion about the whole issue of free will. The choice to focus or not to focus is a causal primary. It does not have causal antecedents in the same way that other choices, such as the choice to go to movie A rather than movie B, obviously have them. This I discussed earlier. It is a primary category characteristic of the human species, a primary power or capacity. And if you are tempted to say, yes, but what made one man think and another man evade? If you find it psychologically or epistemologically or metaphysically unacceptable to hold the view that this was a choice made by him which is causally irreducible in the sense in which no antecedent force drove him to it, then you can only do so from the implicit premise, held consciously and usually not consciously, that, to repeat, every mental action must be a reaction to something else. Why? The piece of dogma which you have to challenge in that notion is that nothing can originate action or originate motion. Now, although throughout history there have been many different forms of determinism, a form which is particularly prevalent today is, of course, the variety called environmentalism. Let's very, very briefly, since we're running short on time, say a few words about this issue. This is the claim, environmentalism, that man is primarily the passive product of his background and environment. It is environment, modern psychologists assert, that determines man's character, values, action, and thinking. Man is only a walking recorder into which his parents, teachers, and neighbors dictate what they please. Such parents, teachers, and neighbors themselves being only walking recorders, carrying the dictations of other earlier recorders, and so forth. As to where new ideas, concepts, and values come from, this question such theorists leave unanswered. Or sometimes they go so far as to say there are no new ideas. Now, the general fallacy in the concept of determinism has already been stated, but let us consider a little more specifically this variety. His environment, the facts of the world around him, offer man material about which to think, but they do not determine the content of his thinking. Your perceptual experiences do not lead you to your conceptual conclusions by some passive deterministic process, as though the particular combination of percepts that you had can lead you only in one direction. This demonstrably is false. Perceptions don't have the power to transform themselves into convictions without an intervening mental process which you have to initiate and direct, namely the process of thinking. Man's life and character are determined then not by the things he perceives, but by the thinking he does or fails to do about the things that he perceives. If, for instance, a child is brought up by irrational parents who give him a bewildering, frightening, and contradictory impression of reality, he may decide that all human beings by their nature are incomprehensible and dangerous to him. And if he arrests his thinking at this point, and if in later years he never attempts to think this issue through again, never attempts to question his chronic feeling of anxiety and helplessness, he can spend the rest of his life in a state of embittered paralysis. But such does not have to be his fate. If he continues to struggle with his problem, or as he grows older, if he decides to think about it, to re-examine it, to consider the newer, wider evidence available to him, if, to put the issue more simply, he decides to preserve an acute mental focus, he can discover that he has made an unwarranted generalization, and he can then revise it into a fully reasoned and conscious conviction. Another child in the same circumstances may draw a different conclusion. He may decide that all human beings are unreliable and evil, and that he will beat them at their own game. He will act as ruthlessly and dishonestly as possible to hurt them before they hurt him. Again, he can revise this conclusion later in the light of wider evidence, if he chooses to think about it, if he chooses to remain in focus. If he doesn't, he will become a scoundrel or a criminal, not because his parents were irrational, but because he defaulted on the responsibility of remaining in focus, of forming his convictions in full consciousness, and of checking his conclusions against the facts of reality. A third child in the same circumstances may decide that his parents are wrong, that they are unjust and unfair, or at least that they do not act understandably, and that he must not act as they do. He may suffer at home, but keep looking for evidence of better human behavior among relatives or neighbors or in books and movies. Such a child will draw an enormous advantage out of his misfortune, which he will not realize till many, many years later. He will have laid the foundation of an inviolate self-esteem. If an adolescent grows up in a neighborhood where crime flourishes and cynically is accepted as the normal, he can, abdicating the independence of his judgment, allow his character to be shaped in the image of the prevailing values and become a criminal himself. Or, choosing to think, choosing to remain aware, choosing to go on looking at the facts of reality and to make sense out of what he sees, he will come to the realization of the irrationality and humiliating self-degradation of the people who accept a criminal's mode of existence. Of any value offered to him as the right, and any assertion offered to him as the true, a human being is free to ask why. And that why is the threshold that the beliefs of others cannot cross without his consent. But what of the individual who does appear to be the product of his background, the pawn of his conditioning? Well, let's take the social worker's favorite example. Let's consider the case of the boy who, brought up in a bad neighborhood, becomes a criminal. What are the internal mental processes that lead this poor chap into a life of crime? Very briefly, the pattern goes like this. In the actions of a boy who allows himself in this manner to be shaped by his environment, an obvious motive activating him is the desire to swim with the current. What in psychological terms does this expression mean? What does it mean to swim with the current? The boy is living in a neighborhood where crime and hoodlumism is rampant, and he swims with the current. Well, how does this happen? To swim with the current proceeds from the desire to escape the effort and responsibility of initiating one's own course of action. In order to choose one's own actions, one has, of course, to choose one's own goals. And to do that, one has to choose one's own values. And to do that, one has to think. One has to be in focus. One has to go on looking and judging. Thinking is the first and the basic responsibility that such a boy rejects. And because he doesn't choose to think and has therefore no long-range goals or standards, he is left at the mercy of the impulses of the immediate moment. He is forced to pursue short-range, immediately available goals and to seek immediately available pleasures. And this leads him, in the logic of his course, to accept whatever values are offered to him by whatever social group happens to surround him. To swim with the current, one has to accept the ocean or the swamp or the rapids or the cesspool or the abyss toward which that particular current is rushing. Having no values or standards of his own, the boy will want to swim. He will want to follow any course of action ready-made for him by others. He will want to belong. If the boys in the neighborhood form a gang at the corner pool room, he will join. If they start robbing people, he will start robbing people. If they begin to murder, he will murder. What moves him? His feelings. His feelings are all he has left once he has abandoned his mind. He does not join the gang by a conscious reasoned decision. He doesn't think it out and decide it's a logical thing to do. No! He joins because he feels like joining. He does not follow the gang because he thinks they are right. No. He follows because he feels like following. If his mother, for example, objects and tries to argue with him to persuade him to quit the hoodlums, he does not weigh her arguments and conclude that she is wrong. He just doesn't feel like thinking about it one way or the other. If at some point he begins to fear that the gang may be going too far, if he is anxious at the prospect of becoming a murderer, he realizes that the alternative is to break with his friends and be left on his own. He does not weigh the advantages or disadvantages of being left on his own. No, he chooses blindly to stick with the gang. because at the prospect of being alone, at the prospect of independence, he feels terror. He may see across the river or just a few blocks away people who lead a totally different kind of life, and boys of his own age who somehow did not become criminals. But this does not raise in his mind the question of whether a better kind of life may be possible to him. It does not prompt him to inquire or investigate, because he feels terror at the unknown. He feels safe in his surroundings. They are the familiar and the known. If he asks himself what it is that terrifies him about breaking with his background, well, he would answer in effect, I don't know nobody out there, and nobody knows me. In logic, this isn't an answer or an explanation, because there is nothing objectively terrifying in that statement. But it satisfies him because he feels an overwhelming, unanalyzed dread of loneliness. And feelings are his only absolute, the absolute never to be questioned. And if at the age of 20 he is dragged to jail to await execution for some monstrously bloody and senselessly wanton crime, he will scream that he could not help it and that he never had the chance. Will he scream it because it is true? No. He will scream it because he feels it. In the sense opposite to that which he intends, there is one element of truth in his scream. Given his basic policy of anti-thought, he could not help it, and he never did have a chance. Neither has any other human being who moves through life on that policy. But it is not true that he or any other human being could not help running from the necessity to think, and could not help blindly riding on his feelings. On every day of this boy's life, and at every crucial turning point, the possibility of thinking about his actions was open to him. The evidence on which to base a change in his policy was available to him, and he evaded it. He didn't care to think. If at every turning point he had thought carefully and conscientiously, and had simply reached the wrong conclusions, he would be more justified in crying that he could not help it. But ladies and gentlemen, it is not helplessly bewildered, conscientious thinkers who fill reform schools and murder one another on street corners through an unfortunate error in logic. The policy upon which this boy proceeded is the policy on which many people proceed. He perhaps carried it to more of an extreme, or existed in an environment where that policy would prove more disastrous. Not that he never thinks. Oh no, everybody thinks some of the time. His policy is, I'll think when I feel like thinking. It's an unfair charge to say that some people never think at all. Nobody is ever out of focus all the time. When we say a person is out of focus, characteristically, we're talking about a person whose feelings largely determine whether he's in focus or out of focus. Certainly not reality. But thinking is not a luxury in which man indulges if and when his feelings permit it. The relationship is the opposite. Feelings take over and assert control if and when thinking is suspended. And this is the manner in which men can be determined, in quotes, by their environment. If a man chooses not to think, if he chooses to escape from the effort of focus and the responsibility of judgment, he is left at the mercy of his feelings, of his immediate subconscious reactions, and these will be at the mercy of the outside forces impinging upon him, at the mercy of whoever and whatever is around him. In this state, he is a helpless zombie passively being shaped by his environment. But he did not have to get into that state, and he does not have to remain in it. He still has the power to focus, to think, to question, and if he chooses not to, then it is he who has turned himself into the determinist view of man, that is, into an empty mold waiting to be filled, into a will-less robot waiting to be taken over by any environment and any conditioners. Most human beings, to conclude, most human beings, as I have said, are not unequivocally opposed to the policy of thinking. It would be more correct to say that thinking for most men is sort of an emergency measure. It's what you try when everything else has failed, which is usually much too late. It's a sort of a last resort. The first resort is to act on your immediate impulses or feelings, or habits, or advice that somebody gives you. If that proves inadequate to the whole situation, or if it mangles you, at some point, some men decide implicitly, well, just for the hell of it, I'll try to think my way out of this situation. At which, much of the time, they find they can't. And small wonder. Can't in the time necessary, that is. They could, but what could have been a task of minutes or weeks becomes a task of agonizing years if it's undertaken at all. Because they don't have the knowledge which they should have to help them in this moment, the knowledge that would have come from the thinking they didn't do. The unfortunate state of affairs is that psychologists, when they see this sort of spectacle, should be the first to point out the deadly danger of the policy of men who try to exist with as little thinking as they can get away with. But much of psychology, instead of criticizing this policy, instead of pointing out that it's a sign on the road to disease and disaster, no, instead they say, such is human nature. Man is only peripherally and marginally a rational being. They say that it's far more relevant to say that he's a feeling being, and they point to all of the wrecks in their offices as evidence. But it's not in the therapist's office that you find out what human nature is. And you don't point to neurotics and psychotics as examples of normal human functioning or behavior. This leads us very directly into the lectures of the next several weeks. Next week, Mrs. Brandon will be the guest lecturer, and as you know, she will deal specifically with the psychology of thinking, with the principles of efficient thinking. And in the following 2 weeks, I will be concerned to show you what the issue of thinking or non-thinking has to do with the issue of mental health. And from there into the subject of ethics and morality. So, to be continued next week. Thank you.